Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon.
Ah.
Boys, it's White Pill Media. I apologize for the delay, but we are back with Not a Trough. This is the second episode. I have here 6 titles for us to get into. They are Tales of the Unreal Volume 7. This is an anthology of stories. I like this more than the previous one, but I felt it was just fine, right? Some of the stories are good, some not so good. A short little work. I guess a novella is the right way to describe this. It's more than a short story, but The Prince of Saidon. This is, just shy of 100 pages by Miles McNaughton. It's about a expedition into a desert by this Arabic prince and what happens there. I like this a lot. I think this is the pick of the run, I suppose, but yes, I enjoy that quite a bit. We have Weird Trails by C.P. Webster. We've covered him quite a bit, but we have here, it's similar to a anthology in a way, but we have the same protagonist, the same kind of cast of characters, and there's a progression to it, but it's not structured so much as a full-length novel, but it has the length of one. I did enjoy this as well. There was a little thing towards the end, but overall I did like this. It's sort of early Americana cowboy, and then he inherits some land in England, and then he gets involved in the supernatural and sort of eldritch things. It's kind of, a little Lovecraftian there, but I like these overall. Grimurth Shall Burn, a Lucius Lex saga. This is by Dave Martell from the Bizarchives. Here we have Lucius Lex, a character that I've read in a few little short stories that Dave has done, and now we have a full-length book about Lucius Lex. And on this one, I am rather mixed because we have some rather good stories in here. It's a novel, and I don't really have anything to base this off of, but it does feel like we had a number of short stories, and then they were sort of tied together into a larger narrative, but they didn't all exactly kind of fit. We had some, I would say the beginning kind of few chapters were very good and very strong, but we had some weaker threads kind of tying things together, and I had some other complaints. It's about this man, Lex, who fights demons and other monsters and is trying to protect the realm. There's sort of, eldritch stuff as well going on as our antagonists. I would say it's heavy on the action. The action is good. It's vivid. It has a punch, a weight to it, and that's all great. But I did have some complaints with certain plot elements, some kind of how things are connected and resolved here and there feels not ideal. So a little mixed there, but I would say if you like pulpy stuff, you like kind of a heavier action thing, then this is a good enough pick. And I will read more of them. I was just a little more critical here with this work. The Black Album by Matthew Pegas. I have had this for such a long time, and I'm finally getting around it. But this is apparently supposed to be allegedly like some essays and stuff, and then like little, fiction stuff, I guess. And if everything went according to plan, we successfully baited Matthew Pegas into clicking on this video by, tagging him on X. So we'll see if we got him here as a captive audience. But I fucking hated this. I think it was really bad. That's 0 for 2. Didn't like Dragon Day, didn't like this. Dragon Day, way better than this. So no, really, really disliked that. But speaking of Dragon Day, which is about a young man on a college campus, and then he gets involved in alt-right, kind of terrorism stuff, we are talking about the new illustrious child, the beautiful, the bold, the well-received, the lauded Fedbook, A Tale from the City of Destruction by John J. Stancliffe. And what did White Pill Media think of it? Well, Tukey's Mag loved it. Subverted Subversions loved it. White Pill Media did not love it. I thought it was, bad. I did not really care for it. There were maybe some parts of it I enjoyed, but overall I think it was not a good work. And we will get into that. I will probably have Fedbook somewhere tucked into the middle. So there are timestamps to get to everything, but, it's against the rules to do that. So you do have to listen to everything in order. So I don't know why I put timestamps in there, but you're not allowed to jump around. Unfortunately, John J. Stancliffe, it looks like he doesn't have an X account anymore, or it's not used. So I wasn't, as far as I know, I don't know if he has a new X account, so I can't tag him and bait him into watching this. So that's a real shame. But I'd say Fedbook is the worst of the six. Yeah, I strongly disliked it. So we're going to have these 6 titles to get into. Down at the very end, just super brief outro, discuss a variety of topics.
Oh, kids and their crazy dreams.
I'm so depressed I can't even blink.
We'll be discussing things such as trade school, various jobs such as Amazon, Pizza Hut, National Socialism, unemployment, looking for work, and sloppy Joe sauce. Yes, all of that and more in our outro, and we will definitely not discuss politics at all. Certainly not. And autistic research into Irish history, because of course we need a little bit of that. And okay. And I believe that's it for our intro. We are all set to begin now. Excuse me, boys. There was, in fact, one last thing, super small, very, very inconsequential, you could say. So many of you may know of this man, but some of you may not. But a while ago, I reviewed a book, The Haunt on the Isle of Esmer, by Justin Blair, which was a dark fantasy work about people going into this old ancient tomb on this Isle of Esmer, if you will. And I did enjoy the book. I gave it a favorable review. However, Justin Blair also has a Substack where he has a little series called Blair on Beer, where he reviews beers, right? It's called Blair on Beer. He reviews beers. Makes sense? Okay, good. I hope that makes sense to you. And it is with a heavy heart that I'm officially organizing a boycott of Blair on Beer. White Pill, why are you organizing a boycott of Blair on Beer? Well, I'm glad you asked. On September 22nd, 2025, Blair on Beer, the Flanders Red Ale, a little known European treasure. Oh, really? White Pill Media, being naive, being trusting, being a good person, if you will, decided I would take Justin Blair's recommendation at face value. I believed in him. I trusted him. So based on this article, I decided to try out the Duchesse de Bourgogne Cherry Creek. I will now quote to you from the article. I've never smelled cherries in a beer that evokes such a deep, earthy, natural aroma. This blends with the acetic, fancy word for vinegary, smell of the beer. Kriek means cherry in Flemish. Flemish is a variant of Dutch spoken in Belgium. Now, Kriek is often thought of as a substyle itself, but the base beer for a traditional Kriek is called a lambic. We won't dive into that right now, but the Duchesse de Bourgogne is a Flanders red ale with cherry adjuncts, not a lambic with added cherries. Hints of cherry, not overwhelming. Notes of orange pitch, a warm sour taste, instead of the sprightly citrus taste more prevalent in American sours. There is a vinous quality to all Flanders red ales, and that's present here. This is why the style is called the Burgundy of Belgium. The absence of artifice feels restorative. Blair's decision. 5 voters out of 5. Oh, that's high praise. That's high praise indeed. Oh, yes, a 5 out of 5. some reader of this article might believe that this was a good beer to go out and purchase, and then they might drive to a specialty beer store and go purchase it. For a 4-pack of these beers, it was like 24 bucks. It was like a little over 24 bucks. It was about $6 per beer. I can smell the cherries. Oh yeah, I smell the cherries. And I've had one and I have 3 left, and I'm going to drink all of them over the course of this review. And boys, fuck. That's still so fucking rough. But you can't like pour $6 beer down the drain, you know, you gotta drink it. This is some of the worst shit I've ever fucking had. Boys, let me ask you, when you hear the word ale, you're like in a fantasy setting, like ale, oh, I'll have an ale barkeep. What do you imagine? Do you imagine ale is something like a beer, or does it taste like wine? For me, and for everyone else, the word ale invokes beer. You think beer, oh yeah, ale, I'll have a beer, not wine. This tastes like wine. But White Pill, you say, the series on Substack is called Blair on Beer, not Blair on Wine. That can't be. And yet, I'm drinking this sour dog shit from fucking Belgium that was $6 a bottle. As you boys can see, I am obviously the victim here. I demand justice, restorative justice, to be frank. And yeah, I'm gonna have to drink like several other beers per every one of these beers to... Fuck, why would you want a beer that tastes like wine? Why not just get fucking wine? And I only like white wine anyways, but no, this is bad. You know, I trusted Justin Blair, like Carlsberg, you know, I'm not against like foreign beers overall. Like Carlsberg, I like that in Ireland and I bought some here. That's still good, right? It doesn't taste like wine, it tastes like a fucking beer. Anyways, that's it. You know, boycott Justin Blair. He wrote a good book, but yeah, this Duchess cherry shit. You know, I thought it was going to be sweet. There was like the non-cherry one and then the cherry one. So I'm like, I'll get the cherry one. That'll probably taste better. No. $6. Oh, and White Pill, where in the article does it say, actually, this beer tastes like wine and not beer? It didn't say that. I read the whole piece for you and I guess that just never came up. Whatever. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Not mad at all. Alright, enough preamble. We're not making a Western here. So, Tales of the Unreal, Volume 7. We have I don't know, there's not much to say. They're tales, they're weird, there's a number of stories. Some of these authors we have seen before, some of them are new, and it's a mixed bag, right? Anthologies typically are. I would say this is more of a recommendation, than the last one, and we had some good stories here, so yeah, check this out for yourself. It's an easy read. It's sub 200 pages. I think it was $10 or so. So yeah, I think it's worth checking out on your own. So if you don't want spoilers, skip this one, go to the next work. Otherwise, here we go. We begin with Mother of Monsters by Arbogast. It's been a while since I've read anything by Arbogast, so it's nice seeing his name again. But we open in 1941. We have a man, Mr. Gilchrist. His friend Zankov is dead, and it's a weird case where it appears that his friend died of heart failure as he was going to be deported because the Bulgarians are now under suspicion in the United States, and there's this weird little statuette which is kind of a little octopus thing, so you know, Lovecraft stuff, which I don't always hate, but it's like, all right, Lovecraft stuff. And Gilchrist ends up finding a journal written by Zankov, and he makes references to this terrible anniversary, and over and over again he makes references to this terrible anniversary. So then we get to the story in the journal. It's in the summer of 1913, where Zankov became a captain of this new ship, and he was attacking coastal settlements that belong to the Greeks and the Turks, but they're basically raiders. They're doing not really honorable warfare, but they're looting, they're attacking civilians, fishing vessels and such, and they're raiding villages, and yeah, so that's basically all that they're doing. And then they end up finding this cave, and there's this terrible monster in there with tentacles, and it ends up killing the majority of the men, and only like 2 of them end up escaping. Zunkov also writes that he believes that he's being followed sometimes, and he doesn't know exactly what it is, and that might be related to his death somehow. Like, I don't know, like they were part of a cult or something, and they were able to somehow do something to him. I think, yeah, the little statuette is evidence of something to that nature. But we basically end there. I thought it was fine. It's serviceable. I don't think it was bad, but it just, yeah, it plays out some familiar beats of, yeah, it is familiar. Like, it plays out in familiar territory with the kind of Lovecraft Eldritch stuff. And I don't really know anything about Bulgaria and what was going on with them, so I like the setting. I at least say that while it is like familiar Lovecraftian stuff, I think applying a new setting definitely helps to freshen it up a bit. This one was stupid. This is Miles Away by Charlie Jacobson. Okay, this one, there's a statue of Miles Davis, who is a jazz singer, right? And we have a man and Arlene, his girlfriend, go there, and they go on like his birthday, and they were here specifically to greet the ghost of Miles Davis. There's this weird dumbass number thing going on. 1 + 9 + 8, 30, a 7 of clubs like Bill Clinton. You have a strong sense of creativity and self-expression, a worldly entertainer. When hurt, you retreat into a shell of morose silence for extended periods. That's right, sometimes I wake up. You have 2 5s, lots of 5 energy. I haven't understood a motherfucking word. I'm a 6, a perfect 6, and 6 is the number of the devil. I don't know what this number bullshit is. I don't fucking care. Maybe it's a jazz thing, maybe it's a music thing. I don't care. This story's over in 4 pages. And then his girlfriend turns into a ghost, and he gets like ghost cucked by the jazz guy. And, you know, our last sentence is, she was miles, capitalized M, for miles away. I don't get it. This was just not good. It's just, hey, it was weird and bad. And it was 4 pages, so alright then. You shouldn't have shared, right? And I know people are like, oh, you should write, you should share. Some of you shouldn't. We need to talk about that. Okay, Late Night Space Wars. This one, we have some assassins. We have Ankam, who is training to be an assassin, and he's supposed to go after this target, who is a comedian who has drawn the ire of the governor of Mars, because we're in the future a bit. I believe Ankam is black or something, because we note on 25 that he has dreadlocks, so that's nice. He could be a white guy with dreadlocks. Hey, that's right. But I'm thrilled with our protagonist. Oh, in the first artist, he's a piece of the governor's propaganda on Mars, and he basically just feeds the masses slop comedy shit, which is safe and doesn't go against the governor's will. So Lopez is the first artist, and the governor uses him as like, yeah, he's his little pet, his little propaganda piece. But one night Lopez goes too far, and he suggests that the governor, his like life partner, so I guess the governor's a Fenoik, but the governor's gay lover is actually a clone of him, which is even more weird and incesty, but okay. It's somehow more depraved than just being gay. And this is a big no-no because cloning is illegal in the future, and, you know, this is like smeared the governor, so now he's on the outs with him, and all he has to do is apologize and all that, and now he's wrestling with, does he go back on his joke and what he truly believes and thought was funny, or does he cave? So he's no longer a social pariah. Some people like him and what he said, but many don't, so now we're wrestling with this. And he tries to run it back, but it's a little weak, so now they want him to do like a full-on huge apology thing. So he decides he's going to do the whole apology, and then he has a huge crowd, and he has a tablet which is giving him the speech that he needs to give, so, to cover his ass, basically. And the AI here quickly reformulated his speech to guide Lopez back to the original message as smoothly as possible, much like a navigational computer would correct a course deviation made by a pilot's blunder. The crowd murmured. They sensed an incoming apology. Lopez felt like a man snatching a water flask from the parched lips of a dying traveler. We use similes a little too much. I don't know. I think similes can be okay, but just back to back, and then there's some other instances here and there, which is like, all right, settle down. He decides that he's not going to be the little propaganda stooge, and he says that, yeah, the governor's gay lover is in fact his clone. So take that. I don't care about the consequences. And our assassin from the very start, who was like briefly mentioned like a little bit in the background, he ends up killing Lopez for this. And it's just, alright, I don't know if we need the whole thing with the assassins, and there's like a secret brotherhood of assassins and all that. I think just maybe a little tighter of a focus on Lopez would have been good enough. It's just, I don't know, I'm not sure if that was quite necessary. Just have him be killed, I think that's fine, but I don't know if Occam as a character was really... It's not just because he's probably black. White Occam, you could cut him too. We have the Golem of Cairo, which I loved. I knew just going in reading the title, it's gonna be what I think it is, and I love it. Just from the outset, I fucking love it. The Golem of Cairo. This I just find annoying. I don't really like the writing style here, but we have our favorite people, God's chosen people, our greatest ally, the Jews in Egypt, who didn't do nothing, as of course they always didn't do nothing. You know, like in the Bible, don't they, you know, like murder the firstborn sons of all the Egyptians? That's a little something. I'm just saying, like, that's not nothing, right? That's not nothing. So maybe the Egyptians hated them for a reason. Whatever. But we essentially have generations and generations of this golem being locked away, and it like protects the Jews, you know, when people come into this pyramid, or they're in a temple. Maybe, I think we are in a pyramid. And he fights a mummy at some point, but it's not very interesting. There's not much of a narrative. It's just Jew golem. That's it. That was the story. Jew golem. Sybil by Cesar Welchmers. This name is familiar to me. Is this Phantom Whispers, perhaps? Perhaps it is. Anyways, little one, we have a guy scrolling for escort pages on his phone, and he is tired of Asians, and he wants a pog, goddammit, a pogged up tit cow. This is lovely. So he goes over to this escort's apartment, and they begin with sex, and it is not good. It is not. He kind of gets devoured by her, and he's like a ghost and dead. Now he's with other ghosts, and okay, there you go. It's very short. It's like, again, like 4 pages, or 5. It's like 5 pages, but I guess, you know, he orgasmed, so I don't know, but you're a ghost now forever. What do you want me to say? It was 5 pages. He got eaten by some weird, like, monster pussy thing, alright? There you go. Son of a bitch. I'm trying. It's not easy to review, like, anthologies like this. City of Stone. Alright, we have in the early 1700s, a European found the lost city. This is somewhere in, I forget where it was. This is about a small group of researchers that decide to go investigate this myth about some European a long time ago finding this long abandoned lost city, and basically there's really not much of a plot or like strong characters. It's fine. I think it's all right. And they find the remains of this city, and it's just speculation about where buildings would have been, and here's the layout, and what would their culture have been like, what happened to them, why haven't we found any human remains here, things like that. So it's sort of a interesting intellectual exercise, right? It's, yeah, some of the stuff they talk about is kind of neat, but and they can't like find evidence of humans there, but it's obviously man-made, and there's speculation that aliens, and And it's just a lot of theories that don't really go anywhere, and I think it's alright, but yeah, not much to really get into. It's like, alright, yeah, you can endlessly speculate about anything. A Tale Told in the Fog. Alright, so this is about a small little port town and another little port town where they sent like one guy in their community to go get supplies from the other town and to return, and then a few days have gone by. He has not returned yet. So they get a group of guys together on a boat and they go there to investigate, and it's like a ghost town when they arrive, and everything's very weird, and there's fog, and it turns out that a abandoned ship had drifted to shore, no one aboard, leastways no one living. You see, the man who died, he went aboard, said all that he found, and there was a coffin, and then he died. And of course, the man that went to go investigate the coffin, he had bite marks on his neck, so alright, we're dealing with vampires. It turns out that the boy they sent, he'd gotten bit by the vampire, and like the whole of this little port town had been, taken by vampires at this point and like devoured. And they're able to make it home, but they had to abandon the boy because the vampire ship was after them. So they're home, but now the town is fled because the fog came with them, and also the vampire ship is now shown up near them. The captain who transported the guys there and back has a peg leg, and he's been talking with a stranger here, and he says, I had come here to die, hadn't I? After they'd taken my leg and my mates and I had run away, crawling back to the ship. I wasn't going to run again. I wasn't very good at it anymore. That's a good line. Because in his past, they were in Africa and he had abandoned his men to cannibals. We like that. We like that here. This guy ends up talking him into going to save the boy and stopping the vampires, but when he shakes the man's hand, the man suddenly vanishes, so he is alone, cold and alone, and he was talking to a ghost. This guy was a friend to the, first victim of the vampire, and so he goes aboard the ship, the Hollowmire. The boy is there, and he tries pleading with the old captain, saying we'll go to some other port, we'll never come back, but he can't do it, and he ends up falling in his peg leg, which I thought maybe this was a little, a little maybe overdone, but he ends up falling through the floor, and his peg leg goes straight through the coffin and pierces the vampire, which is like, okay, fine. He kills the vampire, the ship falls apart, that's all great, and the boy is alive and is able to come home to his mother, who is a widow. So yeah, it's a nicer ending than I thought we were going to get. I thought this one was rather well done by Dr. Agunson. Maybe the best in the lot, I think, perhaps. Yeah, and it's familiar enough where it's like, okay, we're dealing with vampires, right? But it felt good. It was strong. The Chitinous Veil, C.C. Parker. I didn't care about this shit. So we have humans, and there are some like monsters and shit. Okay, this guy is like traveling with his family to avoid some monsters, and they're going to the city. They end up being caught by the monsters, and then he is like turned into a weird insect thing where he like sheds his skin and everything. And now it's just his life of, being a monster and like slaughtering humans and taking over the world and swarming. And it's kind of fucking boring. I don't know. I don't really give a shit. I don't care about a protagonist. I don't care that the world's ending. It's done. C.P. Agun by Grozny. Okay, we begin with, I'm writing this at the end of my rope, since by the time I posted this onto the discussion forums, I won't be here, quote unquote, anymore. I'm broke down to my last 2 Zans, which are the only reason I can keep going anymore. This is about a man who's playing this online game, and he's in this workshop map called CP Agan. It's a shooter game, and everyone eventually stops playing with this guy because he's an asshole and he's not very fun to play with. But there's one guy who still sticks around, and this guy's called the Sorcerer. The sorcerer doesn't really speak, but he tells him to follow him, and he's going to show him a glitch. So they end up walking up, and they can see this and they end up walking, and they can see the outskirts of the skybox and some 13 ruby towers, and then there's this invisible platform and this set of stairs. So they end up climbing these stairs, and he feels this real sense of vertigo overtake him. The sorcerer ends up changing appearance in-game and showing him this great labyrinth city down below that wasn't there before, and he has him like walk in it. Like he just walks in his own world, and he enters the city, and he's so overcome by the beauty, the majesty of it. The sorcerer goes on to explain like blah 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 in ages past, times before you. Essentially, we had NPCs living in this little world. All the NPCs are basically dead now except for the sorcerer. Basically, they were fed scenes of violence mirroring a world unthinkable, so they were exposed to, violent video games or violent TV, and then it made them crazy and violent, and here we go. And then their world became a new battleground for a multiplayer game. They get taken over, players are brought back to life, they have crates and strange science and such. Sorcerer says, "Witness what has become of our world and what will become of yours. Witness the reaping of our once grand people at the hands of a cruel and alien god, and know that it has turned its many eyes and wills upon your splendid earth." Yeah, so it became a little blood sports world, and our protagonist experiences this horror of being like destroyed, and the whole world ending, and the ghosts of the NPCs attacking him and all that. And at the very end, we have some comments. "You fucking junkie retard Lamau, kill yourself with this fagfic slop. Sua baiting in fucking 2F2 forums of all places. Holy mother of Zoomer, get a life. Fucking analog horror, must scary video game, an empty server. Oh my soy, is that a source game without players? Dude, weed them out, posting in current year +8. Holy shit, lol, glad you're dead. If this isn't attention baiting, you fucking pathetic fag." We're being self-aware, our author is self-aware, but being self-aware is also not a substitute for a good or compelling story. If the author knew that some people would have comments like this, that they have thoughts or feelings about his story like this, then perhaps the story is just crap and it shouldn't have been written, right? Being self-aware isn't a good thing. I don't know, like, I feel like, okay, are there some tired cliches with Lovecraft or like Conan and stories in that regard, or noir? Yes, but there are people who can make those settings and those kind of tropes interesting and feel good and alive. Or like a haunted house or whatever. So, scary video game world, I'm sure there's a lot of those stories out there, and a lot of them are shit, but a talented person could make something compelling with it. And I feel like this is just a little sort of defense mechanism tacked on at the very end, like, oh, don't criticize me, I'm self-aware. And I know this is just a little story, right? It's not like a huge thing. But I don't like that. I don't like the feeling of that. It's like, hey, shrug. It's not very good. I know it's not very good, but whatever. I don't know. You could have tried more here. Boys, I'm not even halfway done with one of these Duce's cherries, and I want to stop, but I can't. I have $18 of beer to drink tonight. More than that, I guess Justin Blair got some sick pleasure out of, writing these reviews and tricking people into buying this stuff, but I don't understand the madness of making people drink this.
You have to keep drinking, like you said, remember? Stop! It will stop, Professor, it will stop. But only if you keep drinking.
Don't make me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Kill me!
No.
Oh, it's my fault. All my fault.
This story is called The One. It's by Declan Garrity. So, alright, we're in the future. We have AI, we have robots, we have one robot called The One, which other robots are viewing as kind of a messiah-esque figure. we're in like Latin America. There's a lot of descriptions of the women there and their brown tits. And all right, so our author is Declan Garrity, but we're dealing with like human cyborg or kind of robot relations where, it's sexual, it's a little gritty, race mixing stuff here and there, and it sort of reminded me of this book I covered quite a while ago on a Trough video. Not a Trough video, but on a Trough video by L. Montague. I gave this work a very unfavorable review. It was Heirs to a Flawed Creation, which is a little anthology. I strongly dislike that one. And I'm not suggesting that the authors are the same, but it reminded me of it, and that's not a compliment, but yes, it did remind me of it. And this isn't really interesting. The man's partner Coleman gets lost in the crowd, and then he's looking for Coleman. He finds him in the end, and I don't know. I don't really give a shit. They basically both get wrapped up in this cult that they were meant to investigate, and that's about it. Old Sneaky. Okay, this one we are in, I think, northern England, we are in southwest Scotland. So, husband and wife have lost a child, so they've come here to get away from everything, to take a little vacation. It seems like a very nice little village. The husband notices that a lot of the townspeople, despite it being like a rather seemingly poor working class town, have a lot of wealth and money and kind of showy stuff, so he thinks that's odd. And that night he ends up hearing something at the pier, so he goes to investigate, and there's some weird black shape, and it's this weird kind of monster, sort of. It's like a huge black seal thing, and it has arms. It's sort of human, but not human. It has like huge eyes and a small beak. And then this creature also vomits, and it looks like slimy marbles. So there's a relationship between the townspeople and the monster, where the monster every now and then will come and it will vomit. It's like once a year now, and these marbles that it throws up are actually worth a lot of money. That's why the village has all this wealth. And in exchange, the thing like feeds on people. It's all the villagers have basically done it, and it doesn't kill them, but they're kind of like fucked up from it. I don't know if it's necessarily eating their organs, but they all have like scars on their stomachs, so it's doing something to them, but they all survive. And they do it because the elders in the village allude to a time in the past where they didn't want to do it anymore, and they didn't want to feed Old Sneaky, and it was very bad that they didn't do that, so they just do it. It's getting slower and weaker, and they believe it's going to die soon, so they won't have to put up with it for much longer. And they think this thing is perhaps related to the lamprey. And they decide that, all right, we're going to kill this thing, or we're going to try to. But that doesn't come to be, because they find the monster, and it looks like he's decaying, and it looks like it's dead. So they're like, all right. Everyone's pretty happy. They don't have to do anything about it. But weeks later, our protagonist is looking through this book on ocean creatures, and he comes upon the entry for lampreys, and once a lamprey has spawned, it will decay and die. He closed the book, he placed it back on the shelf, the end. Initially, I thought like, okay, so they made this decision to kill the old monster finally, and then it just dies. I'm like, all right, that's kind of weak, that's kind of convenient. And then we have the ending reveal, so I think it makes up for it. I thought this one was solid as well, pretty good. The Hog Pasture by R.A. Davis. We are back with R.A. Davis. We reviewed him in the last Tales of the Unreal, and he's here again. I like this one a lot more than his last story. So, we have a man named Harold. He has inherited a country property from some distant relatives who have just passed away. So he goes there to check the property out. He's looking to sell it or flip it, whatever, right? He just makes some money out of it. I believe it's his aunt or his great aunt. She left him in the house, and her husband died years ago, and then she just finally died, and he doesn't know how she died, but apparently the hogs got to her. And that's rather disturbing, and there's a lot of good detail about the house. The floor sagging and sinking, and it's like this long abandoned fun house. It's so decrepit, it's hot, there's no power going on, there's no AC, there's this smell. A neighbor named Elmer shows up and he talks to him a little bit. Maybe it's not a great aunt, it's Aunt Pearl, so maybe I'm wrong there. I apologize. Elmer leaves with some cryptid details about the aunt and how she would have big bonfires in the hog pasture at night all by her lonesome, and he'd never really understood it. Harold is still checking out the property, and he ends up renting a hotel room in the nearest town, and so he's going to retire there for the night, but he decides to check out the yard first before retiring. There's this weird section which is kind of circular, and it has this bad smell of rot around it, and he hears some sounds in the woods, like animals moving around there, but he can't see anything, but he can hear like the sounds of pigs rooting around. He decides not to investigate right now, but instead to return the next day. He notes here on page 170, keep this in mind, page 170, a 15-minute drive from the farm. That's where his hotel is. So, all right, we're rather close. He's also rummaging around in the upstairs for stuff that he could potentially sell and mementos and everything. Elmer returns. Elmer points out the weird spot in the hog area, and he says that his Uncle Nelson warned him that there used to be a marker there about 2 feet high, of some type of stone, slate maybe. That thing's been there since before the white man ever set foot in these parts. Hell, probably since before the red man. And you see how the hogs stay away from it, and that was true. Those hogs never went near that spot. But after Nelson had died, the marker was gone, and it looks like there was some dredging around the area. And the aunt was found dead out there, like at that spot, or what was left of her. We have a little bit of mystery of who removed the marker, I don't know if idol's the right term, but the marker from the spot. It wasn't Nelson. I don't think Elmer would have done it. Was it perhaps the aunt out of curiosity now that Nelson was dead? Who can say? And Elmer managed to kill the majority of the pigs who had feasted on the aunt, but not all of them. Some of them escaped into the woods, and there's just nothing you could really do about it. And hey, by the way, if you ever find that marker, neighbor, maybe put it back, to keep the evil eldritch shit from getting to us. Like, okay, sure, if I find it. He's also contacted people about fixing the house up. No one is willing to take the work on, and he's having trouble selling it, so he's not really sure what to do. He says here on 176, it would take at least a few days to sort through everything, but that time could probably be halved if you were to rough it for a night in the farmhouse. Because he's sorting through all the stuff upstairs looking for valuables that he can sell. This is rather flimsy. We said before on 170 that our hotel is 15 minutes away. So you could stay at the house rather late, and then drive 15 minutes to the hotel, get some sleep, and then drive 15 minutes back. I don't see how this halves your time, especially because on 178, Harold awoke with a start. So he's not working throughout the nights. He's sleeping in the house. So if you're sleeping in the house, why exactly can't you sleep at the hotel? That's 15 minutes away. I understand for the plot, for the action, Harold has to stay at the house overnight. But I think we need something a little more here. It's kind of weak. It's not very strong to get us to this point. Maybe the hotel is over an hour away, or 2 hours, well, that's not very realistic either. I don't know. His car won't start, which is also cliche. I don't fucking know. But yeah, this isn't very convincing here. Oh, and he also finds the idol upstairs, or the marker, and he doesn't know what the hell it is. He has this weird vision of his aunt butchering pigs are perhaps people, probably people, and then her and like feeding the monster or whatever it is, like bringing this offering out to this weird circular spot out in the forest. But he goes out there to check it around. He hears pigs snuffling and such, but he ends up falling and the mud begins to ooze downward around him. So he's in this circular hole, but it's basically quicksand. And he's looking into this black opening and he's being dragged in and his screams die in his throat. And there we go. We end with the snuffling, grunting sounds growing more urgent. And the last sentence is, "That is no pig." I think this is a lot better than the last story. I enjoyed it a lot more than the previous story. However, like the descriptions of the house and the build-up, that's all done well. But at the very end, it seems like I have to stay in this house. Why? It's going to save half the time to sort through everything. The hotel is 15 minutes away. That doesn't work. I feel, the payoff is maybe a little weak, but it really did set up like a good mood, a good setting. So I still enjoyed Hog Pasture. I think Mother Monsters was good. Tale Told in the Fog, probably the best of them. And Old Sneaky, also strong. Hog Pasture, also strong. Those are probably my 4 like best of the picks. Some weaker stories in there. Some are just like, okay, fine. But yeah, I did enjoy this more than the last volume. yes, boys, we are in fact including songs in between the little book reviews, so take it or leave it. You'll take it. But now we have moved on to The Prince of Saidon. This is by Miles McNaughton. This is $5. It's shy of 100 pages. It's well worth buying and reading. As I said earlier, it's a Arabic expedition into the desert seeking a lost civilization. We have this naive and probably autistic, some of you could probably relate, I certainly couldn't, and his belief that he will be this great prince who makes this wonderful discovery. So we have Prince Oscar, who lives in this city. His father is we say king, but I don't know. Does Sultan just translate directly to king, or is it sort of a ruler? But whatever. Their kingdom is Saidon. They are right next to the ocean. There's a bunch of desert around. Oscar has everything he could ever want there. He lives in luxury. He's going to marry his first cousin, oh joy. He's got women on the side, wine, pillows. He doesn't work in the fucking desert like the other trash. So yeah, it's good. It's good for Oscar, but Oscar is still somehow not happy here. He wants a life greater than just this. He wants to discover something. It's this natural human call to discovery. Maybe I shouldn't say natural. Africans really don't possess that, but I guess, maybe they're like Iranians or such, so they're a little better than like the Arabs or whatever, doesn't matter. But he's heard all these legends growing up about this mythical civilization existing out there, and he wants to discover it. This was sort of an odd detail on page 4 where he's outside his father's chambers and his father is being entertained by, the women that serve his father. He has his own women, and his mother had her own men, and Oscar's own future bride had her own men as well. That was just a really odd detail. I'm not quite sure why I don't know, it makes sense. Arabic Sultan guy, he has a harem of women and such, but I don't think there's any sort of basis for this, and I don't know, just a weird little detail because everything else seems sort of standard. They're not like we worship Allah Muslims, but it's an Arabic setting, it's patriarchal, they have a king or sultan, whatever. However, we're also super liberated when it comes to women, and yeah, we would allow women to just have sex with a stable of men. Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill, we'll just move on, but that did stand out. His father tries to persuade him not to do this, but realizing that Oscar is, determined to go through this, he decides to give him this old compass that he said belonged to an ancient kingdom. We don't really know what the compass does at this point, but he has it, and then he goes to meet with Jezebel, who is his first cousin and future bride-to-be, and she is less than pleased for this. But she decides that she will accompany him. They get moving pretty fast. The caravan's out of the city, at about page 10 or so. They meet an old man out there. The old man gives them some potential origin story for the world and how there was this Eden and it became all these fractured little provinces, and then there were perhaps two strangers, and these guys were maybe aliens, or perhaps they were angels or something. Sort of felt Book of the New Sunny, and I don't know if we like that here. And there's some evil with the moon. And there you go. And this old guy's like, hey, there's literally nothing out there. It's fucking poison to go out that far. So please don't go out that far, young prince. He's like, oh, I know better than you, old man. I did think this was a little heavy-handed when the old man reads Oscar's fortune. 19, the mask, the man, the gemstone. Perhaps you're running from a past that has damaged you greatly, or perhaps you're struggling to let go of desires and obligations that you feel beholden to. The mask suggests that you must become blank, that you bleach out that which once possessed you. The man suggests you may meet a man with unknown motives, and I don't know, I felt slightly overdone here. In the origin story, there's two angels or whatever. One of them's alive, one of them's like a soldier, and he just like lives out in the desert, and it's sort of this phantom trope that I guess traders or caravans talk about, sort of a ghost story. Oh, and then Oscar on 23, he's talking to Jezebel and, you know, trying to soothe her and convince her that everything's going to be fine. You will be queen and I will be king. We will rule wisely and justly over Saidon. That's off. That doesn't quite fit in with the setting, right? It's not, I don't know. This is very, very feminist, it feels like, for a seemingly patriarchal society. I'm sure at some points in history, in some parts of the world, you would have queens and they would weigh in on certain things, and that's not exactly the strangest thing. But I think especially for the Arabic world, which we're set in that, right, that feels incredibly off and not correct. And they're not too far out before they get attacked by bandits, and so many people have been killed in the caravan, and we're dealing with Howl of the Desert, who lives out here, and he's trying to barter with Oscar, and it looks like at first Oscar's just going to give him a bunch of treasure, but when Howl sees the compass that was given to him by the king, he really, really wants the compass, and for some reason Howl can't just murder Oscar to take it. It's like bound to Oscar, or Hal has no problem murdering people. He does it a lot, but for some reason he can't kill Oscar and just take it. There's something special about the compass. And Hal just keeps threatening to kill people. Give me that compass, boy. And he's like, no, I'm not going to give you the compass. So he's just murdering people in front of Oscar, and Oscar really doesn't give a shit. 7 men, 3 children, and 2 women were put to death under Oscar's vigilant eye, and he watched, he endured, he refused. And then they brought in Jezebel. Oscar even says, have your way with her, she is no virgin. And Hal just looking at Oscar's autistic face and realizing, wow, he's going to let me murder everyone before he gives up this compass. Hal tries to feed Oscar this bullshit story about the compass and how it belonged to his family. Oscar doesn't buy it, but they are able to come to a bargain, and Hal is going to lead them into the desert for the compass as payment later on. They're just traveling around. Things seem stable enough right now. Oscar thinks maybe he saw an armored man on the horizon, but he's not sure. And then they find... the only thing that they find, spoiler alert, is that the remains of an old well. He determines that there must have been a quarry nearby, there must have been some type of, I don't know, oasis or some little settlement, something. And this is proof that there were people out here, they did live out here, this could have been part of some trade route or something. And honestly, I could kind of identify with Oscar here. That is kind of cool that they found this old well. That is like really, really neat. And he's like, we have proof, Jezebel. There was life here. Isn't it magnificent? Don't you see? Oh yes, she said, distracted. It's very exciting. I love it. I love Oscar's internal voice where they're going through a sandstorm and all this horrible shit is happening to everybody. And Oscar just thinks this would toughen them. Oscar thought they would become better from this. Oh, and their food and water, which they had carefully rationed out, some of it was destroyed in the sandstorm, so now they're going to have to turn back earlier than they wanted. He has set up Saidon's blessing, which was a little sort of trade post or whatever out in the desert. He discovered the landmark well. He made contact with the nomads and parlayed with bandits. It should be enough to make me satisfied, and yet I am determined to continue on. I wish to find what my heart is seeking. This is still not enough for me. More and more people keep leaving the caravan. They think they're gonna die if they keep going with Oscar. And it seems like things maybe will turn around and that they found another caravan all the way out there. It turns out everyone's dead in the caravan, so that's another little bad omen. Jezebel goes a little crazy. I guess it was her time of the month, because I don't know why she was acting up like this. It was a little, emotional, a little womanly, but whatever. That's how women are. He takes a lot of stock in the memory of the well, and frankly, so would I, but the other people, they just don't see it. They just don't see his vision. Al has taken over the caravan, and they're going to abandon Oscar here. Even Jezebel, You know, so much for family loyalty. She decides to abandon him for Howl, and they're gonna follow him away. Oscar tries to give him the compass in exchange for taking him back to civilization, but Howl, for some reason, is refusing to take it. He was so determined to have it then, but he won't take it now. I'm not exactly sure why. And he humiliates Oscar, makes Oscar beg and bark like a dog, and just beats him and such, and then they leave him, and Jezebel even laughs at him before they all leave. Now Oscar's all alone out in the desert. He has very little food, very little water, just really a walking stick and the compass. And some of you may feel that Oscar was not taking it well, but he kind of was. He takes his robe on 56 and he draped it along the ground. He smoothed it flat, admired it, then shook his finger at it. Beg, he commanded. That's a good boy. Beg now. Now bark. Woof, woof. I'll show you proper. Oscar flung himself on his hands and knees and spun around barking for all the silence to hear. See, he said, laughing. That's how you do it. Now you're like me. So he's taking it pretty well at the start. I was kind of concerned for him, but yeah, you know, he's holding it together. He potentially got himself turned around and was just marching in the wrong direction, so he may have just wasted an entire day's travel. Has all these little fantasies about torturing the bandits, stealing their water, humiliating Howl and Jezebel, who is pregnant with Howl's child, and his delusions. And then we have Oscar just dying. No one comes to save him. No one rescues him. It's just this slow crawl along the page of his body finally shutting down and then falling still. And then we wake up in a dark sky and we have the armored man here. He is across a campfire from Oscar. The armored man says nothing all the time, that he is with Oscar, but Oscar follows him. He regards the compass for a moment and gives it back. And there are like shades and other monsters in the desert that the armored man protects him from. There's this large ocean. We're sort of traveling. I don't know. This is sort of, I guess we have like the 9 circles of hell, and this sort of felt like the Arabic version of that, where we have things out in the desert. We have these people waiting at the shore. He and the soldier get in a boat, and they go out in the ocean. There are shapes of people in the water, and there's a bunch of bodies in there. Oh, and this was cool. They come over the top of this hill, and there's this uncountable army of skeletons digging through the sand on their hands and knees. It looks like an outline of a city lost to time. The skeletons look like they came, it seemed, from all eras, from all parts of the world. Even soldiers from the same army refuse to help their comrades with the digging. They're too absorbed in their own to care. And I like that the skeletons hiss when Oscar gets close to them, but they're seemingly digging for treasure, but every time they dig, the sand slips down, and they just keep digging over and over again. Oscar watches them and thinks that, hey, maybe they do know something that I don't. Perhaps there is treasure to be found there, and the soldier seizes him by the wrist again and drags him away. Then we come upon groups of people that are absorbed in their own pursuits. We have a guy who's just looking through a telescope, and a bunch of other people like artists and musicians. They can't stop going into their craft, and Oscar realizes that this is a test of willpower. The soldier will not lead him any further, so it's just Oscar on his own now, and now he's in basically the outskirts of a town, and the people here, they don't seem malicious, and they offer like Oscar, hey, come in, there's food, there's hospitality here, but Oscar refuses. He knows that this isn't where he is supposed to stop, and then he makes his way into the inside of the city. He keeps going. He's just passing through everything. He's not really stopping. So we're just kind of getting a drive-by of everything here. And he witnesses a bunch of people in the city just breathing silent prayers. And in the center of the city is this grand building with this spiral staircase, which which has this tower, and it's all white and polished, so he decides to ascend this, and there's all these different landings in the tower. He sees basically humanity. It makes him feel very humble, very kind of small in the scope of everything, because his whole great journey expedition into the desert compared to everything that's come before him, it's rather insignificant, but it's also like a part of this tapestry of humanity. And there's a woman here who is with child. Her putting his hand on her stomach, it sort of makes him feel like a child again, or like in the womb, right? And finally, he makes it to the top where there is a figure here. And perhaps this guy is an alien, like an alien from the story the old man told him. And he offers Oscar the choice of staying with them and searching for a cure, or choosing to continue on his way. He tells Oscar that he has arrived here and will arrive again. And you can just keep going, climb the ladder, and see. And Oscar says that he will return to help him with his cure. He will not forget him, that he will return. So Oscar has passed all the willpower tests, and he climbs up, and he sees the world as if it was held in the cradle of a great basin, like the old man said that was the origin of the world. So I guess that is true. And we end with Oscar being incredibly humbled. Oscar has been reborn. He is like back. I don't suppose he'll keep his memories or anything, but it's him being born. He's with his father and mother, and I suppose it's a bit of a time loop. I don't know if he'll necessarily retain memories or not, or whatever, so he can do it better the next time, but I suppose it's another chance at life, or maybe he's just gonna repeat the same things that he's already repeated. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think the, afterlife bit, that was great. I like him in the desert. I think Oscar's voice is very good. It's a nice, tight little novella. There's really not much for me to complain about here. It all felt good. So yeah, Prince of Saidon, strong recommendation.
Western Bay, and it serves 100 ships a day. Lonely sailors pass the time away and talk about their homes. And there's a girl in this harbor town, and she works laying whiskey down. They say, Brandy, fetch another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine girl. Your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. Brandy wears a braided chain made of finest silver from the north of Spain. A locket that bears the name of a man that Brandy loved. He came on a summer's day, bringing gifts from far away, but he made it clear he couldn't stay. No harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. His eyes when he told his sailor story. She could feel the ocean fall and rise. She saw its raging glory. But he had always told the truth. Lord, he was an honest man. And Brandy does her best to understand. At night, when the bars close down, Brandy walks through a silent town and loves a man who's not around. she still can hear him say. She hears him say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea.
Weird Trails by C.P. Webster. We are back. So this is a anthology, but it's a progressive anthology. We're following the same protagonist. We have 6 short stories here. It's about 180 pages. We're in the early 1900s. We follow Joe Pemberton in Texas. We're in the Great Depression, and our first story is about him inheriting some land out in England. And this collection is about Joe, and we're in Europe, we're in America, we're south of the border in Mexico, and he is fighting kind of eldritch things. He's not like a monster hunter, just supernatural stuff seems to seek him out, right? It's not something that he's necessarily looking for, but when it does come his way, he doesn't run from a fight. I did like these. I do think the last story, there's an element introduced there which I don't love. I think that perhaps needed to be introduced sooner, and it's interesting. I don't think it quite works, but I like the rest of the stories. If you're looking for some action adventure stuff with some Lovecraftian eldritch elements, then here you go. I think this is a good choice. So we begin in 1935. We have Joe Pemberton. He arrives in England, and he had a distant relation, Sir Edmund, who has passed away. So Joe was the only one who could inherit. So now he has come here to take over the estate, and his relations died under mysterious circumstances. A body was never found. They believe that he was thrown from his horse into a river, and it was just some type of freak accident here. But it's strange, and the old butler doesn't quite believe it because the horse that came back was also wounded. And there's this old ancient tower on the outskirts of the property. Joe decides to check the area out. He gets the butler Crothers to go into some of the myths and legends about the tower and the land here, and how there's supposed to be some giants down below the earth, and this tower was meant to keep it down there, and his family were the wardens of it. Joe doesn't really believe any of this, and he doesn't really know what to think or what to do. His wife died in childbirth back in Texas, so there's not really a whole lot for him to go back to, and he's just kind of hanging out. He enjoys that there are horses on the property, and he gets to ride them around, and then he meets a young woman out riding, and she is Alexandra. But the old tower is gnawing away at Joe, and he decides that, he does need to investigate. He needs to know what's going on, what really happened to his relative, and his horse won't go near the place. It's very spooked, so he decides to go in on foot. And there is a secret chamber that leads down below the earth. It's dark, it's creepy. There's a room where the floor is covered in heaps of bones and animal remains and states of decay. He also finds a large golden ring, and when he brings it back to the butler recognizes it as belonging to Sir Edmund. Oh, I almost forgot. They're also attacked on the way back, and they're being pursued in the forest, but they're able to escape from whatever the monster is, but it speaks to him in his head. But there's no time to rest. There's no time to process everything that just happened because Alexandra did not return home, and Joe knows that she must be at the tower. She must have been taken captive or something by the creature. And he's trying to kill it with his guns. Nothing's working. And the butler arrives in the nick of time with the sword, and You know, the sword is able to defeat the monster and everything works out well. I mean, some people died. So the giant is killed, the girl is saved, and, you know, him, the butler, and her get out of there. So, yeah, I think this is a solid opening. I was a little surprised here because I thought initially that this collection was going to be about Joe Pemberton, Texas, roughneck. He's come to England and he's going to fight here and deal with like English monsters and European stuff, but they end up going back to Texas, and that's where a lot of the stories take place in the US, which isn't a bad thing. I just thought since he was inheriting a title and lands that's where he would actually go and remain, but that was not to be the case. Some time has passed in between the last story, and he and Alex are married now. It's been about 18 months. I do kind of miss the butler and wish he had come, but whatever. And he had this weird dream vision about a man, like a pale man, in the jungle, and he's sort of a savage, and he's fighting some type of dark creature. He doesn't know exactly what's going on with that. And then Joe ends up getting a telegram from a friend, Warren, who started like a oil drilling business in Mexico, that he's having trouble with the locals, so he's asked Joe to come down and help him out. Joe goes down there. Things are not quite all right. It turns out that Warren did find oil, but they also found some other stuff, and the doctor who led him to the place where they found oil was messing around in this old temple. The local Indians were not pleased with that, so they began to attack Warren's dig site, and Warren didn't know what the hell was going on, and our doctor is a Dr. Eisenberg. I'm not really sure if this guy's supposed to be the bad guy or what, but Dr. Eisenberg was messing around in the old temple, as they are wont to do, and it turns out that there's a monster down there, and he stole something from the temple, so the monster has been like released, so the Indians want this shit put back. Then it's all fine, it all works. There's a chupacabra monster. They defeat it, it's sealed away. The Dr. Eisenberg is also defeated, and it turns out the natives are like pale guys, so I guess we're going with the interpretation. I don't know if, you know, technically maybe were there some white people in like South America or such way back when. Maybe that's true, I don't really know, but yeah, that's what we're going with, that there are, you know, a tribe of pale white guys, you know, keeping the chupacabra in check in Mexico. So Deadfall Canyon. Joe is on his way back home after a hard day's work when he comes upon some strangers in the canyon. It's very late. There's a storm coming. He decides to investigate. More time has passed. Joe has a daughter now, Daisy, I believe. Yeah, I believe so. Joe thinks they're prospecting for something, but before he can learn more about it, someone has come up from behind him and knocked him out. He is tied up when he awakens. He's able to free himself with his Bowie knife and his boot, and he decides to pursue the men who are... The Indians know that they're there, but they're like in sacred land or around sacred land, so they're using the cover of the storm, like the sounds of the thunder, to mask them blowing a hole in the rock so that the natives won't know what they're actually doing down there. And when they do blow the hole, they find that there's a massive doorway down there. It's like a Yankee, it's a Cajun guy, and third person. It's, yeah, Cajun guy, Yankee man, and third guy, but they're all bad people. Larimer, that's one of them. He laughs at Joe because Joe thought they were here for gold or for treasure, and Larimer says we're here to do a jailbreak. And he serves some masters who cannot pass into this realm, so they're trying to free something because they can't come here and do it themselves. And it's a strange object. It's a smooth bronze sphere the size of a man's head. all seems well. They did have to wade through some water to get over here to get the treasure, the sort of thing that they're trying to break out. So there's water. There's going to be something in the water. There is, in fact, something in the water, and Carter gives a surprised yelp and was dragged off into the dark. There was a splash and silence. Larimer books it, and Pemberton chases after him. They have to go through the water again. Something almost drags him out into the deep, and it really cuts up his leg, but he is able to free himself. There's this flooding going on. Larimer's holding onto this rock, and he's trying to pass this sphere to something. It's crawling towards him, but there's this great bolt of lightning, and it seems that it has destroyed Larimer and whatever was reaching for the sphere, and there's this new chasm. In the morning when he wakes up, Joe has survived the night, and whatever's down there, he hopes that would eventually be drowned. But I think perhaps it's a little convenient for a bolt of lightning to come and to do this. Perhaps you could say it's other forces at work that are, we have supernatural things trying to take the sphere. Perhaps there are other supernatural things trying to stop them by the use of this lightning. Or it's just kind of convenient. It's still kind of cool, right? I thought it was going to be a sort of we're stealing an eldritch treasure thing and we don't know what we're getting into. And, we're trying to break a little god thing out of prison. That's neat. The Shadow of Coup. We are back in England. It's 1938. At this time, Joe has a son. His name is Tom, and they're meeting Alex's cousin, Wally Anthrop, who has been looking over the estate for them while they've been in Texas. And there's nothing weird or strange at first. They initially came for the funeral of Carruthers, the old butler, and they decide to stay for a few days and enjoy themselves. And it's just a coincidence, but Wally ends up recognizing someone on the street, a Chinese man, Professor Feng Yun, and it turns out that this guy was reported dead years ago when the Japanese, they've been invading China for a few years at this point. And he's supposed to be this historian, and the doctor doesn't look well. He looks very panicked, and he promises that he will contact Wally the next day, but he has to go right now, and the doctor was also carrying a gun, and he never used to do that. During the war, the Chinese army tried to slow down the Japanese advance. They released a river or some floodwaters, and this destroyed a bunch of miles and thousands of miles of lands were covered by surging waters. And in the process, certain artifacts were found, and he recognized them as being incredibly important. So he decided to secure one of those artifacts and bring it back here and bring it here to London for safekeeping. He's talking to them now. He is hiding out in the Chinese part of London and trying to keep a low profile, and it's the next night when they're all speaking together. He says on 2 separate occasions attempts have been made on his life. He believes that the Japanese are after him, and also certain Chinese warring factions want him dead as well, and whatever the artifact is. He believes it is the magic lotus lantern, and he goes into it. It's supposed to have belonged to a goddess named Qian Sheng Mu, who fell in love with a mortal man and had a kid, and he believes the magic of the lamp is able to defeat evil. I don't really know anything about Chinese mythology or folklore, but apparently it's an artifact of Wu, which means white magic, and Ku is dark magic, and he believes he's being haunted by that. They try to go to the museum where Feng dropped off the lamp because they want to take a look at it for themselves, and it appears that this doctor, a Dr. Muncaster, has took it off to his home to compare it to the Chinese artifacts that he has in his personal collection. And then Scotland Yard calls because Feng has been murdered. And we have a very bizarre murder here where Feng is in a locked room and he is headless and there's no blood. And apparently some men came by the museum looking for the artifact as well. They claimed to be representatives of Chiang Kai-shek of the Chinese Republic. So they must have known that Muncaster has the lamp. And so now that's in place. So they decide that they need to go speak to Muncaster. They go to warn him. They want to stay with Muncaster for the night to make sure that he's okay. Muncaster basically tells them to just fuck off. So they end up doing that. And then the very next day, they get a call again. Muncaster is dead as well. And this scene is even worse because we have Muncaster, we have two other men. They're all headless. And there is very little blood here as well. But it's not all for naught because the night before when they went to visit him, Wally ended up following Muncaster secretly when Muncaster went to go get the object. So he saw where Muncaster had it hidden in a little, I guess, pocket or recess in a wall, like a fake panel or whatever. So he is able to grab the lantern, and also, it's very odd, but the two men who were there to deal with Muncaster, they were all firing their guns into a corner at something, but whatever they were firing at, the bullets never connected with it, right? It just went into the wall. And these men weren't wild shots like Muncaster. They had like good shooting, and so what exactly were they shooting at and why didn't they hit it? They're not really sure what to do now. Wally's done some research and he believes that people who practice dark Chinese magic can summon a kind of monster demon thing that devours victims' heads. Joe's wife has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers left a note where if Joe does not come alone with the lantern, his wife will die. So he decides that he is going to go there, and they don't really have much time to formulate a plan on what to do. Joe is taken captive as well. He's able to fight off a few of them, but they have his wife. They are going to kill her if he doesn't surrender, so he has to surrender. And these are like triad guys who are involved in like opium dealing and such. And Feng did not want the lantern in China because as a national artifact, it means that whoever had it in this time of warlords would like try to claim supremacy over everyone else. And it's just, since China is so unstable right now, he feels like it would do more harm than good to be in the possession of China. But the warlords who do know that the lantern was found really want it because it would give them some kind of legitimacy to their like power, right? And these guys believe that if they recover the lantern and they give it to this one warlord, then they are going to be given all this opium shit and they're going to be the most powerful like Chinese criminal group. I like this guy, Ming Young. He doesn't live very long, but on opium profits, Jun Ying Brotherhood will grow more powerful, control all Tong in London, and I, Ming Yung, will be chief boss. But no one was listening. Their awed gazes were fixed on 8 points in the air 6 feet above the old man's bald pate. An amethyst pulsar, a magenta furnace burned in the cobweb dimness of the vaulted brick ceiling. It had seemingly appeared from nowhere, but rifting with a shiver of purse radiation, it rapidly grew, now beating and bloating like a fleshy, swelling, luminous bladder. When Pemberton had went down below looking for his wife, he came across one guy seemingly in an opium stupor, and this guy is now here, and he is controlling whatever the thing is, the demon that devours people's heads. And then this guy decides that he's going to kill everyone. The boss, Ming, he gets stabbed, and then he turns his demon on everyone else. I'm not sure exactly what his motives were, like if he was also working for the warlord and the warlords just wanted to tie up loose ends and just get rid of these guys, they're nothing to him, or he has his own aims for controlling the magic lantern, and I'm not sure exactly why. But everyone's shooting at the creature, nothing's really working, it just keeps devouring their heads more and more, and yeah, it's this good, tense, slow grind where there's really no escape and no one's going to get out of this situation alive. Pemberton is smart enough to not shoot at the creature like everyone else was and doing no damage. He ends up shooting at the man in the doorway, and this makes the creature shimmer and pause. And it looks like he is going to be murdered by the creature, but Alex is able to use the lamp, and the light drives the shadow away. So yeah, I really like it. I like the opium guy. I like Ming Young. You know, he didn't live very long, but he was cool. He had ambition, right? He was going places. He was going to rule all the Tong. And then our last one, which is a rather long one. This is Brothers in Arms. This is 1945. Joe Pemberton. He is a lieutenant in the army now. The war is almost over in Europe. And Pemberton is being transferred to some special group, and he doesn't know exactly what's going on. But Wally, Alex's cousin, has specifically requested him to join his group. This is Section 44, and they deal with paranormal activities and such. They are supposed to go and take out this Castle Schloss Ohlendorf, and they believe that the Germans are developing some type of Wunderwaffe there, a wonder weapon. That's kind of like Black Ops Zombies. I forget which map that is, but there is some weapon, right, called a Wunderwaffe, or yeah, I believe that's correct. I remember Ascension and the monkeys on that, and the world is all black and white until you turn the power on, and then the monkey rounds, they will take your perks away if you let them touch the machines. Well, we're getting slightly off topic, and we never do that on this channel, so I'll stop now and get back to the story. They're not sure exactly what's going on there, but they suspect that there's some paranormal shit, that there's perhaps werewolves in there, and whatever lies in the bunkers below the castle must be destroyed. However, they don't have a safe landing, and they crash, and when Joe wakes up, he has actually been taken captive, and he is confronted by two men. They are Germans. One of them is in a wheelchair. This is Hallerstein, and another is Weber. I'm not sure, but I'm fairly certain. I forget which work, but I believe there's a reference or two. It might be Hallerstein and another man to characters that C.P. Webster has used in other little short stories, I believe. They explain the situation to Joe, that things have gone very bad, that the SS, which they were a part of, went in to contain the situation and to destroy whatever was going on here, but their team has fallen on hard times as well, and it looks like Joe's team, that Joe is the only one who survived the crash, seemingly. And the three of them are going to have to work together to destroy whatever is in the castle. Oh, and apparently the Germans were making a machine, and they were trying to develop energy whose possibilities were supposed to be greater than anything mankind had ever done before. It wasn't an atom bomb, but they made something that they couldn't quite control. And Hallerstein also believes that there's this kind of dark energy, this malevolent force that is made everything go bad here. They called the machine or whatever the bell, right? And it was opening a portal to somewhere else. Or it is opening a portal somewhere else. So Hallerstein can't go with them, but it's going to be Joe and Weber. They armor up, and it's cool. They have silver bullets and such. And they encounter a body on the floor. This is Sturmbannführer Kessel. Kessel, that sounds very familiar. I feel like, and I've read a lot, right? A lot of little anthologies and such, but Kessel, that does sound very familiar. So I believe that's a character from before, and this is like a reference here. But Kessel's not exactly dead. He's turning into a werewolf, so they have to kill him. They're fighting werewolves. There's a golem thing here. There's like a witch, a hag. There's a Dracula. And yeah, they encounter a lot of creatures. It's fun. It's neat. They're going through this old Nazi castle and fighting monsters. It doesn't get much better than that, really. And they keep descending further and further into the castle. And they see a bunch of zombies, essentially. They're dead corpses, and they're all circling around the bell, the black metallic object that is like humming. The creatures aren't really aware of them until they open fire. Pemberton has a flamethrower. They're chucking grenades. It's cool. Oh, but there's also a little dragon thing that they have to fight as well. Wally and a few others actually survive the crash, and they arrive at the last second to help them out. They're able to get Weber out of there, but Joe has to stay behind to set the charges and make sure that it actually blows up. And he can actually see, like, through the portal, this great starless void out there, and there's something massive on the other side, so it must be destroyed. And right before the explosion, Wally looks back and he sees a figure, a bearded figure, a warrior as tall as Pemberton himself, who rested a supporting hand on the Texan's shoulder. And then it all explodes, and they are barely able to escape. Then we have this very brief little 2 pages here in 1947, New Mexico, where we have 2 men here who are out looking for a calf, and there's this bolt of lightning, and there is a man laying there, and it appears to be Joe Pemberton. He has somehow survived and come back from somewhere. Everyone thinks that he died in the explosion, right? But somehow he's here. And then our last section, we are in 1948, Northern England. This is called Reunion. Hallerstein has been in prison for many years as a POW, even though the war has been over for some time and they can't really extract any more information out of him. But he is being released through Wally, and Wally comes to get him from the train station, and he tells him that Pemberton isn't dead, that he's in fact alive and back. So they're going back to the estate, and the 3 of them are all gonna get together and talk about things. Joe says that he doesn't remember anything, that he woke up in that ranch house in New Mexico last year. I had no idea what had happened. Why, the last thing I could remember was telling Aunt Trupp to get. After that, it was just blackness. They feel that there is this sense of deja vu here, and this makes Wally go get this dark mahogany box. He reaches inside and pulls an object out, and the object is this green glass-like trapezoid. Each of its 6 facets bore an engraved symbol. Wally explains that this is an ancient artifact. Wally believes that it came from Atlantis, and it has been called the Akasa Stone, or the Gate of Akasa. And the Akashic records refer to a place where time has no meaning. It exists outside of our realm, a universal album of the ether where all that has been and all that is and will be, the sum of all experience and knowledge, is held in perpetuity. Mystics believe that in the right state of mind, this resource can be tapped into. I believe in fate, gentlemen. It was my fate to meet each of you, and that it was our shared fate to come together here at this time. As for what the stone does, well, that's hard to say for certain, but I conjecture that it was ritualistic, perhaps a catalyst to reach into that mysterious realm itself. So the 3 men touch the stone, and they wake up, and I'm not sure exactly what this time period is. It feels like Anglo-Saxon England, or like Welsh, right, before the Anglo-Saxons, or maybe they're the Britons before. It's something like that, where 3 men, they wake up in this tavern. They were attacked by the barkeep there, who was told to murder them and to steal this stone for this one evil magician, but the barkeep didn't want to kill them because these guys were the king's men and he didn't want that trouble, so they just robbed him. And then it turns out the barkeep and the rogues were betrayed by the evil magician, who ended up killing everyone. So these guys wake up in the cellar, and then they're on the trail of the magician to get back this Akasa stone, right? Castellan, that's the sorcerer, and King Mordris is awaiting them, and they can't disappoint him, so they're on the trail to go get Castellan. So yes, all 3 of them are seemingly back in time, and they're not having like memories of them. They don't have memories of them like, hey, remember when we were in that castle with the werewolves? It's just the three of them have been transported back, and they're like this trio of friends, right? These, I don't know, eternal companions, maybe. That's a decent term, I suppose. And they're following this bloody trail. It seems like something has been attacking Castellan and his men, and this creature, they get a look at it. It's this pale, bulky thing with long crab-like limbs and red tendrils or tentacles undulating along its back and sides. This creature, it wants the stone. They're able to get the jump on Castellan, and they put him on a horse, tie him up, and make the creature think that the stone is still with Castellan, so it's chasing after him while they're gonna slip away. And then give the stone to their king. The three men then wake up, and they realize not even 5 minutes has passed since they've touched the stone. Okay, so I don't hate that Joe Pemberton is alive or whatever. I think these stories are lighter than, well, I mean, there's some dark elements in there, like people get killed, but it's not as dark as some Eldritch stuff can go. So I'm fine with a more optimistic, happy ending there, but I feel like, I don't know, right? It was like a portal to an endless void without stars, and there's some evil, malevolent being on the other side, and Joe Pemberton comes out all hunky-dory. I feel like maybe that needed a little explanation. I feel like that's perhaps a little too clean to just whoosh, nothing bad happens, and then he gets brought back here and everything's fine. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe he was being protected or saved by that spirit of the warrior that Wally saw just before the explosion. Who can say? But this stone and their past lives and all that stuff, it just feels somewhat odd and sort of just tacked on at the very end. I think it was okay, like not terrible, but I feel that it should have perhaps been mentioned earlier and it wouldn't feel as jarring. Like, Wally was mentioned in the previous short story, which was a longer one with the whole Chinese thing. I'm not sure where you could have brought it up, but I don't know, like a small reference or something, you know, about a stone, or I don't know. They're just sitting in this house and they're talking. It's like, hey, by the way, I got this old stone, and then, you know, they all touch it and, you know, they're all having a adventure way in the past, and it's just like, that's, yeah, just a little different. We haven't really seen anything like that throughout the work. So I found that a little jarring at the end, but I thought all the stories were really solid. I think my favorites were probably, yeah, Shadow of Ku, Brothers in Arms. I think those were my favorites. Deadfall Canyon, I like that. Well, I liked all of them, but I like those ones a little more. More good stuff from C.P. Webster.
Leben, liebe ich zu leben. Ich kann nur sagen, ich liebe zu gefallen. Wenn auch nicht immer liebe ich zu lieben. Ich weiß nicht, was ich will und dort erwarte viel. Wenn ich mir was wünschen dürfte, käme ich in Verlegenheit. Was ich mir denn wünschen sollte, eine schlimme oder gute Zeit. Wenn ich mir was wünschen dürfte, möcht ich etwas glücklich sein. Denn wenn ich gar so glücklich wär, hätt ich Heimweh nach dem Traurigsein. Wenn ich mir was wünschen dürfte, käm ich in Verlegenheit. Was ich mir denn wünschen sollte, eine schlimme oder gute Zeit. Wenn ich mir was wünschen dürfte, möcht ich etwas glücklich sein. Denn wenn ich gar so glücklich wär, hätt ich Heimweh nach dem Traurigsein.
And now we are moving on to the Black Album by Matthew Pegas. Oh, and I'll level with you boys. This is actually the next day. I only recorded the Tales of the Unreal 7 last night. I was recording really late. I suppose perhaps I had drunk a little too much because I felt like, oh, I should sit down for a little bit on my couch. I ended up waking up 4 hours later, and it was like 4 a.m. and it's like, fuck, I guess I should just go to bed and record this the next day. So it is the next day, and hopefully we get everything done. So I have very little positive to say about Black Album. We do open up with some praise from Brad Kelly, co-host of Art of Darkness podcast, author of House of Sleep. No thank you. And from Alex Kazemi, author of New Millennium Boys. It's a work of compelling modern alchemy. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, not likely. We're being mean. Oh well. I don't care. This is a strong non-recommendation. Yeah, and we open up with I Don't Like Mondays, an introduction by James Newlick. How did young men become so lost? This is one of the many topical subjects Pegas wrestles within the pages of the Black Album. He goes on. On page 2, the Black Album is a book for young men written by young men. There is no estrogen to be found within these pages. A high mark. Will it live up to it? Absolutely not. This guy thinks that in our modern world, young men have nothing to aspire to. There's no room left to dream, to become. Our modern world is so completely gutted, a husk that offers no hope or promise, only the dark reassurance that you will likely become a wage slave for the rest of your days. How do we reignite the American dream? What is the answer? He says, sadly, I don't believe there are any. He talks about rich people, they don't help, cultural elites who don't really give a shit, and young men and women who do care and make their opinions public are either mocked or vilified, if not both. Greta Thunberg, anyone? I can already hear a great gnashing of teeth. Bad example. Greta Thunberg was an AstroTurf bitch. None of that shit was fucking authentic. She was groomed by her parents, probably autistic, and that's really, really gay. So, horrible example from this guy, but continuing on page 4. In the Black Album, Pegas seeks a return to form, a place where young people utter the words to create their own future, if only you are willing to listen. Bold, very bold. So, side A, we have possession, we have a new profile pic, we have like a little screenshot from X, right? Okay. And this is a conversation back and forth through email between two guys. One is called Y, the other is called Z. Y is a kind of disturbed, mentally ill person who messaged Z, who was like a blogger and such, and he sent him a bunch of creepy messages, so he's asking if he can be a follower / friend again. So yeah, we have some back and forth. It's a little disturbing. They mentioned Terror House, so I don't know if this is based on any real conversations that happened, if there was someone like this, but he said, yeah, I read the excerpt on Terror House's website. I don't think Terror House is still around anymore. Maybe, maybe not. And they're going on about some of this shit and Crowley and esoteric crap. I don't care. Whatever. I don't know. That stuff just doesn't really interest me at all. And that's another thing with this Black album. We really like Bronze Age Pervert and Bronze Age Mindset here. Oh yes, boys. Oh, we do. So instantly, I knew I wasn't going to be a fan of this shit. I think there's something in Bronze Age Mindset about this. Bap doesn't recommend the path, and neither do I, but it certainly is intriguing nonsense. Gnostic sects of Christianity, Eyes Wide Shut. Z keeps sending more and more messages, and Y isn't really replying to him. Yeah, it seems like Y is probably a homosexual, and he kind of jokes about it, and homo nationalism, and wanting to get together with Z, and it's ultimately, it really just goes on from pages 8 to 25, and it just, I don't know, it just feels like it overstayed its welcome somewhat. Like, yeah, sure, it's kind of creepy, and then just seeing the dates and the times when these emails are being sent, and Y is obviously really deranged, and it gets worse and worse and worse, but the payoff just doesn't feel great. We say on 25, they found him on September 9th, 2020, after his girlfriend reported him unresponsive to repeated attempts at contact. They found him in a lotus position as if in deep meditation, blah. The cause of death was cardiac arrest. It's like, all right, I don't know. I don't think it really went anywhere. We just talk about some crap. Yeah, and Y also got more and more schizophrenic, believing that Z was attacking him or like hacking into his computer, and Z says he's gonna post everything online about him and that he's insane and dangerous. We talk about the Order of Nine Angels, tolerance of homosexuality and such, and yeah, it was alright. This one. I hope this wasn't real. I really hope this wasn't real, but this is September 25th, 2021, Los Angeles, California. It's Christmas morning, and I'm thinking about the Las Vegas shooter again, Stephen Paddock. They never figured out why he did it, so he's thinking about him. Did Matthew Pegas used to make video essays on YouTube? Alright, musings which I put online for the common good to promote a greater understanding of tragedies like the Vegas shooting, in the hope that in doing so, future tragedies might be prevented. Boys, there's not really like a plot or a narrative or things like that for me to discuss, so it's just, yeah, I'm just kind of going into it. He says he's not a video essayist, but a novelist. So, all right, we are talking about Dragon Days, so maybe Matthew Pegas did publish videos. I don't know. I don't think I've seen any. I know he had the podcast thing with Dan Baltic. Is that the New Right? I believe that was the New Right. Maybe I'm mistaken. It was self-published on Amazon and sold very little, save for a few dozen copies purchased by some of my 100 or so regular livestream viewers, themselves probably head cases. Hey, what the fuck, man? I bought Dragon Day and I bought this too, you son of a bitch. He talks about being a kid and growing up in the 90s and the 2000s, and yeah, You're probably thinking this guy is totally gay. I am not, but sure. Okay. A horrible absence of real masculinity, one of several reasons I'm sympathetic to homosexuals. What the fuck, alright? Same fucking paragraph. I'm not gay, but I'm super sympathetic to the homosexuals. Fanoik. He talks about him being a Boy Scout, going on a field trip, and all that. He sort of enjoyed it, and then he, laments later on that girls are being allowed into the Boy Scouts, which I agree, that's fucked up. That's a space for men, for young men to be taken away from them, and we don't really have a lot of those spaces left. Okay. Oh, and he was listening to emo music, and this is how he got kicked out of his Boy Scout troop, which, frankly, kind of based. Yeah. Crucial male friendships, blah, blah, blah. Wearing tight pants and the hair was an effective way to pull girls in anime club. Yeah, alright. Maybe that's true. Alright. Oh, a 38 here. I tried making some notes for a post-Christmas stream about Stephen Paddock, but I can't find the creative energy to do this. I'm getting tired of making these miserable YouTube videos. Of all the autists in the chat, no comment there. It talks about confiding in your Zoom therapist, which was embarrassing. It's embarrassing that therapy, 1, overall. 2, a Zoom therapist. That's even worse, Matthew Pegas. Even worse. On 41, he admits to being vaccinated. The timing of my issues lined up with around the time I got my booster, my 3rd overall shot. What the fuck, alright? Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. I don't know if this is real, but he like joined an anti-porn group where where it's like a group of guys that would sit around talking about like it's Alcoholics Anonymous or something. Which, I don't know. I feel like it is probably a severe issue, but I also feel like it would be kind of weird. Like, maybe that's more of a you and therapist thing rather than like a group activity. I don't know. It debates quitting YouTube to commit his own act of extreme violence. Oh, and he's time to drive to the gun store in Burbank where Elliot Rodger got his gun and buy one. What's with the obsession of Elliot Rodger? Alright, I get it. He was like more public, more well known than other mass shooters, but Jesus Christ, he was kind of a fucking loser. Like, I do get it. Like, to an extent, right? I do wish that people, before they went and did the things that they did, that, you know, things had gone differently for them and it hadn't happened. And yeah, alright, you can feel like some pity for them, but the moment they do that horrible act, I don't fucking care. I really don't give a shit about them or their well-being or how they feel or did you have a bad childhood? I don't fucking care. Do I wish things had gone differently and he didn't do what he did? Yeah, of course, but I don't understand the little, like, I know some people they do it like ironically, but kind of the mystique, right? The mystique around Elliot Rodger, kind of the like he's some figure of renown. He's not, okay? He's just really not. Whatever. Or even just like the obsession of shooters overall, like Stephen Paddock, who fucking cares? Like, yeah, you know, would it be nice to have a better motive for the guy and what actually happened there? Sure, okay. But he travels to Las Vegas. He goes to... he tried going to Mandalay Bay, where predictably they didn't let me check into the room where Stephen Paddock committed his crime. The Filipino man working the desk immediately knew what I was up to when I inquired if one of the corner suites on the 32nd floor happened to be vacant this weekend. He scowled at me and told me those suites had been permanently shuttered, but that he could set me up with an adjacent suite if I wanted. Well, I was here for a pilgrimage, so I went for it. So he gets, a deluxe suite there. Why? If this is real, some of this feels real, some of it feels maybe not real. I don't know. You're still writing about it, though. Oh, he also gets a gun from the same store as Elliot Rodger, held in my head now, just feet from where Stephen Paddock executed the deadliest shooting by a lone gunman in U.S. history. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? This is weird. What are we doing with this? Matthew Pegas, I was expecting something like fucking Dragon Day, you know? Not this. And we end this little section for better or worse. I've still got life ahead of me. And then by the grace of God, I discovered the Church of the Final Thought, to be continued. Whatever. He talks about being in... talks about seeing this cartel beheading video when he was in middle school at a sleepover, and it was called like Funky Town or whatever. Alright, then a curse against this world. And then we supposedly have selections captured from some YouTube live stream talking about just kind of gibberish. And we mentioned Elliot Rodger again, driving to his old World of Warcraft hangout planet, Cyber. We say on 60, Rodger's violence too was a force of nature, but he himself was victim of it. That violent force of nature made him its bitch. You could argue roughly the same with sexual sickos like Bundy, Gacy, and Dahmer. Not so much with people like Ted Kaczynski or the Zodiac Killer, and maybe I'd even put Manson in this category. These are men with skills who utilize them, however horridly. Men who made a calculated choice to lash out against the world in a calculated manner. I mean, no, I'm not saying the Zodiac's victims deserved it. Those kids in cars, the taxi driver, only that there's something we can't help but admire in the craft of the arch hunter. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off with that. These are men with skills who utilize them. Didn't Elliot Rodger, correct me if I'm wrong here, but didn't Elliot Rodger, he went to a sorority thinking he was going to go in there and shoot a bunch of women, and the retard got cucked by a locked door. That did or did not happen. Even though he has skills and he utilized them, did he not get cucked by a locked fucking door? On the day of retribution, he managed to cowardly stab and murder, I believe, 2 or 3 roommates, and then he shot at some innocent bystanders, and then he ended up killing himself because he was a little pussy. That's the saga of Elliot Rodger. Actually, rereading, like flipping through my notes for Black Album, I forgot about this little section here. I am more angry than I thought I would be. Skills who utilize them. These people are just sick, twisted, little monster people. There's nothing honorable there, right? Maybe you could pity Elliot Rodger, and he kind of had a shitty dad and a shitty life, and his parents didn't do as much as they could have for him. Okay, fine. He's still a bad guy. Yes, Jesus Christ. He lost to a locked door, and then he killed himself because he was really scared of the consequences of his actions. Alright, Palm Springs for religious reasons. Okay, this is about a guy who went missing. His name was Max Duels. Max is apparently severely autistic. His parents admitted that they grew tired of micromanaging every aspect of Max's life. They found him in a cross arrangement with 4 other corpses, so I assume this is fiction here. Yes, alright, this is fiction. I'm sorry. They find Pegasus later that day in a cavern on the opposite side of the outcropping. 29 YouTube live stream with a modest following. It appears that Pegasus had killed his victims, and the investigators are puzzled about why this happened. There aren't any links to any cults or anything. They believe Pegasus was engaged in an arcane meditation ritual with a connection to UCLA's psychology department. Oh, how interesting. Evil mantras and stuff, and we do mention W.B. Yeats, so we like him. We don't like that Matthew Pegasus mentioned W.B. Yeats, but okay. So we have some fiction mixed in here, but I don't think the references to Elliot Rodger and such, I believe that is Matthew Pegasus' voice coming through. There is some kind of fascination, appreciation, almost glorification, yes. We don't like that. And then we are with Y now from the Y and Z email segment at the start, which went on for a little bit too long. Now we're in Y's point of view. He's estranged from his parents. He's the only white person in the projects. And Z also wants to meet Y, and he just wants to determine whether Y is a threat to himself or to others to help him in whatever limited way he could. All right. So we get into Y's headspace and everything, and yeah, I don't know. It's just not. I'm just not very interested. Yeah, they did get together, and this was before the alt-right had its Tower of Babel moment following the Unite the Right rally in 2017. So that goes on. Then we're at interludes, sigil, cold shower mindset, starting the day of a cold shower, and then there's some shit with like black candles and tarot cards and crap. Yeah, photos of burning black candles. There's a photo, with the death card in there. Interesting. Now we're on side B, like it's a mixtape, and this is called Essays. Oh boy, I can't wait. Renaissance of the Ritual 2022. Blah. We talk about Mike Maw's gothic violence. Don't care. Don't care. I'll dismiss it outright. Gothic violence is just the latest example in a constellation of works arising out of Frog Twitter, which began to articulate what such foundational mysticism might look like in our time. I am reminded most especially of Bronze Age Pervert and his oft-repeated exhortation to look at the foundations of people's religions and systems of morality as the truest manifestation of man's highest capabilities. Gay. Oh my god. Foundational. I fucking hate philosophy. Foundational thinking cannot be engaged with directly. BAP tells us, fuck you. We must do something even more primary. Lay the groundwork for the mere potentiality of a new tradition. Where does sucking off Israel and Zionism coming apart with all that foundational thinking shit? Huh? Academic Josh Vandiver cautions if a religion emerges from the alt-right, BAP may prove in retrospect to have been one of its founders. Indeed, perhaps. Holy shit. I wrote in the margins here, book is a non-rec. It was extremely shaky before this, but after this, we're done. So I'm flipping through essays. I'm talking about, I'm just going over little shit I underlined. Sorry about that. I know that's probably not the best, but a lot of bitching and crying from White Pill, which is different because I never complain on this channel. We have a quote from Thomas Ligotti here, Conspiracy Against the Human Race. Isn't this guy, he goes, humans are nothing but, shit wrapped in meat, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, hyper-nihilist bullshit. I don't believe in that crap. Whatever, fuck you, asshole. And then we're quoting Dugan. Isn't Dugan a third worldist guy, right? He believes that the third world is gonna overtake the West, or we the West should submit. You know what I mean? He's not a European-centric guy, or even a Russian-centric guy. He's not a friend, I know that. One can join Ligotti in finding existence malignantly useless and believe humanity would do well to march willingly into extinction. See? What an asshole. Okay. Now we're talking about Schopenhauerism and Nietzscheism, for at least the Nietzsche of The Birth of Tragedy, who wrote that only as an aesthetic phenomenon that existence and the world are eternally justified. Oh, now we're talking about Nietzsche. Nietzsche rhymes with nigger. What else you got, Pegasus? Oh, this is good. This is good on 110. This is good. All right. BAP both co-signs on Schopenhauer's adoption of Eastern thought, but also follows Nietzsche in formulating an affirmative path beyond mere will suspension. Caribbean Rhythms, episode 44, Ex-Orient Lux, is a must-listen. We're literally quoting episodes of BAP's podcast. Jesus fuck, man. Jesus goddamn fuck. What the hell, Pegasus? What the actual goddamn hell? I wish I was drunk for this. I wish I was recording this later tonight so I could be really fucking drunk when I was going over this shit. Gonna have to save it for Fedbook. Yeah, you must sublate the vitalism present in the Kurthronic as the cornerstone of its own ultimate negation, most especially if your goal is to found anything new. Perhaps this is related. BAP's controversial exhortation at the end of Bronze Age mindset to descend into the filth of the underworld, keeping company in locations which fall outside the cultural sanctified zone, such as nightclubs and gambling houses. That's not all, Matthew Pegasus. I don't believe that's a full, quite correct quote here. Didn't BAP ironically, quote unquote, go into gay bars and flirt with gay men and dress up like Hitler? That's at least what he wrote in his shitty little book. Isn't that correct? Why not say that, Matthew Pegas? Why say nightclubs and gambling houses? Wasn't it a gay bar? You know? This is simply a lie. It's withholding of truth here. I don't have a copy of Bronze Age Mindset before me. I don't know. I was loaning out. I have 6 copies of my own, and I've loaned them all out. So unfortunately, I can't quote directly from the text, but I believe that is correct. He does specifically go into a gay establishment, you know, as a joke.
Now, please, it's a fucking joke.
Right. Sure. Say hi to your wife.
I'm serious. Yeah. Sal, please.
Unironically, this is how the right behaves with BAP, you know, where it's like, hey, we don't like gay people, but this guy's like openly a homosexual. There are a lot of open homosexuals in this thing, and people just kind of ignore it. I don't get it. I simply don't fucking get it. I think BAP perhaps played too many rounds of Hide the Cannoli and won. 115. As BAP imagined once on some podcast somewhere, what if a cohort of attractive women went off to breed with handsome surfers on some faraway beach? You'd actually have to have sex with a woman, so I don't think BAP's going to do that. Beyond the spatial and cultural borders of our nations and traditions as we know them, this would be technically in defiance of any existing tradition, but it would be the start of something new. It could even be the genesis of a morally superior people, and all that follows from that. Or it would be a bunch of single moms and fucked up kids, because we have the data and it shows that children raised without fathers. Look, even if you had like really great genes and you paired a really great guy with a bunch of great women and he impregnated all the women, you can't be a father to all those children. And if you remove the father from those children's lives, they're going to be fucked up. They're going to be worse than a kid with both parents in the household. It's a stupid, gay, homosexual LARPing thought experiment. BAP and any of those people would never willingly have sex with a bunch of attractive women. No, it wouldn't work, and it wouldn't be good, right? If you had like 6 wives, you're not going to be a father to all the children from all those 6 pairings, you know? And you're going to be neglecting some of your children, and I don't know. I just don't see how it could possibly work. It would be very detrimental to the upbringing, and I don't think that's how we should raise kids, you know? Just like shrug, you know, I just kind of ignored those kids over there, and they're really fucked up, and that's my fault. But oh well, some of them turned out okay. We're not like frogs or fish where you just spawn like 1,000 eggs and another like frog or fish comes by and like jizzes on them, right? And then, 90% of the eggs didn't make it, but 10% did. Good enough, I guess. We're talking about pop magic. Beneath the surface, however, I am convinced that there is much more to pop magic and to Alex Kazemi as a cultural jammer that meets the eye. Kazemi's affinity for Camille Paglia. She advocated for NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. She's a dyke. She's a tranny. She refers to herself as a man. If you're a man and you unironically take life advice from a woman, go fuck yourself. Moving on. Why can you not just get advice from men? And not Nietzsche, not BAP, not any of these fucking people, but just like normal people that aren't gay. How hard is that? Fucking Christ. Oh yeah, and he's just talking about the occult basics of Kazemi. I wrote in the margins, this is so boring. Is this what's gonna like light the fire for young men? Just occult crap and gay shit? Is this it? Oh, 124. I'm not making this up. To illustrate this further, I'll cite yet another episode of Caribbean Rhythms worth listening to, in which BAP turns Herodotus' famous pronouncement that custom is the king of all on its head, emphasizing the manner in which particularism... Okay, this is a super long sentence. I'm not reading it. Jesus Christ, we quote not 1 but 2 episodes of BAP's podcast. Oh, all right. Our next section on 135. And Golden Sunshine, All Along the Way, 2022. David Lynch, Bronze Age Pervert, and the Possibility of Inner Freedom. More BAP. Woohoo! Haven't gotten enough. In this way, I think he represents the potential reader to whom a book like Bronze Age Mindset is addressed. The book is filled with images of freedom, similar to Lynch's Downtown LA Drive, often taken from the animal kingdom, stallions galloping, birds playing in the midst of waterfalls, etc. So too is it filled with images of life in distress and captivity, weighted upon such forces as the glass cages of a zoo, cramped living conditions. Perhaps it is his keen eye for the constrictions of modern life coupled with his ever-present yearning for freedom that has more recently endeared Bap not just to the right wing, but to truth seekers and dissidents from across the political spectrum. Freedom to go to a gay club? Is that the freedom we're talking about?
He's a fag.
Bap famously advocates shitposting and bodybuilding. Look, man, going to the gym is not a bad thing. Exercise not a bad thing. These are both very good things. People should do them. Posting shirtless pics of yourself online, that's not to attract women. No, boys, no. Don't get groomed by that. That's for gay men, okay? Don't do that. Very good, very good. We learned something today. We learned something. All right, 140. This is good. This past summer, after rereading sections of Room to Dream in David Lynch's earlier, even more meditation-focused book, Catching the Big Fish, I found myself staring down the progressive fee structure on the TM Foundation's website, trying to decide if it was worth a week's paycheck to receive a Vedic mantra and a few sessions of guidance from an instructor with a Jewish surname. That is so fucking ironic, considering all the BAP worship. That is so goddamn ironic. I don't get it. I literally do not fucking get it. Whatever. We're moving on. We are not almost done. We still have like 30, 40 pages to go. I'm upset, but we will continue. And now we're talking about mantras and meditation crap, you know. Is all this, you know what? This is a good like case study that this mantra and philosophy bullshit is wrong because it makes you because it makes you worship people like Bap and such, and they're gay and Jewish. So yeah, philosophy is bad. All right, I get it now. I don't care. I think Nietzsche and Bap, as a student of Nietzsche, are well summed up as affirmative Schopenhauerians, affirmers of the world as will. Okay. 144. Now imagine Rudolf Steiner school-type institutions or magnet programs, but founded by a Baptist or crypto-Baptist. Children trained in some affirmative Schopenhauerian understanding of meditation and yoga on top of weightlifting, martial arts, and a Caribbean rhythms-inflected curriculum, a program of total mental and physical mastery. How strong and fierce a generation could be raised through this? They wouldn't be fierce, they wouldn't be strong, they'd be gay, they'd be weird, they'd be autistic. I'm just saying, I'm obviously not some guy to emulate or to look up to, okay? I'm just a guy who works a job and I do crappy book reviews, and I'm probably autistic. I haven't been tested. However, you know, I don't take much stock with philosophy. For me, it's just, you can endlessly speculate and think about how I would react in this situation or whatever and read books on this shit, but ultimately, until I'm put to the test, until I'm in a real situation with real stakes, I don't know how I'm going to react to it, so I don't really care about philosophy. Or this guy in 14th century France believed that blah, 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 and this is the correct way of life. I don't give a shit, right? That's not me. I don't know how I'm going to behave in a stressful situation, and I have values and beliefs, but I don't know, you know, gun to my head, would I hold up to them? I'd like to think yes, but maybe not, and I'll figure that out for myself. But you have this guy Bap as like a philosophical or spiritual leader or whatever the fuck. This guy lives on X. He posts on X so fucking much. That is his life. It is waking up and tweeting, okay, or Xing or whatever. This isn't a messiah. This isn't a teacher. This is a nothing. You read crappy philosophy books, you record a podcast, and you shit out a bunch of tweets every day, and then some pro-Israel shit. That's it. you're not this super cool guy with how much time you spend online. It doesn't work, right? This whole mysticism or whatever around the guy. Sorry, I don't think this guy is going to be a leader or anything. He's an online figure, period. Period. Cannot go further than the online. And then we have 15 hours in paradise, a layover in Vegas. We get broken down into hours, like hour 1, hour 2.5, him smoking, him gambling a little bit. I actually thought this section was sort of okay, but he then goes on to mention under the hour 12.5 section that he had gone on pilgrimages to see locations mentioned in Elliot Rodgers' My Twisted World. Who gives a shit? Now we're talking about what they took from us, the managed decline of America. This is the best sounding shit so far. But then he quotes this guy, Jack the Perfume Nationalist, who I don't know who this guy is, but apparently he is the last great homosexual, according to some guy named Cantbot, in the vein of Oscar Wilde. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but forgive me, but I believe Oscar Wilde was found guilty of traveling to Morocco or somewhere in North Africa and going to a brothel and raping underage boys there, and he didn't really get punished for it. Then he wrote some crappy poetry and shitty little books, and he has this fucking statue everywhere, and I don't got anything else to say about that. I don't understand how people can just drop this name. You know, like he admitted to being a pedophile. He admitted to being a rapist. Whatever. I don't give a shit about his fucking writing. I know it's not very good, right? But even if it was the greatest writing ever, I don't want to have this shit in my house, right? There's a taint to it. There's an evil there. I'm being unironic when I say that. I don't want like shit that was produced by, maybe it's people that I don't fully agree with politically or whatever. I can accept that. I can still appreciate it for what it is, but someone that did like great evil, I don't want that shit in my house. Weird how all these gay icons like Oscar Wilde and BAP and everyone else posting, well, of course, we're being ironic when we talk about wanting to impregnate children on X, of course. But all these gay icons really want to rape or legalize raping children. That's so interesting. Oh, and we also quote Camille Paglia here, who also advocated for the rape of children. It's almost like there's only one solution for the homosexual question. It really just seems like there's only one solution. Anti-blah, blah, blah, whether or not his podcast can recreate an anti-establishment gay underworld of the sort reminisced briefly over in Bronze Age mindset. Briefly? Okay. And we say here something about Donald Trump, and perhaps it is a good reason to support Trump purely as a symbol, as a work of performance art. We'll talk about politics more in our very brief outro, but Trump, is it worth it to support an empty symbol that the elites understand is just a tool to be used to manage the decline? Is that really worth it? We addendum to Dragon Day. Okay. He talks about leftists on campus and some of the inspiration for the book. Calls himself a conservative for Hillary in the 2016 election. I was sure she'd win. He says his views didn't last beyond that. Okay, pal. He doesn't consider himself a neoconservative. He's interested in Leo Strauss, whatever the fuck that is. Is Strauss a Fanoik? Huh? Probably. Alright, now I'm really flipping through. Yeah, he's talking about Strauss and stuff. I'm not interested whatsoever. Maybe this reveals that I'm still a pussy moderate the way that I was in college. I don't have a comment there. Oh, okay, alright, and then 191. It is tempting to think of Strauss's project, himself not properly Jewish or German, and certainly not properly a liberal Democrat, in a similar light. There we go, there it is. I knew there was something. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Alright, we end there. We're done. Take that, Black Album. Take that. Yeah, holy shit, what a strong non-recommendation. I don't think this is for young guys. Maybe if you have young guys that really care about this philosophy crap, but I didn't. I didn't find the fiction stuff to be super compelling either, and then it dragged on here and there. The worship of the gays, the baps, the pedophiles, it's all tiresome. It's all really, really tiresome. And I don't care. I don't care. Holy shit. What a strong non-recommendation. It's been a while since a book has angered me as much as Black Album. So Matthew Pegas 0 for 2. That's very rare on this channel to be 0 for 2 with White Pill Media, and yet you are. now we're on to the main course, Fedbook. Yes, the much praised, the prodigal son of the... What is this thing? Indie, right-wing, indie, dissident, lit, whatever the fuck. Many people have praised it. I did not like Fedbook. I had issues with the pacing. I had issues with our characters. I had issues with some of the narrative framing devices. I had issues with our climax and the believability there. I had issues with our ending. I had issues. Strongly didn't care for it. You could say I hated it. So, yeah. Not much more to say. It's about a man who is a part of a government contract agency where he goes undercover and he is supposed to infiltrate and report on groups, and he is sent to be a part of this group that's operating on this college campus that is planning some sort of violent action. So he's there to gather information on them and then turn them in. And it's about his involvement in the group and how he starts to slide downhill. And it's about his involvement in that. And yeah, there's a lot to get into. It's just, I felt that I can't really talk about the parts where I really struggled to believe it without getting into heavy spoilers. So I'll hold off on that. But we have this framing device that appears at the beginning, the end, and at various parts in the book, and it just felt very unnecessary. It's rather disconnected from the work. I think there is some justification for it being there, but it's years in the future after the events of the main plot. But I just felt it was unnecessary. It just kind of added to the page count, and then it was just sort of a very slow beginning. There wasn't like a ton of action, and then I don't know, we just kind of meandered a bit. There were some good parts, some stuff I did enjoy, but yeah, strongly disliked it. So now we're gonna get into the review, and we'll just go over shit I underlined and sections and such, and you boys know the drill. Some stuff I could say before getting into the book: it feels somewhat like a postmodern book, and I mean that in the most insulting way possible. Like, characters are in a web of intrigue, but that web is within a web, and that web was in a web, and it's all tied to characters I don't really care about. And if I'm not invested in our characters, I don't really care about the plot, and I never really cared for our characters too much. Some of them I thought were better than others, but not really. And kind of my biggest issue is that the characters involved in this organization in WEP, characters involved in this, the Crusaders, it doesn't feel authentic. It doesn't quite feel real, and I never got over my suspension. I wasn't able to suspend my disbelief for the work. So that was sort of a major issue. These characters don't feel correct. But anyways, now we'll get into it.
What are you crying? Keep it up. I'll give you something to cry about.
And we open with a man coming to an old man's house. The old man kind of lives in the middle of nowhere, and this guy's claiming that he had a breakdown and he needs some help. So the old guy allows him to stay there until the next morning when he can go into town and try to get some tires or some help for him. We have the old man here, and then the traveler. The traveler doesn't give his name. He's very cagey. He doesn't say what he's really doing out there or what he does for work. So the old man leaves, and the traveler, when he's alone, he gets down on his knees and he prays. He also rummages around the place, and he finds some stack of unbound pages, and he begins to read through those. Then we get to part 1, the Pope effect. Crane is our protagonist's name, Soldier Crane. He works for the American Rental Informants Union in the Northwest. And he doesn't want to be a part of the organization anymore. He wants to get out. And he keeps getting his pay reduced, but the agency doesn't do anything for him, and he just gets relocated to more difficult assignments. He got relocated to one which was about some white people in the desert, and they're pretending that they're Indians, and they would kidnap gas station clerks who were then adopted as squaws against their will, and they would just do drugs, and I don't think they commit a lot of violent acts. But a condition for his employment here was that he would only be assigned to nonviolent groups. And he essentially spends, I think, 2 to 3 years out in the desert in a drug haze where he loses all track of time. Eventually, he makes it back to civilization, reports on the group, and he demands a raise. He shows up with a gun in his waistband at the office. And that was funny. That was a good little scene. Then the woman there files for him to get a raise, which is later rescinded, and he is reassigned to Wyoming. And then on page 17, and says that his name is Tancred on his current assignment. And why is he called Tancred? Because he was a crusader, Prince of Galilee, and these people are the Crusaders. And in this organization, he reports to Baldwin, who is the leader of his cell, and Baldwin is a part of a group called the Triumvirate, and there are 2 other cell leaders, Constantine and Elijah. Oh, and another little aspect, this group is called Wept, as in Jesus wept, as in Wyoming Empty Planet Triumvirate. So you know how you get an empty planet? Appearances can be deceiving. Not in this case. And so far from what he knows, they're just recruiting people right now, and they want to occupy the campus, but nothing violent has been said so far. Oh, and this is nice for Soldier Crane, because while he is getting a raise here, since the group has turned violent, you just can't opt out of the raise, otherwise you'll be implicated and arrested as if you were an actual member of the group inciting violence against the body politic. I was speechless. When I wanted a raise, they gave me a different assignment, and when I wanted out, they gave me a raise. And to top it all off, pending my successful fulfillment of the union contract, I was now an enemy of the state. After his meeting with Klaus, he goes to meet with his friend from college, Rod, and his wife, Jane. It's a little scene. It's fine. There is a payoff later with Rod, but it seems a little, I don't know if I would say out of place, but I don't know. Like, I thought maybe there would be a little more interaction with Rod along the way, but it's not towards the very, very end that he resurfaces again. So, I don't know. A couple of pages spent here, and I guess it's showing off some characterization for Soldier a bit, but maybe. I'm not sure how needed this quite was, or maybe if it could have been expanded upon later or so. And his friend Rod also does IT stuff, and he runs programs to determine if bots are real or fake and if clicks are genuine. So there's some type of theming or whatever going on here with the real and the fake bots, and then between real clicks and bot clicks, and Soldier being a part of a group and he's a fake one and he's trying to mix in with the real dissidents or extremists and such. We have a little bus ride with Soldier as he's going back to campus. Some good descriptions of the people on the bus, and that gets into the structure of the union. There's 3 designations: violent, non-violent. The next one is types are divided between cult, political, and organization special interest group subcategories. And then the structure of the group. While on the bus, Soldier has a vision, a dream of this woman with black hair that he saw in the union office, and he imagines her as being pregnant with his child, and he's trying to lead her out of there, but there's nowhere to leave. And while here, he is posing as a student at the college, and he's enrolled in some classes. And he ended up finding the leader of the group, Baldwin, by going to a swing dance club. And yeah, Baldwin just happened to be there. That was in the dossier. And he's dancing with Carolyn, who is perhaps enjoying the dance a little too much and is moaning, so he throws her to the floor to get Baldwin's attention and to disrupt it. And this is how he's introduced to Baldwin. And he and Baldwin, they hit it off a little bit, so Baldwin brings him back to his place, and they're introduced to Carl, Baldwin's roommate, who is also a member of the cell and is with the Crusaders. And Carl is also known as Raymond. There are some names to keep track of. It's not too much. It's not overwhelming, but yeah, everyone kind of has a second name attached to them. Oh, and something to keep in mind for later. I'll bring this up for a larger point more towards the end of the book, but Raymond is in mechanical engineering. Baldwin is also in engineering, I think with environmental cleanup or whatever. And Baldwin's family is also very rich. So both these guys are intelligent. They seemingly come from strong families. They're in good career paths. Just keep this in mind. This is a point I'm going to have for later on in the work. The three of them are hanging out that night. They're smoking a little pot. They're drinking. They end up being pulled over by a cop, and the cop is actually from the UK. And he doesn't bust him for anything, but it's a little tense scene where Soldier isn't exactly sure if this was like a setup and a part of something, or is this just a random chance accident that a police officer just happened to pull them over, even though nothing happened. Now the bus has returned to Tannerite, and it's been like 2 months since he's gotten involved with the Crusaders, and he still doesn't really have any leads on Constantine and Elijah. He thinks that his next best course of action is to get a car, and he also needs to recruit his own cell to prove that, you know, he's a part of the cause and that he's taking steps with the other Crusaders and to win over their trust, to get more involved and up the ranks. Oh, but he stops in a little coffee shop, and the woman with black hair is there from his dream and also from the Union shop. So he sits down with her. He's speaking with her. Her name is Celine, and he gives her some information, but she's very cagey and isn't really willing to give him anything. And he tells her that apparently after the cop incident that Baldwin went on this tirade about globalism and this alienated a bunch of people at this party. And then Baldwin was also admonishing the free trade people, which makes sense. Free trade is not good for us. And how jobs are going to be outsourced to some guy in Bangladesh who wipes his ass with his hands, which, yeah, that's true. Soldier admits to Celine that he agreed with Baldwin for a lot of what he was saying, and he is giving a shit ton of information to a girl he doesn't really know, but I don't know if I would say this is really in character or not, because I don't really know Soldier that well, but yeah, he has had a fantasy of this woman, he has had that dream, so that's something, but it's still like a fucking ton of information for a woman he doesn't really know. And he assumes at the start that she's also a part of the Union, but he's not really sure what her involvement is yet. She also psychoanalyzes Soldier. Can't imagine being three-faced or even four-faced. It must be hard for you, Soldier, not knowing who you're fighting for. She paused. Or maybe you realize you're only out for yourself, and most of your emotional energy is expended every day pushing the cognitive dissonance down. Then she ends up revealing that she's involved with Constantine and I guess is sort of a girlfriend or whatever. She's not in like the organization itself, not really. We cut back to the night of that bonfire where Soldier drunkenly brings up that, hey, maybe we should, commit an act on college campus and take people hostage and stuff. And then Carl and Baldwin reveal that, yeah, we feel the same way. Soldier mentioned a little bit earlier that Baldwin would get kind of antsy after meeting with Constantine and Elijah and wants the guys to develop their own cells and, admonishes them for caring about worldly pursuits. So there's a little bit of that, but Raymond and Baldwin feel extremely normal, like very well put together, not people in a state of crisis, emotionally, financially, spiritually, mentally. They're like normal guys, right? And there are a shit ton of normal guys in the right wing, and they have families and such, and that's a good thing. That really is a good thing. But the type of people who would kind of commit the acts that they're talking about, which they talk about, we're on 74, and they agree that this is a good idea and we should go along with it. They talk about the structure of the group and its rules exactly as I described to Celine on the drive home. but there seems to be a rather severe gulch for me in between these people as they're presented and the type of people in reality who might commit acts like this. But more on that later. We then meet Paul, his roommate, who... There's not really much with Paul. He's not like a bad guy or anything. He does deliveries, and later he becomes kind of radicalized. And then Celine has an article that she thinks is completely fabricated and was written by Professor Marlowe, and this Marlowe is supposed to be Constantine, so she gives him a lead on that. And he doesn't know exactly what's going on, Celine. She's informing on Constantine, but she seems to be also informing on him. But who is she informing to? The Union or some other organization? And she's asking him about what they're planning, and he ends up lying to her and saying that they're actually planning on sabotaging a power station. We have a shift to the future where we have Roger, the old man, and he goes to meet with his friend Pete, and he reveals that he was just afraid of the Traveler, so he's going to stay with Pete for the night, and Roger has some type of past, we don't know what, and he hopes that it's not related, and he hopes that the arrival of the Traveler isn't, tied to his past, but it might be. Oh, and this, I don't really care for this. I think it's sort of cute, not great to just break up the formatting and flow of the work, but the next chapter is Mise en Scene, and this is formatted like it's a play, and it's between Baldwin, Soldier, and Raymond. Soldier kind of fucks up talking to the other two, and they begin to suspect him of doing some shit, of being an informant. And I did write here that things seem to be moving now 100 pages in. This doesn't ultimately go anywhere. He's able to convince Raymond and Baldwin that everything's okay, or at least he's able to pacify them for now. And I will say this for John J. Stancliffe, sure, he's got a lot of reviews. Sure, he's the darling of the alt-right indie community. Sure, he's well respected and loved. But has he climbed the tallest mountain in Ireland? No? Oh, he hasn't? Oh, well then. Well, at least he's a good author. Oh, wait. And at this point, all he knows about the action, quote-unquote, that's coming up in a few weeks, that they are supposed to occupy the campus, they are supposed to take over the registrar's office, and they're also supposed to neutralize the QNet servers, and these are big government servers that collect a bunch of data, and it's sort of a surveillance state thing that's run out of the university. Oh, and then we go to the car dealership, and the car salesman there is named Roger, and yes, this is in fact the Roger from the future, the old man who lives with Cochise, the little dog. Soldier has some fantasies about getting a few good men in some Toyota trucks and bearing down on the college or a union office, and then Roger gets into it about how Toyotas are like the standard for insurgents around the world. They're just very reliable vehicles. And we have some writings here. We have a note, and Roger says, I pardon him this because I believe, as I've tried to show in his account up to this point, that he had little idea he was being strung along as a particularly useful pawn by strange powers. I don't really like this in the text. I don't like this in formatting where we have a guy commenting on shit that's going on instead of just letting the story play out as it is without this voice right here. It just feels very intrusive and unnecessary to me. And I know it's supposed to be Roger writing this down and trying to get the story straight and figure it out, so he's naturally gonna comment and write in the margins of this story, but I still don't really love that. He ends up revealing everything to Roger as they're test driving this truck in a Christian terrorist cell. Wacky. So that's kind of funny, but it's also just, I don't know, just beyond the pale, right? If we're trying to be somewhat realistic, I think you would try to get to know someone a little bit more before bringing up the whole, hey, I'm with a Christian terrorist cell kind of deal. But he does say on 121 that, they're talking about this well, this college, it represents this great evil, this poison, and we have to fill in the poisoned well so people stop drinking from it, and then we can dig a new well and all that. And he thinks that if I was forced to administer him poison, it should be at least a poison sincere. Made some headway with forming his own cell here. He's been trying to recruit Paul, his roommate, and Roger now. We have a little flashback here to him as a little boy playing with some Ninja Turtles. He calls his dad General in the flashback, and they're doing battle against Ninja Turtle jihadists. This is cute. This is a good little scene. Some more stuff with his parents, just talking with them. A flashback to when he was a boy and going out in the desert and finding this dead horse. And man, I suppose maybe this is supposed to be the knight on the cover, or I guess it's supposed to be the crusader. He talks about his experiences in colleges, kind of his isolation, his despair, discovering the Union towards the end of his senior year. This all feels fine and good. I think he's in the correct mental state to join an organization like the Union. It's believable. I don't take issue with that at all. He also says that he talked to himself if no one was around. He ends up applying to this weird advertisement on this job board. He's very depressed and isolated after college. He doesn't go home, but he just applies to this weird ad, just on a chance. So he takes the card, even though there's nothing to reply to on the card, but by taking the card, he was being observed, and then two people come to his house later on, and they are able to convince him to sign up for the Union. But little things like this, right, all this great detail about the inner workings of the Union and about Soldier and his thoughts, his mental process and everything is kind of frustrating, knowing that this is a narrative created by Roger, because Roger, has to fill in the blanks, but if this was a story without the Roger framing narrative, then we could be inside Soldier's head and believe it, with zero doubt that this is authentic, these are Soldier's actual thoughts and feelings. But knowing that this is Roger writing all this shit down, and there's no way that he could possibly know all of this shit, and he has to just make up a lot of it, right? Because, I don't know, did Soldier ever confide in you about his experience in college? Did he confide in anyone about that? I suppose later on, he's tracking down people and reports and articles and such and trying to get all the information that he can. But it feels lacking. After finishing the work, I'm like, it's just kind of a feeling of bullshit, right? And I feel like all that could have been avoided if you removed the kind of Roger narrative or just changed it a bit, because everything is now kind of in question, and I don't think that's a good thing. I think now the whole thing is then on shaky ground. So they're going out to camp out around the power station. It's going to be the three of them and also this new guy, Godfrey. Godfrey is of dubious ethnic descent, and he was also in the army. This trip begins with them initially suspecting each other, being feds. Godfrey says that there's no way that Soldier can be a Fed because he'd have to be a retard to go out in the middle of the desert alone with these guys, even though they suspect him of something. So he's like, yeah, no way I could be a Fed. And they're just talking, they're shooting the shit, all this stuff feels fine, it feels good, and they're just they're taking turns keeping watch on the power station, checking it out. They talk about Godfrey. Raymond says on 156, he thinks the university operation will be successful in the short term, though, and for that reason he wants to stay in, even if it'll be suicidal for us in the long run. We'll make headlines, we'll put fear into the hearts of every tenured cleric from here to Cambridge, and we'll give the American people an alternative to slow degradation. They talk about the world and how they can no longer not see the ugliness of it, of the modern world, and the liberal late-stage capitalism, whatever the fuck you want to call it, about America and its current state, and how they simply can't unsee it. It's nice to get away for a little bit, but that's the reality they live in. They have to stand up to it. And they're openly admitting that this action they're going to take is going to be suicidal. No one here is delusional and thinking that they're going to really get away with it. But they're hoping that it'll lead to something. I wrote here on 158, which is the beginning of part 2, not quite halfway, but little has happened so far. He shows up in town, he gets involved with these guys, he has some conversations, some stuff is happening, but it feels like rather little, and it's done rather slowly as well, and that's frustrating. The next morning, Soldier goes out and he has a vision. He sees this soldier, this noble, out in the desert, and there's this rider approaching him. And this knight is holding a broken spear. This guy is a crusader. He's on his way from Antioch. He is holding the one true spear, like the spear that pierced the side of Jesus. He's talking about, his time in the Crusades. It required many months in Antioch to establish those weaker footholds in the city, which had soonest succumbed to siege. Then we found the spear, buried beneath the Cathedral of St. Peter. An insane priest among Raymond's retinue bid us search there. We found it. We vanquished Antioch citadel days later, emboldened, and we slaughtered all we could find, pagans and other Christians living peacefully among them. I thought such excess of rent flesh and blood and garment impossible, but we had not yet come to Jerusalem. Okay, this is sort of one of my larger issues with the work. My largest issue with it, but this is a big issue I have. So, I personally don't have a ton of information. I haven't done a lot of research on the First Crusade or any of the Crusades. Yes, did Christians go there and did slaughter happen? Of course there was. And I know that relations between the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox wasn't exactly great. And I know that there was some tension and some fighting in between them. But from what little research I've done, I don't believe there was wholesale slaughter of Catholics attacking Greeks. I do believe before the main crusading armies arrived that there had been like a people's crusade that came through Constantinople and into the Byzantine Empire first. And these people were undisciplined and they caused a lot more issues with the Greeks. And even though things weren't great when the full Catholic armies came, it wasn't as bad as the peasants who showed up first. So I'm saying that unless the author provides a source for this, I'm calling this little bit here bullshit. I don't believe it. I think that's completely false. If you have evidence, I would gladly see it. I would gladly see some source whatsoever that says that the Catholics were slaughtering Greeks for no reason whatsoever. Because I believe there might have been some fights between the Catholics and the Greeks because the Catholics took some cities or fortresses from Muslims and then they gave them to the Greeks, and then the Greeks traded them or made some deal with the Muslims and gave it right back to the Muslims, and shit like that happened. I wouldn't exactly blame the Catholics for being very angry in situations like that. He talks about the siege of Marat, where we slaughtered the pagan and his seed, and the unscrupulous men among us cut strips from their buttocks of the fallen pagans and roasted them over fires to eat. Such was their insatiable hunger. I wrote that this was probably fake, but upon doing a little more research, it seems like this act of cannibalism here was apparently real. But at this stage, the crusading armies were facing starvation, and yeah, they apparently did engage in cannibalism here, but this was purely for survival. They were incredibly far from home, in hostile territory, they were out of food, and they literally would have died if they didn't do this. I don't think it's a great thing that happened, but they did it to survive. We continue. He took his men to the city of Tarsus. We slew them walking, we slew them running, and when we entered the city gates, the locals, Greeks, met us as liberators. This gave us confidence. I had the mayor of the city pierced through the eyes with arrows. Do you have a source on this? Do you have a source on this? Do you have a source on this? I know this is a work of fiction, but you're dragging the Crusaders like a fedora-tipping Redditor. Do you have a source for this? Any fucking source, please. And then they spot Jerusalem. The Crusader has this vision of, it's this bizarre vision of future warfare, streets filled with unintelligible mobile fortresses, great metal beasts with proboscises that spat fire, and birds which screeched with the strength of 1,000 horns, fire and fireflies which turned men to paste arching across the sky. Maybe we're saying something about war, but it's kind of retarded that he's referencing like future warfare here. I don't care for it. And we continue. 164, this is a big page. Thine arms, I assume, were as pious, I said. Jerusalem was delivered to thee. Jerusalem, the city, the physical location in all its violent splendor was given over to us. But I speak before thee because I fear the heavenly Jerusalem eluded my grasp and does so yet. We fasted and we broke the fast with a bloodletting 10 score as vigorous and uncompromising as our weak efforts at penitence. Thou couldst not take a step without dashing thy foot on a corpse. We killed them in the mosque, we killed them in the synagogue, we killed them even in the churches. Heathen Jew, our brothers in the east. The desecration was universal. In Al-Aqsa, I barricaded 100 Muslims. I said at first I would grant them protection, and almost a whole day I did. I don't remember why I allowed them to die. I suppose I murdered them. He looked at me and his eyes were dark, expressionless. He did not believe in the humanity behind them, and so they appeared animal, even alien. And he, soldier then nods to him and says he heeds the lesson, and the Crusader then leaves, and soldier has pissed his pants for some reason, I suppose. And at the end on 165, Tancred, Prince of Galilee, Regent of Antioch, how many years had he been in hell? I did something I had not done in a while, and I said a prayer for him. So, he is in hell. Tancred, the Crusader, is in hell. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself. That's completely wrong. That's an unacceptable interpretation of the Crusades. So, I'm gonna rant here a little bit, which I know we don't do very much. I don't really rant on this channel or rave or go on tangents, but I feel I must. Okay, the First Crusade, from what little I know about it, and I am gonna do more research. Actually, John J. Stancliffe, he anchored me so much here that I decided that I was gonna get some books on the First Crusades. I have one right now, which is by Anna Komnene, and it's the Alexiad. She was a Byzantine princess. I think she was maybe 13 years old when the First Crusade was going on. And she is one of the best primary sources for the First Crusade. So I plan on reading that. I also have 2 other books that I'm going to get and read probably months from now, and I'll do a video on it about the First Crusade that are more primary sources. The reality is, these lands that became Muslim-occupied lands belonged to Christians, right? The Roman Empire, they conquered, they took these lands, they were Christianized. Then the Muslims came and they conquered them. They belonged to the Christians, right? You could go back further and say, actually, they belong to this group or that group, whatever. It was by the Romans, it was by the Christians. If you think Muslims taking Christian land is a good thing and you call yourself a Christian, maybe you should go be a fucking Muslim, right? Okay. Christianity is so good and so great and Jesus is the best, woohoo, we love Jesus, then Christians having this territory over any other group is the best because Christianity is the one true religion, right? If you are a Christian and you believe that. Otherwise, what's the point of being a fucking Christian if all religions are equal? Then you don't have the one truth, right? What I do know for a fact is the Muslims who took the Holy Lands were rather cruel to the Christians that lived there. They harassed pilgrims that came to pay their respects at holy sites. Christian pilgrims were no longer safe. They would be attacked. They would be killed. They would be robbed, beaten. This had been going on for many years, and the Crusades weren't just something slapdash thrown together. It was a growing pressure that, hey, we should protect these sites, we should protect our people going on pilgrimage. These men, and I'm not saying that every Crusader went into this with the best of intentions to protect, Christians on pilgrimages, to safeguard these holy sites. Some of them probably went all the way there to get new lands and money for themselves. I'm sure that's true. I will also say there's probably 1,000 better ways for you to make money back in England or France or Germany rather than traveling halfway across the world into a hostile fucking desert with a bunch of goat fucking shitskins and fighting all of them. There's easier ways to make money than going and doing this. It was an incredibly difficult journey for these men. The Greeks were not the best of allies, that's to be certain. And they got there, they were vastly outnumbered, they were underfed, they were unprepared for the trials and tribulations that they went through. But ultimately, they succeeded. We'll gladly state that, you know what? Europeans in control of land is better than Muslims being in control of land. Period. Period. It's not comparable. We are not equals. We're not both like fully human. Do I think that Christians slaughtered Muslims over there? Yes, I'm sure that did happen. I have no doubt that that did happen. Do I think the Muslims, when they conquered these Christian lands, slaughtered Christians? Yeah, I have no fucking doubt about that either. And for some reason, there aren't a lot of books about that, but I'm sure they slaughtered thousands of innocent people. So, no, I don't think any of these crusaders are in hell. I think that maybe some of the guys that went over there with bad intentions, just by the fact that they survived, that they won, and they built something good here, sort of, washes away their sins a bit, right? Through their trials, they've sort of made amends if they didn't go in with, like, the most noble of thoughts. But God, this pissed me off. Actually, the Crusaders were evil. Actually, they fucking weren't, They were good, decent Christian men. They went on an expedition that most people wouldn't have the balls to do. Going all the way from Europe to the Middle East, and I don't think they took ships, not really. I think they walked the majority of the way. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but even if they took boats, hell of a journey, right? Hell of a journey. I know perhaps this is making a mountain out of a molehill, but I don't really think it is, right? It's just playing into leftist worldview. Actually, the Crusaders were evil. How is that different from any leftist interpretation of these events? The author wrote here about putting arrows in the eye of the mayor of the city. Show me a source. Please show me a fucking source. If it's there, I'm willing to change my opinion. I can say that I'm wrong, but if it's not there, then what are you doing besides fueling leftist narratives about Christians? Like anti-Christian rhetoric. No, actually, I don't think shitskins should be left alone, and actually all that territory is ours. And just, whatever. I'm just saying, no one in the book corrects this narrative. No one challenges it. I thought, maybe the author's doing something where, the reader is supposed to disagree with Soldier's interpretation of Tancred and him being in hell, but no one ever challenges this in the book, so I don't think that's the case. How much territory did the Muslims conquer? They took over most of Spain for several hundred years. They tried to invade into France several times. They ended up conquering all of Byzantium and then invading into Eastern Europe. And then, we won a few key battles to stop them from taking everything. But Muslims aren't peaceful, This is stupid. I don't know, I just think this is gay, and I don't really give a shit if some Christians slaughtered some Muslims. I think that's probably a good thing, and that's probably really based and cool, actually. Oh, should I side with Tancred, the based crusader who traveled to the Middle East and killed a bunch of Muslims for his faith and his people? Or, should I like Soldier, the guy who's a rat fuck informant that is making friends with people and then he's actually planning on selling them out and then pisses his pants in the desert? Which one? Which one should I side with? Oh, and then he cries and he asks God to have mercy on us all. So I thought, maybe the author was overselling it. It's we're supposed to hate Soldier because he's a little pissy pants crybaby here, and we're supposed to think Tancred is really cool, but I think that's my head case, interpretation of it. I thought they were gonna like murder a guard here or something at the power station, but they don't do any of that. And then, you know, Soldier's worried about the state of his soul, and then if he stays, he's doomed. But he never, pushes against this message at any point. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't care. And then two guys show up with rifles. They have some back and forth between them, and and they give this little story about a parable about a rat and the rat selling out other rats to this owl, and the rat got to live that much longer. And how are you supposed to care about Soldier? Like, okay, he's depressed, he's isolated, he's also a snitch fuck. They also want him to find Salome, and Salome is Celine. That's a name she goes by. Oh, and he suspects that these guys are prophets, meaning that they're a part of Elijah's cell. The guys end up doing nothing about the power station. They're just doing some target practice with some weapons here, and then a cop shows up and things start to go poorly for them. We cut back to the traveler who sets the manuscript aside. He's going through some papers showing that the old man Roger was in prison some decades prior. So, yeah, it has been decades after the events of the college. And there's also the photo of the three guys wearing balaclavas. So there's that as well. The police officer ends up arresting Baldwin because his gun was like modified or whatever. And it looks like he's going to do 1 to 3 years or something and get a big fine. And with Baldwin out of the picture, someone now has to step up and take over the cell. So they're not really sure what to do because Baldwin was the one who was in contact with the other cells. So they end up seeing Baldwin in jail, and Baldwin says that Soldier should be the new leader of the cell. Baldwin reveals information that Soldier already knew, that Constantine's real name is Joseph Marlowe. He's a teacher at Hubberth, and that's what Soldier has to do next. The boys that night get together, they go drinking, they go in some dive bars, they start chanting Free Baldwin, and they're marching with people around the street. This is maybe on the cups of, it goes a little too far into the stretching the truth believability, I suppose. And he sees another rider at the end when they're marching around the street. Soldier has gone to a few of Constantine's classes. They're talking, they're kind of discussing what to do about, his not success in building his own cell. And then Constantine suggests that they go get some pizza together and, talk further. And they're mainly focusing on Celine and why do the prophets want to know about her and what's going on, everything that's going on with her. Oh, forgive me, boys, but let's quickly. But speaking of the crusade, speaking of Muslims, boys, I don't think I've mentioned this before, but recently, a few days ago actually, I bought a aloe vera plant. I call it Salah ad-Din. I believe that's the name of the guy who ended up taking Jerusalem back from the Crusaders years later, right? I think that's his name, something like that. It doesn't need much water, but I like to be generous. You could say perhaps White Pill Media overwaters his aloe vera plant, my little desert flower. I wonder if John J. Stancliffe would admonish me for such practices. Perhaps I would be denied the heavenly Jerusalem for my behavior. I still have some Duchius cherry ale. Do you think little Salah ad-Din wouldn't mind a little drink? Yeah, let's give him some, boys. It's right next to me. There we go. Yeah, drink up. So, I assume I just killed my plant, but we'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, this is kind of the equivalent of waterboarding for plants. This is my own little Guantanamo Bay. I also got this chink, a Chinese wintergreen or whatever. It's kind of, pink and green, that's okay. I won't kill that one. But maybe it'll survive. Maybe it likes it, the ale. We'll find out. Oh, and we have the big reveal here that Constantine is actually a Union operative. And he requested that another informant be posted here. And it turns out that this is all actually a Fed op, and that the Union has decided that it's feasible to incite extremism and collect a check. It's that simple. Oh, of course, the whole thing top to bottom was a sham, right? But I was sympathetic. They were my friends. They were cattle and goats led through mud to a megalithic tin building from which issued the stench of blood. I am an evil man, I said. I looked down at the lacquered wood, its knots and sinews. Blah, blah, blah. Does he really feel this? Does he really truly believe that he's an evil man? Maybe for lying to people that he now considers his friends. That's fine. We'll allow that. He says that Celine was trying to get close to me because she had tracked Elijah here. She's not really sure how or why she was tracking Elijah. Constantine says that some federal agency put her on the case. Soldier can't just back away because the Union kills deserters. And he further reveals that the college has been working on this great surveillance technology which would reduce all extremists to lone wolves, and you could atomize and destroy them. The widespread implementation of this technology would make the Union worthless. You would simply use this technology and the Union would no longer exist. So if the Union fakes a whole extremist thing to destroy the technology, then they stay employed. So they're just a cleanup crew. Constantine says that the action has to continue, but it doesn't have to be for nothing. If the Union is brought down with them, this action must be promptly and quickly revealed to be Union organized, operated, and funded top to bottom in the aftermath. Preferably by sabotaging it spectacularly. God, that ale's so fucking sour. Son of a bitch. I don't think Saladin's doing too good. He's not looking great. Soldier doesn't really know what to think, what to do about everything. We get some Roger and Paul perspectives where Paul has lost his job because he got a single bad review, and now he's not going to get any jobs now because he's at 3.9. But Roger and Paul are both on board. Even though they're not exactly committing to the violence, they're still a part of this terrorist group. I don't know. So, all right, Roger isn't a part of the final action, and neither is Paul, and I don't know where the fuck Paul goes or why he was left out. That's just a thread that's never quite explained, and I don't really know why. Roger's a bit naive and thinks that they can convince the people who are on the bad path that they can become good. Oh, so they decide that they're gonna, put up posters all around campus to try to get people, to see their perspective. They dress in black, and this is the photo that Roger has in the future that the traveler found. Oh, and this was cute where they ordered some food, and Gottfried and Raymond were behind him. Raymond was shirtless and smoking. Gottfried was standing with one hand on the stock of his rifle, his modified mask slightly askew. I touched my face and felt the cloth of my balaclava. Damn, I think he saw us. That was good. Oh, yeah. And then he's going looking for Celine. Goes to her place. She has 2 roommates, and there's some good back and forth. It's super awkward and cringy, and I kind of like it. I think it's well done. And then on 252, we have this rather long backstory for Constantine and what went on with him and how he was involved with terrorist groups with the Union and making these groups more violent. And he becomes a cult leader in Portland, and basically it's Antifa times 100,000%, where they essentially run the city. He's executing disloyal captains. He's executing the wives and children of people disloyal to him on stage. Bloodshed begins in earnest. Buildings are leveled with people inside. Is this necessary? How many pages does the story go on for? About 10. We have about 10 pages with this super insane, unrealistic backstory for Constantine, where the entire city, Antifa was in the chop, and whatever the fuck that was is literally nothing. It's not 1% of what this thing is that's being described in the book of, leftist kind of paramilitary terrorist groups taking over Portland. Where we have the army literally in there, and they're firing artillery on civilians. He says on 262 that certainly was a lot of information. Being self-aware doesn't make it good, right? Being self-aware, like, wow, that was a lot. That's, all right, that's not an excuse. That doesn't justify it. Oh, and then he says that, oh, I must have missed it because this happened 2 years ago and he was in the desert. Is it possible that he missed the whole thing? This is simply completely fucking unbelievable. We're talking about the greatest act of violence in American history since the Civil War. This should be plastered everywhere. It's been 2 fucking years. You have guys on college campuses wearing, Karl Marx shirts or Che Guevara and other faggy communist shit. Really? You don't think that this would be referenced on a liberal college campus or just anywhere in the media, right? This should be fucking everywhere. We're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, right? And everything with that and other controversies and shit. And we're talking about, billions of dollars in damage, the government shelling civilians. It's simply unbelievable that Soldier would have no idea that any of this shit happened. It's weird. I don't know why this exists. I don't know why this is in the book. Why is this necessary? To show that Constantine is kind of unhinged and he's willing to sacrifice a lot of people for his own ego and, to be the best. I think you could show Constantine being a really manipulative, evil person on a much smaller, more believable scale. Getting small groups of people who didn't start out violent and then he turns them violent and then he just sits back and reaps the rewards from the Union, something like that. But we're talking about basically a mini little civil war. This is way more than just a simple riot what happened. So I don't know, it just feels insane. Maybe the author was trying to suggest or show that in this world that extremism is on the rise and everything, so there's a lot more of these little extremist groups popping up and such. But I don't know, I just felt that this was kind of crazy and just cut it, just fucking cut it. It's not good. It doesn't work. She's just wah wah wah, going on and on and on about being a woman and being bookish and a recluse. And she saw what happened to those girls in Portland. I committed to the task of preventing that from ever happening again. Ooh, boo-hoo, I saw a chick wearing a fucking dog collar. That changed my life. Fuck off. Yeah, she sees Constantine is really evil. Everything he touches turns into a suicide cult, including your little idiot crusade. He has no chance, and you have no chance, and I hope that, for your sake, you realize this now. She pretends to seduce him by kissing him, and then she takes his pistol from him, so she has stolen the phallic symbol here. Oh, well done, author, well done. Very impressive. I, too, went to freshman high school English. I didn't pass, but I was there. So much talking, so much fucking talking with Celine. Celine, her whole motive for doing this shit is I saw a bitch on TV wear a fucking dog collar. That's not compelling. I don't fucking care, dude. I don't fucking care. What does she want? Who gives a shit? Portland, this little bullshit backstory crap that we dedicated 10 pages to, has no effect on Soldier whatsoever. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be here. Also, frankly, we are dealing with a little clandestine cell terrorist thing with the Crusaders, and no one mentions this gigantic episode that happened 2 fucking years ago. That's insane. It's way beyond the realm of disbelief that, hey, remember that thing in Portland? I don't know. There's not some giant government crackdown, more than the Union to prevent episodes like this from ever happening again. These people would be aware of Portland and would talk about it and discuss it at the very least. And the Union apparently existed before Portland, right? Because Constantine was their agent there. So if the Union existed before it, then the whole Portland episode isn't an origin point for the Union coming into existence. No one speaks of it. Not online, not anywhere, not on a college campus. It's just so bizarre and odd, and it shouldn't be here. It simply shouldn't be here. Part 3, Roger's POV. He goes to campus and he sees the people crying about the posters that they put up. And he goes into the dining hall and he sees a girl with wearing all black by a window, sitting alone. He says, in normal circumstances, I would not have approached for various reasons, but as I said, I was riding a high and my confidence in myself had swelled, so I walked to her table. That's too easy. It's simply too easy. It's too unbelievable. No, I don't believe you. So we have this super boring conversation between Celine and Roger, which doesn't really go anywhere, and she kind of reveals hey, do you know about clandestine cells? I don't know why this exists. Oh, and then Roger ends up mistaking Soldier for someone else. It's actually Rod, Soldier's friend, so it's just a little awkward where they shake hands here. So we know that Rod is on campus. This is 276. Roger thinks that maybe the Crusaders were righteous men. Maybe we were too. They proclaimed Christ. Little theological conversation back and forth. And Celine has taken Soldier to the Donest Club where Elijah is and the prophets are. She drops him off. He reveals the dream that they had, and this is the last time we see Celine. I don't know. I didn't find her super compelling. I think maybe she needed a stronger reason to get involved in all this shit. Besides, I saw a woman being abused on TV. I had to get involved. But maybe that is a female reaction to something, so that is realistic. I don't know. I just didn't really care. So he gets to meet Elijah for the first time. They have a little back and forth, and then he is going with them, and they put masks on, and they have guns, and they go and find Constantine with 2 others, with 2 young people that are in the Crusades. Soldier has some internal debate here about what to do. Celine was right. My goal just to get out, do what I need to do, and get out. I was Union, but so was Constantine, hooded and restrained before me by the other senior member of WEPT. Constantine, the terrorist and cult leader. Elijah, the man of uncertain loyalties with ties to foreign intelligence. The cells were eating themselves. Constantine doesn't know that Soldier is there, so Elijah is pressing him, and Constantine is talking about, well, I can guarantee that the Union is going to fall, and how can you be so sure? Because Tancred's body with planted Union identification will be found at the action when all is finished. There was an idea, me, a simple patsy, how could I be so stupid, and how could I walk right into the trap, and how could I have trusted Constantine? How could I lead the Crusaders into such a suicidal quagmire? So they've decided that they're going to execute Constantine and the 2 guys that he has with him in his cell. And of course, Soldier cannot do it. He's having nausea and falling on his face and vomiting in the sand. So he can literally not do a single fucking thing right. And I'm just annoyed at this point. I'm just kind of frustrated with the character. He's not even a good rat fuck. And then Elijah says that you were all correct. It only takes a little push, but you cannot make this push. And if you could make this push, we can parry it. Violence will beget violence, but not the violence that you need. You cannot and will not win for the sake of much more than what or who I represent. I suppose this is maybe the author's voice saying never do anything. I'm not saying that the action that the guys are planning is correct or good, but yeah, I think the time for whatever, we'll get into it later. Oh, and what exactly is the point of the whole Portland backstory if we're just murdering Constantine relatively shortly afterwards? We wasted 10 pages on Portland. Why? It's sort of I don't know. You would kind of, at least for me, I was sort of thinking oh, okay, we're building up Constantine to be this sort of big bad and we'll have some climax at the action or whatever, but we're back to the Traveler. Man, I wish we would just, imagine if we cut all of the Traveler pages. Are we down 50 pages? 40 to 50 pages, I think we just skim right off the top. And then we cut Portland and woo, that's another 10 pages gone. And then we cut here, we cut there, we get rid of the Roger bullshit, and Now we're moving. Now we're moving. It just feels so lethargic. Now we're at a week before the action. Jesus Christ, I want this review to be over with. Elijah tells them that the action has to proceed because liabilities remained, Aegis remains. Oh, I didn't like this at the bottom of 315 where we're talking about demons and angels, and then you are your soul translated to an outpost on some plane. I hate this shit so much. Just it feels like talking theological heads. It feels like the author's just forcing these, it doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like the characters are actually speaking this together in this room. Just talking heads here. Shut up. Shut up. Let's get to the fucking action. This is boring. Soldier has Roger rent a moving van in his name. Oh, and they're also trying to get bail money for Baldwin to get him out of prison in time for the action. 323, we're in Roger's POV, and after his visit the day previous, I never saw Kenneth again. 3 days later, I was arrested. I don't want to be spoiled on this shit. I don't want to know that that's the last time that you saw Soldier. I don't want to fucking know that, man. And Elijah also promised that, they're going to do everything. There's going to be a hostage situation, and then they will be relieved by the prophets posing as police officers. So that's the new plan. No one's supposed to die or anything. Okay, and then they're at a party. They're there to attack a drug dealer and steal his money so that they can bail out Baldwin. So they beat the shit out of the drug dealer and his gay lover, and then they leave, and they're getting out of the place. We're on 338. We saw a large procession of people on the sidewalk opposite a church I'd never seen before rose high into the night behind them, its steeple and cross illuminated white by the moon. They sang something which we could not hear, something victorious. The three of us stood completely still on the sidewalk watching. Godfrey turned to me. What are they singing? I don't know. We knew that what we witnessed was beyond our reach and would remain so unless we forsook our path forever. What was required was a degree of strength beyond the strength of arms and martial will. This we did not have, pussy. This probably does confirm that the author thinks the Crusaders are in fact in hell. So I have a lot more to say about this section here. We're going to save it for the end. It turns out that when they get back to the apartment, Baldwin is here. His parents bailed him out. All that was kind of for nothing. They end up throwing the money that they stole on the steps of the church, and then the next day they wake up early and it's the day of the action. Some other Crusaders show up. Where are Paul and Roger? I write here. I have no fucking clue. They're just kind of forgotten. I have no idea what happens to Paul. I just have no fucking clue. No idea with Roger because Paul's not here, right? If I missed something, because a lot of names get dropped, but I don't believe Paul is in fact here, and for some reason Roger wasn't included. I think Soldier was trying to spare them because they didn't seem like the violent type of guys, maybe, but it's just not really addressed at all, not even a throwaway line or two. So they have the U-Haul, they have, I think it's Raymond and another guy. They're on mini bikes and they're setting up spike traps on the road to slow down the police. They're in the U-Haul. They rush this gate. It's kind of cool. They all have to move to one side of the truck to keep it from tilting over, but they rush in. They shoot the glass out. They enter the building. They start taking hostages. Soldier ends up killing a police officer here, or I'm sorry, he was campus police, whatever. He was campus police. And then he ends up finding Rod here on campus, and he ends up letting him go and not taking him as a hostage. I guess I just kind of wish that Rod did more for the story. He's in that one chapter. Roger does run into him very briefly on campus, and then here at the very end, I feel like he should have had a little more going on. Rod says, don't bother coming to see him when this is all over. They end up blowing up the server room, and the police show up, and it's the prophets in SWAT armor, and Soldier's yeah, they're coming to pick us up and get us out of here, and Godfrey says they're coming to roll us. What are you talking about? Do you see them stacked on that wall? And Soldier still naively believes that they're going to get them out of here. And surprisingly, not surprisingly, but the prophets end up opening fire and they're here to murder all of the Crusaders. Baldwin gets killed, everyone is dying. Soldier's able to kill the one like Indian prophet, and he dies here on 360. Roger spent years in prison because the U-Haul was rented in his name, and it seems like he was kind of held up on semi-bullshit charges. Like, he knew like he was a part of this conspiracy, but yeah, it felt like some extrajudicial punishment for Roger in prison for several years. Now we're with Roger and the Traveler. The Traveler asks, don't you think he died in the action? No. Roger's reply was immediate. What do you think happened to him? I don't like to speculate anymore. He says he saw the pictures of the Crusaders involved and none of them was Soldier. He was not arrayed in those corpses, and they didn't dress him up as a university employee or some student either. He was not killed there. You want to know something interesting? They have Kenneth graduating that place. Hubbard. I checked the rolls a few years later after I got out of prison and it says he graduated, but they scrubbed his initial enrollment. Alright, so my kind of huge issue with this ending here is we have Elijah with Soldier and Elijah, take Soldier along as they execute Constantine and these two other Crusaders, right? Okay. So Elijah is a guy who is willing to murder others within the group, right? Within their organization. And for some reason, Soldier believes that he's essential and that Elijah just wouldn't betray him for some reason, that he's like essential and he's going to be kept alive for some fucking reason, even though Elijah works for some organization that he doesn't know who the fuck they actually are or what they really truly want. It's so naive. It's way beyond the realm of disbelief. We have much earlier in the book where Soldier is like weighing every word that he's saying to Baldwin and Raymond because he's, worried that he's going to say the wrong thing and they'll suspect him and won't trust him or whatever. So, he's not a stupid guy. He's very crafty and cunning, but there's no cunning here. There's no thinking. There's no thought. It's just, oh yeah, Elijah definitely wouldn't murder us, even though it would really clean things up and be the simplest solution to this whole mess if we just all died there and, he just fulfilled his mission by destroying the servers and then killed us all. Oh, and the whole bullshit with Soldier's corpse not being there. For what reason? For what goddamn fucking reason would they not murder Soldier as well? Why would you take along this guy who, by the way, you just murdered all of his friends and he murdered one of your prophets and he wants to kill all of you? What information could Soldier possibly have that would be worth to bring him along to interrogate him? There isn't. There's nothing that Soldier knows that it'd be worth to bring him along to, extract information out of him. Why would you take him someplace else just to kill him too? That doesn't work. You're also not going to release Soldier out in the wilds. That doesn't make sense. So I just felt this was like really, really dumb. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. Why? Why wouldn't you just kill Soldier if you're Elijah? Why? Did fuck all for the book. I wish she was just more involved, like something, but I don't know. She's just sort of there. I don't find her very compelling, and then she's gone. Maybe if she had a larger role or she was more involved in the plot. But as is, she's just sort of a figure in the wind. There's some self-awareness here, but you have told me that your tale is not an outright fabrication, but in many ways it's a collection of circumstantial evidences and other evidences which are unique to you, personal. The dream, how can this be the truth, etc. There are moments when you make yourself to be nothing less than a Passover lamb. Roger believes that one possibility is that Soldier goes to work with Elijah and the Syndicate. He becomes a world traveler operating in conflict zones and such. That's just, I don't buy it. That's just kind of insane. And also, We also say on 368, I did not portray him as a man who betrayed easily. So if that is the possibility, if that's what actually happened, we have a guy who all of his friends were just murdered, but he's going to work with the guy who just murdered all of his friends, even though he doesn't betray easy, but he's quite literally betraying their memory rather easily if that is what happened. Roger reveals here that Soldier had told him to leave Tannerite, and Roger had wanted to go along with them. He tricked himself into thinking he was righteous, and he wanted purpose. I don't really know who the Traveler was. This has been like several weeks, maybe months ago at this point, but I remember Subverted Subversions, they had an episode with Stancliffe, and I believe it was said that the Traveler's supposed to be an angel. I guess that's an interpretation. I thought maybe some government stooge or whatever at first. Okay. So we're at the end. I'm gonna get into my thoughts and everything. So we have all this outrage on the campus over the posters that they put up, but there isn't any outrage. There isn't any hullabaloo for 2 years ago, this very recent Portland citywide assault where thousands of people are dying, or at least hundreds. J6 was in 2020, 5 years ago, and this was far more serious and impactful, and J6 gets brought up all of the fucking time. There's no mentions of this whatsoever. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. This isn't done well. Okay, with the guys looking at the church late at night and thinking that, oh, we don't belong with them, we're not worthy, etc. I don't agree with this message. I don't agree with the message of staying in church and praying and everything's going to be okay or whatever. I'm not saying that this is a daily occurrence, but I am saying that there are more incidents than there used to be, and there will probably be more going forward, of people being targeted and killed in their churches, of that one tranny shooter for that Christian school, I think it was in Tennessee, and there are other incidents, and there's going to be more and more and more. It's 2025. There's a not unreal chance that someone might show up to your church to murder you. You can't just pray them away. That's not going to work. You need to face these people. You want to leave the world alone, but the world doesn't want to leave you alone. I think there exists a middle ground that isn't just a passive condemning of violence, which doesn't work, but also not a suicidal cell of young men that isn't the answer. Some community or something, but not like a current conservative, we go to church community. That's not efficient. That's not strong enough to survive what's coming, right? That can't protect themselves. I don't know. I'm not saying, I think whatever is going to come, right? It's going to be difficult to achieve, but I don't agree with this, well, golly shucks, violence is really bad. You need violence, right? If people are coming at you with violent intent, and there are a lot of fucking people that want to do that, you're going to have to meet them, right? You're going to have to protect yourselves and your own people. I don't love the Roger framing device. It's just, there's too much now that could just be, that's BS. There's no fucking way that Roger, you knew that at all, so fuck you. That's bullshit. Tukey's Mag, I think Gabe said this, where, okay, it's Roger writing this personal account and filling in the blanks, and it's sort of like the actual Crusades. I think there's truth to that it's being framed in a way similar to that, okay? But for the actual Crusades, we do have some, like, better primary sources. Like, I'm not saying they're perfect or whatever, but I don't know. I don't think in the accounts they're really going into, like, the minutia of, like, oh, this is what Soldier was feeling at such and such date at this time exactly, and his thoughts and his feelings, down to a T. They're a lot more broad for a historical record, so they're more believable there to me, because this was so detailed, it, really stretched credibility. Okay, and alright, so my big issue, another, like, kind of big glaring issue I have with this work. We have Baldwin, we have Raymond's, we have Roger is, kind of a loser. He sort of wanted to be a part of the action. Right, okay. But Baldwin and Raymond's, these are intelligent young guys. At least Baldwin comes from money. They both are in successful career fields and will probably be gainfully employed upon graduation. I'm not suggesting that young men from all backgrounds can't be swept up into this type of thing, but I just don't buy it. They don't feel really unstable. They feel like very normal people, right? And very normal people aren't the type of people that decide, we're going to do an action on our college campus. There's always typically something wrong, right? There's always something wrong, and they just feel very clean cut, not on the edge, not like people who do this shit. They're put together too much. I'm not saying you need like a Chris Cantwell. By the way, all that shit that got revealed on Kiwi Farms with them, holy shit, the crying Nazi, Jesus fuck, man. It doesn't have to be Chris Cantwell, but these guys don't feel like the type of people that would do something like this in real life. Like, they don't feel like dissident right guys. It doesn't feel authentic, and it's not that dissident right guys have to be insane or crazy or whatever, but yeah, you would be more on the edge. You would be kind of a guy without much to lose that you would consider doing something like this. And these guys, frankly, it seems like they have pretty decent lives. Like, why are they doing this? I don't really buy it. Constantine grooming that one kid, because he was a student of his or whatever, and the other guy was like a adjunct professor. That makes more sense. I could believe you could groom people into this, but Baldwin and Raymond specifically feel too intelligent and put together to get involved in this crap. And that's kind of it. I don't like the author's opinions on the Crusaders and where they ended up. I think that's bullshit. I think, Jesus Christ, the pacing is rough. You could have trimmed so much. I don't love the framing device at all. I think you could trim that easily. I think Celine maybe needs a little more, or Rod needs a little more, or maybe just cut them. Maybe just fucking cut them. If you're not going to implement them well, get rid of them. The ending with Soldier and what happened to him, look, you're like a sneaky little snitch bitch, and you know how to manipulate people and all that, but oh yeah, Elijah, he definitely wouldn't fucking shoot me and murder everyone because that's the simplest and best thing he could do. Of course, right? That makes sense. Maybe the author's trying to make some comparison, between the First Crusaders and these guys, and they're LARPing as them. Pretty big difference being, you had the backing of the Pope, you had the backing of your people, of your families, of your loved ones, and your whole Christian community was behind you for the First Crusade. For this, it's very atomized. Their parents don't even really know their true beliefs, and they're essentially they're not building a kingdom of heaven or a principality or whatever in the Holy Lands. They're just young men committing suicide on a college campus. That's not the same. That's not honorable. That's not really noble, and that's a severe discredit to what the First Crusaders actually accomplished, which was very significant. So I don't know. I don't think the comparison is justified there because these guys don't really have a plan. It's like, yeah, we'll go do this violent thing and then maybe things will get better. That's retarded. These guys feel too intelligent for that. And yeah, I don't even think Skins would do something like this. There are some white power groups like the Order, but what did the Order really do? They robbed armored cars. They tried counterfeiting. They tried some other shit, but they weren't really out there to commit suicide. Now, that happened with Bob Matthews, but the majority of them weren't in there to die like that. And Bob Matthews was a guy on the edge. It was believable that he was going to do what he did. These guys, it's just, I don't know. They didn't really pass the believability test for me. There you go, Fedbook. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't. That's all I have to say about it. So, yes. Done, finally. Now we can move on to Grimurth. You know, I really like this song. I think that if Dullahan was ever to have a theme song or anything, it would be this. I just really enjoy this by Ellroy. I haven't listened to all of his other songs. I'm kind of I really like that song. And, are you going to check out everything else the artist has done? No, I'm just good with this one song that I like. Maybe he has other songs that I would really enjoy. I won't know. I won't find out. Alright, and finally, we are with Grimurth Shall Burn, a Lucius Lex saga. This is by Dave Martell. As I said in the intro, Lucius Lex. It's dark fantasy, pulpy, some Lovecraftian stuff. This character has appeared before in unrelated, unconnected short stories. I enjoyed those, but as a larger narrative, we do have some strong opening chapters and such, but it's not so much of the pacing that's an issue, but we have some weak connections between some strong moments, some good chapters. There are some issues here with continuity for me. I also took issue with some kind of emotional responses, emotional climaxes that didn't quite feel earned. I do feel like this could have used a little more editing at parts here and there. I'll point those out. And at times the action felt very rushed, but there were some very good segments where the action was vivid, it was powerful, it carried a punch, it was very strong, and those felt more like self-contained short stories. Combining all of them together and, cobbling a narrative out of that, there were definitely weaknesses. The saying, greater than the sum of its parts? I would actually probably say the opposite here. I think the parts individually may be stronger than the connected narrative. I would say that I am mixed on this. If you like pulp fantasy or just pulp writing, you have certain expectations going in. You are maybe more tolerant of certain things compared to more kind of traditional fantasy works or just novels in general. So I still enjoyed this. I'll definitely read more of Lucius Lex and other works by Dave Martell. I did have issues with this. Anyways, we shall begin. If you want to check it out, there will be a link to it down below. Otherwise, we will now proceed with spoilers. We do have a little framing device, not so much like Fedbook, but we have this kind of character here, this watcher in between the worlds that looks down upon this tale in the world of Grimurth, and it's from that we're getting this tale, but it's not intrusive. It never gets in the way of the story or anything like that, so I think that's fine. We open in a familiar but not unwelcome setting. We are in a tavern. We have Ballard, who is a bit of a rogue and not necessarily a villain, but yeah, he's a little more gray. And then we have Lucius Lex, who is a knight of the realm. He is Sir Lucius Lex, and he goes around defeating monsters, and there's word of this monster giving birth to other abominations nearby. But it might be a little more than Lucius can handle on his own, so he recruits Ballard to assist him here. But before he and Ballard can even go on their hunt for this creature giving birth to other monstrosities, the town is attacked in the middle of the night by these creatures. They're sort of they're called mongrels. They're I don't think werewolves is quite correct, but there's something like that. They're covered in fur. They carve crude symbols into their flesh. They have snouts. Werewolves, I think that's a appropriate description here. In terms of what our setting is, they have guns, right? They have they have blunderbusses. They have cannons. They have flintlock pistols, things of that nature, but rather rudimentary technology. The action feels good. I'm not going to give a play-by-play for all the action just because there's a lot of it, which isn't a bad thing. If you're a fan of action, this has plenty of it, and most of it I thought was rather good. But they're fighting a bunch of these creatures. Lex realizes that this isn't just a simple, like, mindless war party. These are creatures acting with a purpose. They are being driven towards some goal. They're more sophisticated than the creatures he's typically fought. And Lex is old. He's centuries old. They're able to win the day, but there were some heavy casualties from the civilians, and Lex is able to heal himself at the end because he is a Tavarian. The last of his order, they were warrior priests blessed with the ability to heal wounds, which is not just a completely wonderful gift because he cannot heal himself properly each time. Like, his bones are healed, but they're not set properly. His organs are repaired, but they're out of line. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're healed, but you're worse off for it. You're in pain. You're kind of in constant pain. He and Ballard go to the caverns the next day. They have to be a little stealthy in defeating a rather large sentry, but then they're skulking around inside, and there's all this treasure in here. Make note of this on page 24, but it was the contents of this treasure chamber that transfixed both men. Among the mundane spoils lay artifacts that had no business in the possession of mongrel raiders. A tome bound in black leather with pages inscribed in hideous symbols. Make note of the book. We had that on page 24. They are able to find the broodmare, and they also find a troll, which is not like a typical kind of Germanic or Slavic fantasy troll, but it's a rather tall, gaunt creature that wears robes, and it hovers above the ground, and when its feet touches the ground, the stone fractures and blackens. They kill the broodmare, they drive the troll away. They're not able to truly kill it, but just kind of banish it for a while, and the troll gave them a cryptic warning that Grimurth shall burn. An Uma has already cast her gaze upon this realm, and we had a little foreshadowing of that at the end of chapter 1 about some malevolent force lurking in the darkness. But now Lex and Ballard are about to come to blows, and they're almost at the point of killing each other because Ballard wants his share of the treasure. Lex says, no, we're going to give the treasure to the needy and the people that need to rebuild at the mongrel attacks. Ballard eventually caves in, even though it's like a rather tense situation, but things de-escalate here. Page 31. They commence the arduous task of hauling the treasures from the depths of the caves. Load by load, they transported centuries of plunder up into daylight, where it glittered like fallen stars in the afternoon sun. Certain items they elected to leave behind. The blasphemous tome. Weapons that felt wrong to the touch. Artifacts whose very presence made their skin crawl of nameless dread. So, boys, we can safely establish that the tome that they found on page 24 is being left in the cave on page 31. Okay, good. Let's move on. Lex and Ballard are sitting around a campfire. They're enjoying each other's company. Lex is starting to relax around Ballard a little bit. But we have this on page 34. Lex didn't return the gesture, but neither did he waste the wine. Instead, he turned his attention back to the tome they'd recovered from the mongrel horde. The black leather binding felt strange beneath his fingertips, neither warm nor cold, but something that existed outside normal sensation. We left the book, didn't we? We were hauling all the treasure up out of the caves, and we left the book. But now we have the book. Okay. So this is not going to be the last time there are issues like this in continuity. So we'll keep going. Lex talks a little bit about being the last of his order, how everyone perished in this cataclysm. We don't know exactly what that was, but he was born in this kind of forsaken world where he kind of had to teach himself everything that he knows, so he's definitely not as good as the Order would have been in their heyday, in their prime. Lex wishes that he could encounter someone who could tell him more about his Order and his people. Ballard has heard rumors of a wizard named Aldenon, ancient as the mountains themselves and wise beyond mortals. Lex has heard such stories, but he doesn't really believe in them. But Ballard's like, hey man, if Aladdin is real and he exists, then if someone could reveal, then if anyone could tell you what that book contains, it would be him. So he's like, okay, yeah. You know what? That is the best lead that we have. So he plans on traveling to this forest, the Grimwood. Grimwood. Yes, that's all right. Grimwood. He knows that something worse must be afoot because trolls don't just attach themselves to little raiding parties like this. There has to be some more grand, sinister plot in play. I did like this on 40. I think this is done well. After a night of, companionship between the two guys, Ballard says, Lex, that's what friends are for, to shoulder the burden when it grows too heavy for one man alone. Lex almost smiled. I suppose you're right. At the bottom of 40, Lex's eyes snapped open to find himself alone by the dying embers. The wagon was gone, the horses were gone, and there, rapidly disappearing in the darkness, was the unmistakable silhouette of Drevin Ballard bent low over his mount's neck. The treasure wagon bouncing and clattering behind him as he fled into the night. This is good. However, on 41, make note of this. All that treasure, gold that could have fed families for years, artifacts that might have held clues to greater mysteries, the tome, which might have contained answers he'd sought for half his lifetime. Gone, all of it gone, along with the first men he dared to trust in longer than he could remember. So where is the tome? The tome is with Ballard. Ballard has stolen it. All right, let's keep that in mind. Page 42. Lex gathered his remaining possessions, his mace, his shield, his armor, a small pack containing the meager food Ballard had left behind, either through oversight or as a mocking charity. The tome, at least, remained where he had left it beside his bedroll. The tome is stolen on page 41, and now it's beside Lex's bedroll, right where he left it. Which one? Both cannot be true. There is just some confusion about the tome and its placement in the story. We left it in the cave. No, we took it out of the cave. And then, Ballard stole it. No, Lex still has it. It feels like there were some drafts, and then in one version we had Ballard taking it, and in another one Lex still has it. And it just wasn't made consistent. So Lex is in pursuit of Ballard, but he stops when he comes across this village, and they talk about women being stolen and they've gone missing. So he decides he's going to go investigate this. He goes into this town and he ends up finding this man whose job it is to kidnap women and bring them to this guy and this merchant has made deals with them, ... Apparently these creatures that are buying women lurk in every city now. And Lex hears some cryptic thoughts in his mind. Lex ends up tracking the guy down who's responsible for selling the women to these things. This guy doesn't even know what they are. They're just secretive and emerge from tunnels after nightfall. And he ends up going down into tunnels to find out what's going on down there. He runs into this woman who managed to escape and was running away. So Lex has to calm her down and get her quiet as he descends further in, trying to save as many people as he can. There are cultists here, and Lex is able to slay them, but before the last one dies, he says that his master is the Exarch Alec Dazamon. I'm not pronouncing that right, whatever. I do really like the descriptions here, the thickness of the air, all the smells, the walls weeping a viscous substance that glowed with phosphorescent light, painting everything in sickly green hues. Pools of the luminous slime had collected in the shallow depressions of the floor, and things moved within them, translucent shapes that might once have been human but were now twisted into forms that defied description. All of this is good. I think this is all great descriptions, and it's really building a good setting and scene. Oh, I will make a note of this. The word cathedral, in terms of describing something, cathedral of flesh, I know forest cathedral, and This happens a lot. I think this is a little overused by the author, describing things as a cathedral of whatever, but regardless. Oh, and this is really nice. This is so beautiful. I'm so glad the author has this. We have the big monster here, which is like an insect queen thing that has a bunch of basically distended human wombs attached to it. And there's a bunch of cultists around, and they approach the queen, and they prostrate themselves before her, and then they lay with the creature, which is really nice. A union of human flesh with something never meant to exist. They mate, right? And then something emerges from one of the queen's wombs. It's not a human child, but a pale, segmented thing with too many limbs and a elongated skull that pulsed with visible veins. The cultist cradles the newborn abomination to its chest, and they go to one of the wall's hexagonal cells. The membrane parted like vulgar lips, revealing a cavity lined with glistening flesh and filled with luminescent fluid. The cultist entered, curling into fetal position while clutching the larva to his body. The queen seals the chamber, and then through the barrier, Lex watched the cultist form begin to change. The larva attached itself to his torso, mandibles burrowing into flesh while its body swelled and grew. So the cultist's body withers while the larva bloats. His face visible through the membrane contorted in silent screams as his eyes bulge and then burst, sending streams of fluid into the amniotic bath. So yeah, we're making human-insect hybrids here, and that's super nice, but it's great. It's really good description. It's so fucking vivid. I think that's excellent. And Lex has no choice but to rush in and try to do as much damage as he can and kill as many of these things as possible. And Lex has killed the queen, but it looks like he's gonna be killed by the last cultist. But then Rosalind's the woman that he saved, who was trying to run away, ends up killing the cultist and saving Lex. Lex managed to rescue quite a few women, but he's severely out of it, so he's in a wagon being led to safety by the women, and he has these dreams. They are about the fabric of reality being peeled away. He sees this endless field of humanoid obelisks, countless millions of towering monoliths arranged in perfect geometric patterns that hurt his mind to follow. They appear to be made of obsidian glass, but they have vaguely anthropomorphic features. These are not mere constructs, but there's something alive beneath them. They lack eyes, but they somehow tracked his movements. Though possessing no mouths, they nonetheless silently screamed, their agony palpable in the air around them like invisible waves of nauseating pressure. And above this nightmarish field hung a celestial body that defied comprehension. It resembled a vast clockwork mechanism composed of rotating rings, spheres, gears, all fashioned from some metal that gleamed with oily iridescence. At its center, where a clock face might exist, pulsed an aperture that opened into a void darker than mere absence of light. And when the clock's hand reaches 12, reality shatters, everything explodes into countless crystalline fragments. Lex felt himself disintegrating, his essence torn into component particles, each containing a microsecond of distinct agony. The fragments hung suspended for an eternal second, then began to rotate and reassemble. They formed impossible geometric configurations, fractals that cursively depicted suffering on scales both microscopic and cosmic, inverted pyramids whose angles violated fundamental laws of mathematics, architectures whose very structure constituted a violation of natural law. And then the fragments coalesce again. Lex felt himself becoming one with the field, his essence calcifying into obsidian glass, his form elongating into a perfect obelisk aligned with its countless brothers. The air grew thick with anticipatory dread as the celestial hand approached its zenith once more. He tried to scream but possessed no mouth, tried to flee but had no limbs, tried to close his eyes but had no lids to lower against the horror. The clockwork hand reached its apex. I think this is great. I think this is a wonderful scene. It's good, very strong. I think definitely our beginning few chapters are very powerful, right? Lex wakes up, his body is healing, and he's still, traveling with the women for a few more pages, and everyone breaks company except for Rosalind. Rosalind decides that she wants to stay around with Lex. We cut then to Ballard in a whorehouse. He has 7 different whores with them. More wine, Ballard slurred, gesturing with unsteady hand. More music. Why has the lute player stopped? I paid for revelry until dawn. He left hours ago, Lord Ballard, Lucinda replied, her practiced smile stretched thin. It's nearly midnight of the 3rd day. So he promises marriages to all the whores, and then the chamber doors exploded inward with such force that splinters rained across the rich carpet. Lex has arrived. So Ballard and Lex fight. Lex is going to kill Ballard, but Rosalind steps in and begs him to spare him because she doesn't want to see anyone killed here. And he forces Ballard to dig up the remaining treasure that he's buried because they are going to hand it out to the people like Lex originally wanted. Oh, and then Ballard says that he showed the tome to a priest here in Millhaven discreetly. Of course, he recognized the script as originating from the far eastern kingdoms. And there's something about worshipping hideous beings from beyond the dream sea, his words, not mine. Now, we know that Ballard, in fact, had the tome and not Lex, but okay. It's clarified now. So, Lex is on his way to speak with the wizard, while Rosalind and Ballard have been left behind to hand out the treasure. Lex has to fight and kill a few different forest creatures. But before things go too far, the wizard appears, and the wizard promises to tell him what he knows about his father's order, and also everything going on with the tome and the army that's being gathered. The book catalogs entities dwelling between realities, beings of vast alien intelligence. Most importantly, it describes invocation methods for drawing their attention. Lex wants to know what these things are. They form from assembled fragments of forgotten memories cast off by the Geistrom, the soul river bordering all realities. When someone dies, their essence travels this river toward whatever lies beyond, but fragments are always lost. Memories, scraps, personality echoes, consciousness seeds falling into the dream sea like driftwood. This is the soul-birthing void entities. And apparently one of these creatures, Anuma, is different from the others because she is a sculptor, where others merely observe or influence. Anuma remakes reality according to alien aesthetics. Alec Dasmenon gathers forces for a grand ritual to free her from the dream sea entirely. And this is supposed to happen when the borders between realities are going to be thin. And Aldenon tells him to travel to Elderfrost and to go to the last Tivarian temple, watched by your order's final guardians. Oh, and he also gives Lex this giant owl named Abbott, who's like a really intelligent creature, so he's flying around on this huge owl, which is cool. I like it. I like the owl. Now we are traveling to the Elderfrost, which is this Arctic kind of wasteland. There's not Neanderthal people, but there's sort of an elder, kind of race. I guess sort of caveman-esque. Not caveman-esque, but they live in the tundra. They're very hardy and such. And Lex makes note of all this. The temple, which is abandoned, there's no one here. Long ago, the Tivarians came to this world as sort of angelic conquerors, basically, and they decided not to return to the celestial realm, but to stay here and to establish bloodlines that would inherit their sacred burden to protect the world. And Lex has some insecurities about his whole place in all of this because his mother was actually a prostitute, and his father was with the Tivarian order, but he would be rather low ranking, right, compared to the Tivarians, so he's not sure if he really lines up or, meets expectations for what would be demanded of him. And Lex kills some creatures that had, turned the temple into their little lair. And then there's this sarcophagus which opens, and there's this figure inside it who is holding a pole arm. The pole arm stretches longer than any man's height. It's this magic weapon. It's called the World Cleaver, the legendary weapon of Tivar himself, first of the divine bloodline and greatest of the god-born warriors. And Lex approaches and he takes the World Cleaver in his hands. So, okay, keep in mind, he has the ancient pole arm with him. It's his birthright. Lex has a lot to think about, but Abbott the Owl notices something, so he and Lex decide to investigate. They find this giant man, even larger than Lex, riding atop an armored mammoth, which is cool. I don't think mammoths are used enough in fantasy settings. That's neat. This guy is a giant of the Elder Frost. He's actually King Gorm, who is known as the Mammoth King, and he is apparently the last of his race as well. This giant, he lost all of his people to the sorcerer that Lex is also against. And they notice this army of evil creatures on the horizon, so they decide to go fight them. Gorm rushes in, seeking death, while Lex wants to hold back and be more cautious, but he goes in to help Gorm as much as he can. There's some new creatures here. They're called flesh golems. They are walking siege engines. They are assembled from the corpses of giants. They're kind of cool. They asymmetrical nightmares with multiple arms and heads. None of them quite match. Lex, Abbott the Owl, King Gorm, his big mammoth. Lex is using his ancient spear weapon, but they were too numerous on 145, pressing in from all sides despite the growing pile of corpses around him. He was forced to abandon the long weapon, hurling it like a javelin into the chest of a particularly large mongrel before drawing his mace into high guard. So here, we lose the weapon, alright? And then on 146, we have Gorm's mammoth continued its rampage until it finally succumbed to its wounds, falling across a pile of enemy corpses like a mountain of flesh and fury. 147. Once inside, Gorm's mammoth finally succumbed to its wounds and crumbled onto the cavern floor. Which one? Where does the mammoth die? And maybe you're thinking that's not like the biggest thing, it's not the most huge deal, but it's a consistent problem where, yeah, there really needed to be another round of edits here. Also, they kill a bunch of the bad guys, and then, they're still gonna lose. And Abbott the Owl went and he awakens the dragon of the region, and the dragon destroys the entire host of bad guys. It reduces them to scorched remains. That's fairly easy. And then the dragon just flies away, and they joke about, the mirthful high ones, and, we got lucky here, but it also feels rather cheap. They go inside and find the torture implements where the bad guys were collecting the distilled essence of people's dying agonies, and they would harvest this energy for their dark work. Oh, okay. But then after this, Gorm decides that he is going to stay here. He's going to stay up here and give respect to his people or whatever. Gorm gave Lex this token, this little basilisk thing which hangs around his neck. But one thing here which is not said, which needs to be said, Lex abandons the World Cleaver weapon, right? The pole arm. He threw it into a guy, then he and King Gorm ran into the caves, and that's it. It is never mentioned again. And I bring this up because World Cleaver does come back at the end. And yet, where is World Cleaver? It was abandoned on this battlefield. So, yeah, that does matter. But as Lex is flying south on Abbott, they see this huge fleet full of warships, and yeah, it's the bad guys again. They start flying towards Sturmheld Pass, this ancient fortress that guarded the only easy route through the mountain chain which still flew the banners of Grimurth. In this city, Everhall, which was this great port city, has been completely eradicated, so they think Stormheld's going to be next, so they're trying to gather forces to defend the old fortress, and he ties a message to Abbott's leg and says, you know, go get the wizard Eladon to come help us. Well, he speaks with Ballard and Rosalind to gather as many people as they can, and trying to ride around and recruit a good enough garrison to defend the fortress. They're not able to recruit a ton of people. Some of the magistrates don't believe them, and other people dismiss them as well. But they do get a number of people. On 171, we have Lex awaking in this horrible dream where he's in absolute darkness. And this goes on for a while. We are sort of in that obsidian pillar place where we had the dream before. Rosalind is also there. But we get to meet the wizard guy, Alec Daznamen, who calls himself a vessel. He's sort of weird where he's kind of skipping through time with each movement. And, you know, he talks about your attachment to flesh and blood and all this, and mathematics. But this goes on for a little bit, about 9 pages, and maybe I felt this goes a little bit too long, where we already had like a rather strong dream sequence earlier when Lex was wounded in the caves and he's in the wagon, and this just, it feels like a continuation of that, but also somewhat weaker, and we will also be in a similar dream sequence later on in the book, so that's why I feel it starts to get overdone a bit. So on 181, this is the Battle for Sturmheld Pass. We have just over 100 pages left in the book, so I suppose we would put our climax right here. I'm not sure. Maybe you could call the climax later on at the next big battle, but this is certainly supposed to be a pivotal moment. There's not a lot of men here. They have some nobles. There's a little band of like young boys that have come with their father's armor and weapons. And then the enemy host appears. The evil wizard guy is there on a throne of golden geometry. And the two forces are just waiting each other out, creeping intimidation. And then we had one Lord Rothschild. One question if we were saying Lord Rothschild, but whatever. And without ceremony, this guy and his men mounted horses, and they spurred towards the passes, abandoning their sworn duties. Rosalind is the one to point out the fleeing figures to Lex, which I don't really understand because Rosalind has some healing abilities, so she's been working as a healer. Why is she the one outside to point this out? Shouldn't she be inside taking care of people? Because there's still plenty of wounded she could be helping. Lord Rothschild was not really introduced. I don't think he even spoke before he just betrays them. You know, maybe 2-3 pages after he is introduced, if that. So it doesn't really have much of an impact here. And then we realize that the Lord didn't just abandon them, but he has sabotaged all of their artillery equipment. So now the bad guys start opening up with cannon fire. So I can sort of understand waiting, and now you're thinking, well, White Pill, I guess it makes sense that the bad guys didn't immediately open fire because they were waiting for this to happen, so then they could fire their artillery without risking return fire. Okay, but we'll talk about something in a little bit, which does not really work. So the enemy forces, they're shooting their cannons, they're climbing over the walls, they've nearly overwhelmed them, and then we have on 194, then Alak Dazaman rose higher into the air, his form wreathed in Eldritch Aether. He began to weave patterns in the air with his hands, and a swirling ball of infernal magic coalesced around him. With a gesture of terrible power, he hurled the maelstrom at the gates. The explosion, when it struck, was beyond anything the defenders had experienced. The ancient doors cracked and splintered. The first few lines of defenders simply vanished, vaporized by the unholy energies. And then the enemy charges in right after this. Why not do this at the start? Why? Why, Alec Dezamen, didn't you do this at the start? Maybe he's harvesting fear or suffering or something like that, but kind of seems like you could just hurl the big magic ball at the gate and the battle would be over, right? And then you can begin your conquest of the rest of the realm. It feels a little Saturday morning cartoon-ish, a little bit, where, I mean, again, if you stated that Alec Dezamen was like muttering to himself and like weaving his arms in the background as the battle was going on, like he's gathering all this magic around him so he has enough strength to do it, and so he's like doing a ritual and he can't just instantly do it. That's fine, that makes sense, but he's not doing any of that. He just goes, oh yeah, magic ball, go, and then there's the gate. Oh, we have Lex fighting besides Ballard here, and Lex is using his Morningstar. I wrote in the margins he's not using his ancestral weapon, the World Cleaver. Why? We'll get to that. It looks like they're all about to lose. It's over. And then on 198, but from behind their returning allies, terrible forms emerged from the foggy darkness. Behemoth brown bears, dire wolves, giant elk, massive aurochs, and all manner of wild beasts came charging out of the night. Thousands upon thousands of them, their eyes glowing with preternatural intelligence. And then Abbott arrives with Aldenon, the wizard. It feels a little bit like Helm's Deep, you could say. It feels a little bit like Gandalf riding in with the reinforcement. It feels a little bit like we have this super grim series. It's eldritch, there's horror, we have the cultist mating with the broodmother thing, and then they are given this worm parasite which they are put in a cell with that feasts on their body, and then they scream in horror as they are consumed. And then also in the same narrative, we have a wizard riding in with the woodland forest creatures and sweeping all the bad guys away. It feels rather clashing, right? It feels rather convenient, kind of like the dragon when he's with the Mammoth King, and then this also happens. It's just, alright, are we super grimdark, or is this more kind of lighthearted fantasy where that definitely could happen? And it simply feels a little too easy. And this whole battle goes on for about 19 pages. The actual fighting is maybe 10 pages or so, but it feels rather fast, right? And I know this is more pulpy writing, and in that style it is like a bit faster than a traditional narrative, but this still feels too fast for here if this is supposed to be like the big battle. And then, yeah, he looks around and there are a lot of bodies here, so he questions if this is what victory was supposed to feel like. And then in the ruins of the fortress, there's the remains of the boys who came with their father's armor and such. And this is kind of sad, right? But Lex gets completely heartbroken and emotional over it. But, you know, we knew these boys for not a terribly long time. They sort of appeared, I would say maybe they had less than 2 pages worth of content, perhaps 3, and then they die. So I don't know, everyone's like really distraught from it, and that doesn't feel quite accurate to their presence in the page. And we say on 2-9, the battle would be remembered as a great victory, but for those who fought there, it would always be marked by the image of a young boy named Rory standing eternal guard over his fallen friends. His father's spear clutched in his hands. He had known courage beyond their years. That doesn't quite track. Survivors go back to the ancient grove of Thalos, where the wizard Aldenon is waiting for them, and they rest, they heal here. He also reveals that Rosalind has the same blood as Lex, that she is also a Tavarian, and that there are other people with Tavarian blood in them around the world. So she can do like magic and healing stuff like Lex can. Aldenon also warns that the Dreaming Moon approaches, that the barriers are going to grow thin, and soon the great like Lovecraftian geometry thing is going to attack. But they're also going to release this thing called Uruk, which is a titan from the primordial deep, a cyclops of such immense size that its eyes alone could swallow a warship whole. So for that whole battle, Lex does not mention the World Cleaver, right? It's not used once, it's not thought about, nothing. Even though this is the super weapon passed down from the gods and the Tavarians, and this is like their great sacred weapon, it wasn't mentioned in all that fighting. Alright. Aldenon says he's also sent word to King Gorm in the north for him to come south with whatever forces that he has. But also, can we not use the forest army again? The bears and the wolves and the elk, those all seemed really good, so maybe just use them again. Maybe there's a reason why not, but I feel like we need a sentence explaining why not just do that again. We have another dream sequence here. This goes from 226 to 233, where he is fighting against the wizard again. And yeah, this guy's just talking about abstract things about trees, and imagine if trees grew not from hunger but from the love of pattern, if each leaf knew its ordained place in the great mandala of being, and things like that, where he's like being turned into a tree and then broken apart and all of his friends consumed and killed in front of him. And then the wizard says, but you can't be allowed to remember these gift visions. The knowledge would break your story's necessary shape. So he sends him back, and Lex knows nothing of the dream except a vague sense of violation so profound it made him shudder. Alright, so if Lex isn't supposed to remember anything from the dream, why have it at all? Right? Why not just get rid of it at all? This is kind of, to a far lesser extent and a smaller extent, it was a dream, right? A character wakes up and, oh, it was a dream. I guess it's for us, but you already had a very strong dream sequence at the start. I think a dream sequence that goes on a little too long, and then this one, which feels wholly unnecessary. Now we're at Sea Haven, where we have a navy, where Ballard is a part of that, and they're going to be defending the ships. We have an air battle going on against the insect guys, and then we also have the land battle, where people are fighting off, any enemy ships that manage to land and get troops on the ground. They're fighting fishmen, they're behind barricades, and a whole bunch of fighting, and the fighting feels good enough. Lex is using a mace, specifically. But things aren't going well, because the great Cyclops Uruk is actually awakened, and now it's towering over the city, and it's just swiping ships and just crushing everything. Okay, and so where is Rosalind? So Ballard is with the Navy. Lex is with the ground troops. Rosalind isn't really talked about. We just would believe that since at the Battle for the Pass, she worked as a healer out of the fighting. So I assumed, and I think everyone would assume, that Rosalind was doing the same here. That she would be healing the wounded, doing whatever she can behind the scenes. But on 246... Rosalind's horse stumbled as they crested the final ridge, foam flecking its muzzle from the brutal ride through Sea Haven's burning streets. Below her, the clifftop ritual site spread out like a scene from the deepest pits of hell. And that's where Alka-Dazaman is doing the ritual to try to bring through the great evil. But why is Rosalind here? And from here, she could see everything but remain unseen, a helpless witness to atrocities beyond her comprehension. Why? What's the plan? Why is she doing this? Why is she doing this? Why is she doing this? And then we have King Gorm arriving with men from the Elder race. They're, Northmen. And I did question, alright, so officially in the book, from what was on the page, we left World Cleaver behind with King Gorm. So maybe you could say that, oh no, there's no time, I have to get back south and warn people about what's going on, and I can't search this entire battlefield for World Cleaver. And Gorm, when he arrives here, he brings the spear to Lex, and then Lex now has it, right? The pole arm. But that doesn't happen. But yeah, King Gorm is here, and then Rosalind is in her hiding place. Why? You need a reason. You need a reason for Rosalind to willingly put herself into grave danger to be this up-close witness to what's going on. I understand that we want Rosalind there, so then when Lex confronts this guy, oh no, he's going to destroy the world, and also my one true love, who's a member of my elder race and all that. But You need a reason for Rosalind to be here. It's just Rosalind was there. Why? I don't know. Oh, and Aldenon is able to defeat Uruk by summoning like a great lightning, and it kills him along with the monster. However, but the ancient creature's bulk displaced so much water that a tsunami rose from the bay and crashed into the docks, flooding the streets. This is on 251. And at this point, the Navy is basically all defeated. Ballard's ship is one of the last ones, and it was stated before that his ship was taking on water. The death of this creature causes a tsunami. Ballard's ship is gravely wounded and is not really seaworthy anymore. Ballard and his crew are completely fine. How? You're in this little bay, right? Or you're in the ocean. You're right next to the docks. You created a fucking tsunami, and you have this super wounded ship, but it's completely fine. And then we have on 252, the final vision from the nightmare burst across Lex's consciousness. The wizard guy's face splitting vertically like a blooming flower of flesh, revealing a maw and all of this. Why have the nightmares? Why not just have these things happen? Can we not just trim all of the nightmare dream stuff and then just present it happening? The ritual was successful, and then the very atoms of existence started rearranging themselves according to alien mathematics, forming structures that had no names in any mortal tongue. Things start to get really weird and bizarre. Lex is here fighting the guy, and Rosalind ends up like striking Alcatazaman's chest with a force of thunderbolt with her magic, which is cool that Rosalind is here to protect Lex, but why was Rosalind here in the first place? And it's not just, oh, she knew that maybe, you know, she would be useful up here. Well, she needs to say that. She needs to think that. The physics get all fucked up in the world, and Lex is fighting the Exarch, and then Lex on 260 drew forth his ancestral weapon, the World Cleaver, a spear that had tasted the blood of demon lords in ages past. What? We're using this here. Alright, we're using this here, and it wasn't mentioned before. The last place this World Cleaver is mentioned is being left on a battlefield. But he has it. He collected it. Okay. If this weapon is so fucking good, isn't it better than, you know, your mace, your whatever, your Morningstar? Isn't it like imbued with magic and shit? So why weren't we using that at other battles? I don't understand. But he is able to kill the guy, and the world is restored. Whatever was trying to get through the portal has been stopped. Now, at 265, we are in the Grove of Thalos, and we are like burying Aldenon, the wizard guy. All of the forest creatures and owls and such, they come to pay their respects to Aldenon. And Ballard says this on 268, a piece of the world's heart has died, he whispered, his voice raw with grief that made every word a prayer. The green places will be darker without him. The very stones will weep. Keeps going. You taught us that magic wasn't about power or dominion, but about connection to the land, to each other, to something greater than ourselves. Did he truly say this? Did he truly teach them this? Did he truly? Rosalind says he had time for the smallest things. How? How did you know? How long did you know him? You knew him at the Battle of the Pass. I don't think there's any interaction between the two of them. Then the Grove, and then nothing at the final battle because he just rode in and used lightning on Uruk and died. How the hell do you know him, lady? I wish we had more with this guy. There's more detail at his funeral. There's more pages dedicated to his death than when he was alive. That's not ideal, yes? There was more going on with him than with the boys who died at the pass, but still we have this really long emotional funeral scene, and it's far longer than the impact he had on the pages. And yeah, he did do stuff, but I think we need a little more time with him. In a short story or something, sure, you can't develop characters fully or spend that many pages on them, But here we have a full-length narrative. So in my opinion, we really needed a lot more time with Algernon. This is a nearly 300-page book. He needed more time. And then they begin rebuilding. They're going to punish everyone that was siding with the bad guys. Rosalind and him are together. Ballard has reunited with his noble family. He is a bastard from that family, but it looks like his brother is accepting. His brother wants a relationship with him, so they'll at least have a relationship going forward. That's the end. I was kind of just listing the issues as I went along. Continuity was one. The payoffs for certain characters and their deaths and the emotional responses to them didn't feel quite earned. The beginning with, the killing the brood mother and the mongrels in the cave and the beginning chapters, all that feels really good. It feels really polished. The battle at the pass feels incredibly weak. The ending also not great, just a little too rushed if this is kind of your big final climax battle. And it feels like maybe we had, really strong, detailed, worked over stories, short stories, and then building a narrative out of it, and it got a little tenuous, it got a little weak here and there, and I think maybe the dream sequences are a little overdone. Like I said, the first one, incredibly strong, and then they just get a little worse. The second one's a bit worse than that. The third one is a bit worse than the second one. Alright, but that was Grimurth. I know that probably came across a lot more harsh than I wanted, but there you go. It was honest. I would still, read more from Dave Martell and about Lucius Lex and all of that.
Wir rufen deine Wölfe und rufen deinen Speer. Wir rufen alle Zwölfe vom Himmel zu uns her. Wir rufen dich vor allen, nun kommt die wilde Jagd. Nun lass das Horn erschallen und keinen Toten klagt. Der Feind ist schon verfallen, ehe das der Morgen tagt. Der Feind ist schon verfallen, ehe das der Morgen tagt. Wir rufen deine Wölfe und rufen deinen Speer. Wir rufen alle Zwölfe vom Himmel zu uns her. Wir rufen deine Wölfe und rufen deinen Speer. Wir rufen alle Zwölfe vom Himmel zu uns her. Das Wild hat keinen Namen, der Feind hat kein Gesicht. Das Aas hat keinen Samen, gerecht ist das Gericht. Die Ernte ist vergangen, die Spreu ist täglich feil. Die Raben jetzt verlangen ihr angemessenes Teil. Die Jagd hat angefangen, nun hält uns Herr dein Heil. Die Jagd hat angefangen, nun hält uns Herr dein Heil. Wir rufen deine Wölfe und rufen deinen Speer. Wir rufen alle Zwölfe vom Himmel zu uns her. Wir rufen deine Wölfe und rufen deinen Speer. Wir rufen alle Zwölfe vom Himmel zu uns her.
Now we are at our outro, which is just tacked on at the very end. So, boys, the first topic that I will bring up is, I'm pretty sure in the last episode of Not a Trough, our debut, I mentioned applying for a position at a union hall and all that. I didn't get a response, so then I thought, trade school, I'll do trade school. So I actually did attend trade school. I decided that that was the best course of action since I didn't get a position in the union. I was unhappy at my current job. I was making decent money, but no real advancement, no raises, and especially with inflation and just cost of living increases, it's just, okay, I'm in a decent spot right now, but I'm not exactly putting away enough to realistically raise a family or get a better house. So ultimately, I decided that this was the next best thing, and perhaps these people could get me in the union. They certainly talked about it in recruitment or being placed somewhere good in the private sector. And the school that I went to had a really strong reputation. It has been around for a long time, decades and decades. It's well known in my area. Anyways, it had a strong reputation. So I attend, classes begin like October 25th or so, and we have 2 classes. One begins at 8 in the morning and goes till 2:30. The other class goes from 10 to 4:30, and I didn't get to choose which class I got put in, but I got put in the worst class, which is 10 to 4:30, because it has the worst hours. Just in terms of trying to get a part-time job, because I don't know, it was like genuinely kind of a struggle. If I'd gotten the one that ended at 2:30, then, you know, restaurant work, whatever, dishwasher, that's a lot easier. But even for restaurants and shit I was looking at, they wanted you there earlier than 4:30. And especially because this was a bit of a drive for me. It was easy in the morning, right? There's like no traffic heading in. Like, I'm not going to bitch about that. Even though I'm going to school in a really nasty ghetto, just horrible fucking area all around the school itself. And then going home, there's a few different routes you can take, but literally every route is god awful because of the fucking traffic. So what should be a 20-minute commute is always 45 minutes plus. And it's such a shit show. And then just the highway that you're taking, you know, to get back down to where I am, it's been like this way for fucking months, where it starts out like 4 lanes. As you're getting near this one part of the highway, they cut away a lane, and then they quickly cut away another lane. So then it comes down to a 2-lane highway, right? Going in one direction. Everyone should fucking know this. This isn't hard. This isn't magic. It's not a surprise. But every fucking day I took the highway, you know, coming home, it would immediately become a standstill right at this part. And there wasn't an accident. There wasn't a breakdown, anything like that. It's just people didn't get over when they should have. So then it's so fucking bad, and you just want to scream at everyone. How are you so retarded that you don't know that you have to get over earlier than this, and then everything has to stop? I mean, to be fair, I think they could put up a merge sign much earlier, right, up the highway, so that maybe retards would be reminded a little sooner, but it was ridiculous. It's shitty. I wanted to see what the school was like at first before I got a part-time job, because I wanted to make sure that I would be able to, you know, both do school and work and not have my schoolwork suffer just to have a part-time job. I decided to not get student loans because I have the money to pay for the first semester. It's about $11,000, right? And I thought, well, if I'm getting student loans, I'm regardless going to have to pay that money back, but this way I'm not going to have to pay the interest on it, and it'll just be taken care of out of pocket. So I decide I'm going to take care of it out of pocket. My dad offers to help me financially. I say, no thanks, I'm fine. In the initial recruitment stuff, it's like blah, blah, blah. You're being taught by former professionals in the field, guys from a variety of backgrounds in plumbing, pipe fitting stuff. And it all sounded good. I was like, hey, what's the class size? Oh, well, last year's about 20 to 25. 20 to 25, that sounds fine. That sounds reasonable enough to me. You have a little bit of classroom time, and then you have about 4 hours in the shop where you're going to be working on projects. For the first semester, and then the second semester, you're doing a lot more larger projects, working on appliances and such. But things are not quite as hunky-dory as I imagine when class finally begins and I get to see the class, and we do not have a class size of 20 to 25. We have a class size of over 40 students in our class, and in the earlier morning class, they are also a class of over 40 students. Diversity-wise, we're fairly down the middle, about half white, half black. There's one Mexican kid and I think one Cambodian guy, but it's about a 50-50 split. And we're really not doing anything for the first few weeks because we have to take this certification crap so we can use the machines down in the shop. So we're doing really basic shit about like using hand cutters for copper and iron pipe, threading them, reaming the pipe, etc. And it feels okay, not great. I'm not the oldest guy there. There's several people older than me in my class, and that's all fine. Some of the people I find extremely annoying. We do have a guy with face tattoos, which is nice. He's white. He was in jail, and he is not the only classmate I have who had been to jail, so that's super fucking pleasant. One guy who I didn't like, he was kind of like a little greasy rat guy. I did overhear a bit of one conversation about him talking about warrants and what do I do? I gotta make an appearance in court? He was also white. And believe me, boys, when I say I didn't have a American History X doing laundry with a black guy moment, but seeing some like white trash, like bottom of the fucking barrel white trash, and some decent blacks, it's just having like a low opinion of minorities, and then when those minorities like exceed expectations for me, I see them in a bit of a better light, right? And then when you have whites and you know that they're supposed to behave a certain way, and when they don't meet those expectations, that makes me so incredibly angry in comparison, right? The black guys that were decent students and okay guys, and I spoke with them a bit, I didn't really have beef with them. I just didn't. There were plenty of really horrific black guys as well, and they're just retarded and stupid, and it was fucking awful. But we have a lot of just PowerPoint shit for the first 2 weeks, and we're not really doing anything. Some of the professors seem fine, like, hey, we have some guys that were in union halls, we have some guys that were private and had their own companies, and they're just teaching now that they're, basically retired. That all sounds great. Good enough. But Jesus Christ, I don't miss being back in a classroom with guys that can't shut the fuck up when the teacher's talking, that just have the most retarded questions, and just all the little interruptions and bullshit. And it's just, hey, you know what? This isn't public school. I spent a lot of money to be here, so can you shut the fuck up, please? And when we finally start projects, it's going okay at first. It's pretty basic stuff. So we have like a bunch of projects due before the end of the semester, and we're split into 3 different groups so that we're all not using the same machines and using the same material at the same time. I'm with the group that's doing soldering and brazing. Soldering is you have copper, or I guess it could be another material maybe, but it was just copper for us. and you connect pieces of copper pipe with fittings, and you burn solder onto the copper pipe, and it connects it. And it's not terribly difficult. You just use a little hand torch. It definitely freaked me out at first, but I found it easy to use, just with a little practice. And then we also did brazing, which burns much, much hotter than solder. And we had acetylene tanks, and literally the first day that we're using acetylene tanks and we're brazing, the guy behind me, his little workstation behind me, his tank catches fire because the tube, or the little knob that connects the tank to the hose or whatever isn't as tight as it should be. So gas was leaking out. It caught fire. I heard someone yell behind me, and I look around, and we have this concrete bed next to me, and it's full of rocks, and this is for later projects where you would bury pipe and, go off plans and blueprints and shit. But his tank catches fire. I dive backwards into the concrete bed of rocks thinking it's about to blow. It doesn't. We have a short, squat little pipe fitter guy who's our instructor, and he comes over and he fixes it. All he had to do was tighten it so that gas wasn't leaking out. But yeah, I thought it was going to blow. Everyone thought it was going to blow 15 minutes before, and it's here are these tanks. Don't fuck with them. They can explode. And then, it catches fire. But yeah, everything was okay, I guess. So, I'm kind of muddling my way through the projects. Some of them are going okay. I feel because you bring your projects up to be graded at the grading table, and some teachers will grade you one way, and other teachers will grade you super fucking harsh. So there's not a whole lot of consistency there, and if you really fuck something up, it's not hey, you get to really redo it. It's just, you got a bad grade, move on to the next project, kid. And it's okay, I didn't feel like I learned anything. Because there's a rather severe issue of us having over 40 students in the shop all at once, and we have one teacher up at the grading table, and we have 2 to 3, more like 2 teachers who are floating around assisting students and answering questions and such. But we have some students who are and I'm not saying I was great or the best or anything, because I definitely need help at some parts, but these students would keep occupying the teacher's time, and then you're just kind of standing around unsure what to do, and you need some help, you need some guidance, and the few teachers that are there cannot fucking assist you because they're being bothered by the same people over and over and over again. You're Jesus fuck, man. What did I pay for? Because when you go up, because the project sheets that they gave you are just here's a little diagram, here's some of the measurements you have to solve for the rest of the measurements usually, and here's the size of the fittings that you're going to use, and here's the material that you're going to use, and the connection type of the material, right? But that's basically it. And sometimes that bare bones diagram isn't enough to help you out. So we're doing some copper stuff. We're also cutting cast iron pipe, and that is such a fucking nightmare with that. They would have cutters for it that are so fucking terrible, and when you would cut them, it would typically crack the pipe. They were so inconsistent if you would get a clean cut or not. And we only had a few good cutters, and the good cutters actually fucking worked. I know, crazy, but they would give wow, that's a smooth cut. Why don't we just have all of these and not have the bad cutters? Well, the good cutters are more expensive, so of course we're not really going to keep those in stock. So with so many students, you're also fighting over the good equipment and shit, and getting down to class early so you can, get your crap early, and so that was just shit. And then for the cast iron project, doing one of those, I didn't realize it. So you have to take off for the void. The void being how much of your pipe goes into a fitting, right? How much your pipe disappears in there, because you have a fitting here, a length of pipe, and then another fitting. And then this is the total length of the center of this fitting to the center of this fitting. So you have to take out the voids for each of those fittings. So it's important that you have the correct fittings so that you do your measurements correctly. But when I was doing the cast iron, when I was doing one of my cast iron projects, and I looked at the little diagram right, and I thought I had grabbed the right fitting for one of the, lengths, one of the sections on the project, and it wasn't correct. I only realized this after I'd done all my measurements, after I'd done all my cuts, after a lot of bad fucking cuts, and nowhere on the project sheet did it say exactly what measurement was supposed to be, and nothing's fucking labeled. They're just bins, on shelves in the shop. And it's only when I'm putting it together that I realize, oh shit, this one fitting is wrong, and because this one fitting is wrong, this length of pipe is wrong, and because this length of pipe is wrong, this one's wrong, and this one's wrong, and this one's wrong. And I just say fuck it, because you have few weeks to get one set of projects done, and then a few weeks to get the next set, and it just until like the end of the semester, right? It's supposed to take up the entire semester, but if you have projects that aren't done and you're like third by the time you get to the due date, you get massive points off for each project that's not finished. So you just kind of have to say fuck it at some point and then just turn it in. And I knew it was going to get a bad grade, and the teachers are like, oh, did you really try that hard? And it's like, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm going to get 25 off on the next several projects unless I turn this shit in now and start trying to bang out as many projects as I can before the end of this section. It's like, fuck, man. It's just so frustrating. And there's not, a teacher that could have been there. Like, if I had just been an apprentice out in the field and I had a master with me, and a little accident like this could have been immediately corrected, because you have over 40 students and not a lot of teachers, I didn't really have anyone I could turn to. So I just thought, oh yeah, this is right. And then it's like, whoops, I see where I really fucked up here. And we do use some math. We do have some formulas for figuring out the lengths of pipes and other shit, right? It's not complicated. It's all really fucking easy shit. However, we had 1 week. We had 1 week of math where we had a professor up in the classroom upstairs go over this shit with us. And then a few weeks later, we had one additional day of math by the head of the department because apparently people were really struggling. Boys, we didn't learn enough. We simply didn't fucking learn enough. And there was even a project later on that required us to use a really simple formula. It was like pi times diameter, right, equals circumference. But that literally had never been taught to us. And we were supposed to bend this track pipe shit and make a circle of it and have it be this measurement. And it's like, okay, what's the circumference? Well, you need to use this formula. We were never taught this formula. I had to ask a student nearby, hey, how the fuck did you do this project? He's like, oh yeah, they didn't teach us, but this is the formula you need to use. It's like, okay, great. And it's a simple formula, pi times diameter is circumference. Simple, easy. Why the fuck wasn't it taught to us? And there was another project where it was an equal spread offset. So we had basically a length of pipe, right, coming forming an outer perimeter, right, that was connected to an inner perimeter of pipe, and the space in between those, two perimeters, these two lengths of pipes that were moving up and around at angles, kind of forming a series of 45 and 90 degree angles to come down and meet. And we needed a formula to figure it out, okay, so this outside perimeter here, it's going to have to, be 3 inches across at every single point. We literally weren't taught how to solve this. And everyone in my section who was working on this project didn't do well. Everyone got a C or below because our measurements were fucking off, because you just started to kind of guess to try to fill it in, and we weren't taught it. So it wasn't just a case of White Pill's a fucking retard, but everyone else was also really struggling with it. It's like, oh fuck, why is this the thing? And some of the teachers down below, you know, they've been in the field. They haven't really done the classroom shit in decades since they were in plumbing school. So they actually couldn't help us solve it. I'm like, oh, this is kind of like really bad. What are we actually learning here? And I don't think it was on that project, but it was another project where I was really struggling with it. And I spent 2 days on it, and I had asked one of the teachers if he could help me figure it out. And he said that, well, you should know this math already because you guys have been taught in the classroom. I said, we literally weren't taught how to do this upstairs. Can you please help me? And he says, well, I can't do the math for you. Like, okay. So I wasted 2 days on one project. I got an F on it. What was the fucking point? You know, like, what was the fucking point? And then flaring pipe. Holy shit, that's annoying. I fucking hate soft copper. Fuck that shit. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. It doesn't bend right. And then if you fuck up the flare, it's just, oh, cut it again, cut it again. Fuck that. Just very unhelpful teachers. And then we're also doing gen ed stuff, right? And the gen ed stuff is required to pass with a certificate from the school, okay? The gen ed shit is online, right? All the gen ed shit is online, and it's just like read chapters and do assessments, and you get 3 tries, and then here's some bullshit little Word doc projects you need to do. And do you know how to use Microsoft Word and Outlook and all that crap? And then now what you're thinking, well, White Pill, isn't it really easy? Yeah, it was really easy. But it would steal 3 to 4 hours of my life every week for this worthless bureaucratic nonsense where I didn't learn anything. And that's my money, right? I spent money to not learn anything. So that's also just incredibly frustrating. There was another huge project that had copper that we were soldering together, copper we were brazing together. I actually kind of liked brazing. I think it's kind of enjoyable. And then also doing black iron pipe. I spent 4 days on this. I was basically done with the project. I was going to bring it up to the grading table soon, and I was tightening my black iron pipe section of it, and I guess I was using a little too much force on the black iron section of it, and it was connected to the copper section, and it bent one of my copper fittings. I still got an A on the project. My measurements were correct and all that, but it wasn't right. If it was another teacher, if this was out in the field, I absolutely would have gotten, you know, a talking to or points off or too much solder. I know I put too much solder on here, here, and there. And for brazing, I made mistakes with my brazing as well. And it was at this point that I understood that everyone passes here. That as long as you show up and pay the money, that you're going to pass. And that this was all kind of bullshit. So another fun thing is we have a cage where you would, you know, you write your name on your project, like on the pipe, and you put it in the cage because you're still working on these projects and they're too large to store in your lockers, right? So one day, one of the guys near me, he, you know, people got their shit out of the cage that they needed it, but he's like, hey, I can't find my project anywhere, and it's not in the cage, and he definitely put it in the cage the day before. And it turns out that even though his name was on it, that someone had taken his project out of the cage and brought it up to the grading table and, you know, got a grade for it, and he found like pieces of his project cut up because you're supposed to cut your projects up afterwards so that they can reuse the pipe and shit. You know, copper's expensive, and he found his name on some pieces in the like scrap bucket up there by the grading table. So someone had stolen his project, and there was, you know, plenty of and, you know, there's all this evidence that his project was stolen, and all the teachers can do for him is, Drug, I guess you know, do your project over again. And just like, Jesus Christ, man, it's just, you're going to school with people that you can't even trust to leave your fucking shit around with, and it's like, fucking Christ. Now, what's the upstairs like? What is the upstairs like? Okay, so it's about an hour and 30 minutes of PowerPoints. It's almost always just PowerPoints. We have tests, quote unquote. We have quizzes, quote unquote. We have homework, quote unquote, that are all open book. It's all open book, and it's not really acceptable to not get 100 unless they did this a few times, like retardedly word a question because they're too stupid to word it correctly, so they just cause confusion there. But I'm getting A's and everything, I'm getting hundreds and all the shit, so shouldn't you feel good, white pill? No, I feel like shit because I'm not really learning anything because every retard passes. We're learning like, oh, the history of plumbing and then like all this crap on a job site or whatever, but by the time you actually get on a job site, you're going to forget all this shit, and then you're just going to learn when you're actually on the literal fucking job site. So it's useless. There is no connection to the shop. The classroom is so divorced from what we're doing in the shop. It's just completely worthless. Okay, and then we had one teacher, one instructor who was basically our classroom guy. He wasn't down in the shop a lot, and he's, kind of a fat old guy. A lot of them were kind of fat old guys. But this guy was reading the PowerPoints, and he goes to the next slide, right? And he stopped himself for a second. And I look up at the PowerPoint, and it's literally like a giant, wall of text that's just a disclaimer in the book that isn't meant for people to actually read, right? It's just there for like legal reasons or whatever the fuck. And I thought, please, I know you're thinking about it, but don't do it. Don't do it. And then, after pausing briefly, he went full steam ahead and read the disclaimer bullshit with no shame, with no remorse. He just went into it. And that's just what our classroom was. If we were actually working on like the math of projects upstairs, then I could see a point to the classroom, but we weren't. We had a single week and then one additional day, and that was it. That was literally it. There was nothing else because, frankly, we were working on some complicated stuff, and yeah, we could have used a hell of a lot more practice than what we got, and it's just incredibly frustrating. Oh, and I wasn't around for this. I didn't see it, but one guy, our only Mexican boy, he got fucked up by some kind of power tool. I don't know what the story was, and he was gone for a bit. I didn't think he would be coming back, but then he did come back. But yeah, his arm was really fucked up when I saw him again. So we were getting near towards the end of when the first third of projects needed to be done, and so we have the red class, right? We were the green class, there was the red class. The red class gets out at 2:30, we get out at 4:30. And what the red class would do is when they got done for the day, they would come down to the shop to work on projects, which they were all allowed to do, right? And technically, we could have come in earlier and been in class while it was the red class's time in the shop. We could have done that. The classroom is already incredibly tight. There's barely any room between tables. Like the guy, so I'm here, I have a guy, in front of me at a workstation, and then a little pillar, then a guy on my left, and then a guy behind me. Me and the guy behind me have so little space, it's not funny. Like we're basically touching each other. And at times when we were brazing and working on larger projects, you really had to angle yourself and reposition yourself so that you're not bumping into another guy and, you got scalding metal and then, you're not doing that shit. It's just, they just pack the classroom and it's just fucking ridiculous. And then red class comes down, and from being at like 40 something students, we then have over 50. They take up physical space. They take up the instructor's time. We don't get additional instructors. The instructors, we have the same amount of instructors, and now we have more students. And then they also occupy machines. Oh, it's just a bad situation is just made worse and worse. Oh, earlier, this was good. So we have some basic rules at this school. Like, hey, you have to wear the uniform. Hey, you are allowed to wear hats in the shop. You cannot wear a hat up in the classroom. Hey, don't sleep in the classroom. Hey, you have to have your shirt tucked in. Just basic shit. Just basic shit to test, like, are you a nigger or are you not a nigger, right? So, anyways, one day we have a professor who's a nice enough guy. You know, he's not a hard ass or anything like that. And he just says, hey guys, take off your hats, please. We're in the classroom. You can wear them down the shops. Everyone complies, right? It's a rule. You have to do it. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big fucking deal. No one gives a shit. Except this one day, we have one of our best, like, ghetto black guys, and he literally refuses to take his hat off. And you have a mild-mannered white professor, and he starts fucking yelling, take your hat off, take your hat off. And the black guy, I love this about, you know how some blacks, they just like mumble and mutter and you cannot fucking understand them and they just will not raise their voice. You know how a lot of blacks are super loud and obnoxious in public spaces, but you also have the inverse where blacks are obnoxiously quiet and you also want them to shut the fuck up. Speak right or shut the fuck up. But our little niglet does not, in fact, take his hat off. But I guess because he felt dissed by the white man or whatever the fuck, he decides to just pick up and leave. What's your fucking problem, dude? Like, Jesus Christ, take your fucking hat off. You're not special, okay? The blacks took their hats off. The whites took their hats off. I don't get it. And I just like all their little shit when it's like, look, I know the classroom is bullshit and it's frustrating, but at the very least, just shut the fuck up and be quiet, you know? Shut the fuck up, be quiet, and get through class. But instead of that, we have constant interruptions of people just talking in the background, and they just won't be quiet, and the teachers are just unable or unwilling to maintain classroom control. And, you know, you get, you know, blah, 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 rules, guidelines, all this shit, and you guys are young professionals and all this crap. And it's like, that's not true, right? That's not true. This is just a babysitting thing. This is as bad as normal college is. It really is. Where there are no rules. Like, hey, you're talking in class? Get out. You know, you got an F today. You failed the test this upcoming week. You get 0. There's no punishments. There's no nothing. And God damn it. That was probably like the worst incident with classmates, but yeah, some of the guys were okay. Like, some of them definitely were fine. And yeah, I spoke with some of the guys and I liked them well enough. But there was a contingent of decent white guys, decent black guys. There were more decent whites than decent blacks. But there were a few blacks that I liked more than the white trash. I'll say that. I don't feel guilty about it. I can't abide white trash at all. At all. At all. At all. Have pride. Especially whites who talk like they're black. That's the worst. And I usually brought books in to read during like lunch and for breaks. And then one day, one white guy, he asked me, he was a few years younger than me. He asked me what I was reading, like what I like to read. I said history. And then he kind of leans in with a smile and then he asked if I knew about the Jews. And I didn't say anything here. I felt like maybe I should have, and I kind of regret, you know, not saying anything to him. I kind of just brushed it off and laughed, but I felt like I should have warned him or something like, hey, I know you're joking, right? And I wasn't going to like fully power level or anything to him, but just, you know, it's okay that you said this to me. But there are a lot of people where if you said something like that, there are repercussions, you know, there can be a lot of problems with just making jokes like that. And I don't know. I don't know. It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous to say such things, but I didn't want to be weird, right? I didn't want to get into it, so I decided against it. I know that he was probably trying to shock me, right? And then get a reaction out of me. And it felt very familiar, right? I'd been in this situation before on the other end of it. And it wasn't a good feeling. I don't know. I felt like maybe I should have said something, but I didn't ultimately. One of the days where the red class had come down and now the classroom was just super fucking full. There's no space for anyone. I was really struggling with the project and I didn't know how to fucking do it and just getting increasingly frustrated, and the professors aren't really there to help me because they're all occupied, because they're always fucking occupied, and I'm tired of like badgering the few smart people like, hey, how do you do this, you know? Because I spent money to be taught how to do this. I didn't, hand you thousands of dollars so that, students could teach me how to do it instead of the teachers doing their fucking jobs. So I found this really quiet spot in the back of the shop, and I sat down for about 10 minutes, and I knew at the end of it that I didn't want this, that this had been going rather badly so far in terms of school. It just felt like we were doing the equivalent of high school shop projects, and we weren't really being prepared for a career out in the field, and the classroom was just bullshit, and, wow, this was a lot of money, and I'm not really learning a whole lot. And I didn't want to lose another $10,000 for the next semester to be disappointed again. And I knew I had made such a mistake in going here. A $11,000 mistake, a very expensive bath to take. I felt like if I had been in a smaller class size, then I wouldn't feel so frustrated and lost. I know I can do the work. It's just hard when you don't know what to do. And it takes so long to get a teacher over that so much time is wasted. And then when there's like 20 guys and they all need projects graded and there's a huge line for the grading table, and guess what? You don't have the next project sheet until you turn in your current project. So there's literally nothing you can fucking do except wait. And it's just, how much time was wasted here? How much time was wasted? A long time for me just doing nothing. Another thing that greatly raised my hackles and I was very, very concerned about, and, alarm bells started ringing was, so they had talked a big game about the union, right? And getting in the union. And we have a really, really large union around me. So I was like, oh, I didn't get in when I applied, off the street, but maybe these guys, they'll nudge me in and I'll get in that way. So we had two former graduates who came in and spoke with us a little bit. Both of them were currently in the union, right? And it had been in for a few years. One guy had been in for 3.5 years. The other guy had been in for 2 years or so. And, they talked, in the union, you get contracted out for work with different companies. So you're still a member of that union, but you might be working for some company somewhere, right? Doesn't matter. You're still a union guy, and you still get paid your union wages. And the union pay is very, very good. It's really nice. You have great benefits. It's amazing if you can get the work. And one thing about these guys is that they are, in fact, both black. And another thing about these guys is they both specifically mention this one program in the union. And this is a diversity program meant to get in minorities, specifically blacks, into the union. And in the weeks and weeks that I had been there, and these are the only two guys that they can point to as recent graduates who are in the union, and they're both black, and they both got in through the diversity program. So what chance does old white pill, old whitey white McPaleface have? What does the old potato nigger have a chance of getting into this thing? And white pill realizes that the odds are not very good. And we had one professor who I fucking hate, who I actually despise now, and he's like, oh yeah, 1 year had a guy from the union come in and he's like, show me these guys' attendance records, and every guy here who has perfect attendance, they come down the hall, they'll get a job, and that felt like bullshit to me. And then it felt like real bullshit later on, as I'm really analyzing everything that happened in the class. Holy shit, you're really taking advantage of impressionable people that are looking for a career change or are looking to start a career or would like to get into the union, and making it seem like this is something obtainable when it's just really not. And I don't know if I would have gotten in, right? If the diversity program and all that shit didn't exist, then I don't know if I'm really the best of the whites to get in. Maybe not. But there's always that voice in the back of my head that's going, maybe you would have gotten in if they, weren't taking all the diversity guys, right? Maybe you would have had a spot there. It gets to me every now and then that we actually do live in a country, where we've decided that too many white people is a bad thing, and we need less whites here. We need less whites with good jobs and good benefits. And everyone just accepts that. There's no riots, there's no shootings, there's no anything. Everyone just accepts that, oh yeah, those really good jobs, those aren't for you. Too many white people have been successful lately. We need to stop that. And just how fucked up that is. I know it's such a meme, slap the shit out of anyone that says, go to trade school, bro. Go to trade school, bro. Go to trade school, bro. You still have this diversity bullshit. And look, in the private sector, sure, maybe you run away from a lot of it, but this is absolutely still a thing in fucking trades. It's not a joke. It's very present. Oh, and what else was going on at this time? So I'm really frustrated. I just realized that I just lost $11,000 of my own money, and I'm not getting a quality education out of it. And so I had quit my job, right, to go to school full time. And I had been looking for jobs. After the first week, I started applying for part-time, night work. I'm open on the weekends, totally free. And it's a genuine struggle to get a part-time job, and I'm kind of baffled by how hard it is. And there's this one thing where it's like a catering company, and it's like, oh yeah, we work the evenings, and you go to a place, you pick up all the tables and chairs, you bring it back to the warehouse. I'm like, that sounds great. I can do that job. I got a phone interview, and then they never called me back. And then just a few other little just jobs. There's this one job where it's a warehouse, but you're moving a lot of beer and you're essentially just building pallets, and it's a union gig, and you start out with a great base pay. You then get paid per how much product that you're picking per hour, right? And it's a certain amount of cents or whatever. So you have guys that are making 30 something an hour doing this shit, or very high end 20s. It's that's amazing. I'd love this job. And it's 4 days after I apply online that I get a call, and I'm like, oh, this job's great. What are the hours? Oh, I don't really know what the hours are. I know they start at 7, at night. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Because, okay, I get out of school at 4:30, horrible ghetto traffic for 45 minutes, but then I'm home, I can rest a little, I can eat, and then go to work. And I'm thinking, because on Indeed, and also on the company's official website, it states part-time hours, full-time hours, flexible schedule. To me, a part-time job is maybe 5 or 6 hours a night, right? It's not full-time, right? Full-time would be 8 hours or more. So mentally, that's what I thought. And the lady online and the lady on the phone wasn't super helpful. So I go in there for the physical interview, and it is, so we do, our shifts are typically 12 hours, but it can range anywhere from 8 to 12. It's okay. And I'm like, well, online it said it was part-time. It's it's 8 to 12. It's an 8 to 12 hour shift. okay. It's like, so how is that going to work with school for you? You know? And I'm like, oh, I know I 100% didn't get the job. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I could wing it. Cause like the pitch they made sounded so fucking good that I'm like, well, I really wish I had this job. You know, I'm like, I don't know. We'll call you, you know, but I knew like in my heart I wasn't going to get it, and I didn't get the job. But if I was some punk ass retarded kid fresh out of high school, fresh out of college with no prospects, this job is such a cherry job. You're in a fucking union. You have amazing benefits. You have amazing starting pay with career advancement possibilities. And oh no, I have to work 7 at night. Oh, I'm gonna kill myself. That job's so fucking good. And I didn't get it. And it didn't work with school, right? And I'm like, well, that's okay. Because this was early in my school career. The main thing is that I'm in school, you know, so I'll just keep looking for work. So I don't get the catering job. I don't get the beer job. I was supposed to have some video call interview because I was just applying for any part-time evening jobs that weren't like $8 an hour, janitor. No thanks, go fuck yourself. But anything that had remotely decent pay, right? And for one of them, it was supposed to be an evening baker, which I wasn't exactly looking forward to, but I'm like, whatever, I'll take anything at this point. This was the start of my 5th week of unemployment, of having no income and just watching my bank account, you know, empty out a little more. And it's like, all right, there's a little less money now. I have 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 a little less money now. And I'm not doing great. I'm feeling a little low at this point. And I got stood up for this video interview for this evening baker job. I was stood up, and the interviewer never showed up to the video call. Fuck you.
Rohan has deserted us. Saidon's betrayed me.
Abandon your post! Flee for your life!
Whatever, I didn't even want this job. Actually, I really did want this job, and I didn't get it. I'm really struggling at this point, and I'm getting concerned. My dad has always been super open, and he's like, son, if you need any help at all, like, I can pay for schooling, no issue, you can pay me back whenever. And it's like, okay. But I'm 29. I don't want to go to my father hat in hand, like begging, and it wouldn't be begging, and he wouldn't make me feel bad about it, but I still don't want to do it. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it's supposed to be. And this is before I drop out. This is before I drop out of college, which I ultimately do decide to do a little over halfway into the semester. So one night, after not having a good time at school, because I'm not learning anything and I just set $11,000 on fire, after being unemployed and having no money coming in, after having lost, you know, my whole friend group and all that, after the Ireland trip, after feeling like a failure and embarrassment to the family, it's a lot of afters, and after I didn't realize my life could go this low again. So after all that, I come home one night after sitting in traffic for, 50 minutes, over an hour. A few times it was over an hour sitting in traffic because people are so fucking retarded. And I'm home, I check my mail, I check my package box, and I find a can in my box. And I'm really confused by it. I thought maybe this was a food drive thing and people mistakenly brought this can to my house thinking that I was in need or something and whatever. Or maybe perhaps my neighbors thought I was poor and struggling or something. Or maybe it was just a mistake. But I do have a can in my parcel box, which is a can of Sloppy Joe sauce, right? And I'm baffled. I am bemused by this occurrence. And hours later, after I've brought the can into my home, it turns out it wasn't a mistake. My mother texted me later on asking if I got it. And I said, got what? And she goes, the can. It's for me to try. My parents at this point, and my father has made several offers to help, right? But my parents fully know that I'm really struggling. I'm not really enjoying school. I don't feel I'm getting much out of it. I'm having a lot of trouble finding work, right? And just with the part-time job thing, it's just the hours are awkward, right? I could basically only start a job at 5:30 at night unless it's, near the school itself, because it's going to take me an hour to get home. And then, I'd be able to work for 4 or 5 hours, but the shit's not so simple to get. Like Walmart literally wouldn't let me submit an application until I said I have full availability for my hours. I couldn't put in that, no, I can only work, after I'm done with school, but I'm free on the weekends. That wasn't an option for their fucking website. For Amazon, just for being a goddamn loader, right? It's like, hey, part-time work available. They only have 8-hour fucking shifts. How is that part-time? How the fuck is that part-time? But, my mother, knowing that I'm struggling as much as I am, she thought that this would be a nice treat for me. And I thought, White Bill, how dare you? How dare you feel ungrateful here? Sure, you know what? I don't have to think about dinner tonight. I'm gonna have some sloppy joes. But I was wrong, boys. I was wrong. You see, it's a can of sloppy joe sauce. Now, what I thought, and perhaps you are thinking, is that this is sloppy joes, right? With meat and sauce combined in a can. But you're wrong. This was merely sauce with no meat. You would need to go out and buy the meat for it. I could have drank it raw. I have a grocery store like 3 minutes away, but I decided no, that wasn't worth the effort. So many thoughts were going through my head, like, oh my God, I was going to kill myself. But I can't. I just can't. Because I have this can of Sloppy Joe sauce. That's what my mother did for me. She gives my brother, this piece of shit, thousands and thousands in whatever the fuck he needs. And I received a can of Sloppy Joe sauce. Not even Sloppy Joe's. I ended up throwing the can in the trash, unopened. But maybe I should have saved it. Maybe I should have framed it, right? Put it on the mantle, right? That's my mantelpiece. That's for my mother. I'm not mad. I don't even think about it anymore. Are you mad? I'm not mad. Can of Sloppy Joe sauce. I got cucked by a can of Sloppy Joe sauce. And I can't make that up. You literally cannot make that fucking shit up. That's real. And this episode does not occur on the same night as I received the can of sauce, but it does happen one night when, just feeling that I just lost all this money and just looking at my bank account and the money keeps going down and out and I still don't have a part-time job. And this wasn't good. This was not great. But I ripped the door off a kitchen cabinet, which was not ideal, right? I admit that I was perhaps slightly angry, and that wasn't good. But you know what? I wanted to do that. So, if I had kept the can of Sloppy Joe sauce, I could have just looked at it, right? I could have just... I didn't have to open, the cabinet door up every time I wanted to stare at it. It would just be there in plain view. The dishes in that cabinet, I can just reach it and grab it. No bullshit with opening the door every time. That's inefficient. This is more efficient. This is better. I wanted to do this. This was a good idea on my part. So White Pill's not feeling great at this stage in my life. Just very afraid to go to my dad about this. I didn't want to burden him I haven't really been this low since the comic book failed, which was similar, right? Because I lost a similar amount of money producing the comic book. I was employed then, but not employed well. I didn't want my dad to be ashamed of me, right? Which is maybe kind of pathetic, but that was all just racing through my head. But eventually, I go to my dad and go through everything and told him my plan was to drop school, reapply at the beer warehouse place, which is a very good job, and then do plumber shit in the spring because I think plumber work typically, right, when it starts to freeze, there's just, not a lot of work outside, right? So it's probably not realistic to get hired on with anyone now, but when it starts to thaw, then yeah, look for work. And just as unhappy as I was then, I knew that I didn't have it in me to really just continue and just be a miserable piece of shit for the next several months. And then it's one thing for me to lose $11K of my own money, right, and to hate myself for it, but I can't take $10,000 from my pops, and he would have given it to me, and then spend it on a second semester for school there to get a bullshit, worthless degree mill certificate. And I think that's what the equivalent of this shit would have been had I graduated. And I just can't do it. So I ended up dropping from school and all that, but I still had to make the call to my dad asking for money, which is a really horrible feeling at 29, but I still had to do it, and he didn't make me feel ashamed or guilty or anything about it. My mother would have, absolutely, but he didn't. Paying him back when I can, when things stabilize a little more. Dropping out of school is simple enough. It's just, look, if I'm not earning money right now, then why should I stick around? If I'm not earning money right now, if I'm not getting a quality education, why should I stick around for the rest of the semester? For what? I'm already having a terrible time at school. I'm not learning much. Then what's the point of, finishing it out? It's just kind of retarded logic, like pull yourself by your bootstraps, see things to the finish. That can be a terrible suggestion. If you're like going downhill and about to go off a cliff, don't see things through to the finish. Bail out. Bail the fuck out. Save yourself some pain, save yourself some money. So I end up dropping from school, and I think, okay, I'm going to reapply to the beer place. They got back to me the first time within a week, right? Within a week, I had a phone interview, and then I went in for a real interview. And this time will be different because when I have a physical interview with them, I'll hey, I'm totally free. I can work whatever hours you need from me, right? They never get back to me. I don't know what's wrong. The job application was still open. I think maybe they have a policy or something that if you applied to them and you didn't get the job, and I didn't get the job last time because I was at this dog shit school, that you can't really reapply, I guess. And if I could have just reapplied, and I did, but if I could have just, let them know that, hey, I have free hours now, I'm ready to work. I'm willing to work. But that wasn't really an option. So I keep waiting to hear something back from them, and I don't get anything from them. And days go by. I'm applying at other jobs too. I went to go get my tools from school, right? Because I paid for the tools. They're mine. So that's at least something that I got. I do have a set of plumbing tools, like a beginner set, really. And I had a goodbye with some of the school guys. Two of the guys that I spoke with, I don't know why I revealed it. I guess I just kind of wanted to. But I said, hey, I'm an author. I didn't tell them about the channel. I did not tell them about the channel. That's too much. But I told them that I was a writer. One of the guys said that, oh yeah, he's also working on a book. That's cool. He didn't have anything out, so I couldn't read it or review it or anything. But I got my tools. So far from that encounter, I did not sell any books, but whatever. And that wasn't the goal. It wasn't the goal to get these people to buy your shit. but just, I don't know, share something about myself, because I'm a pretty reserved person, I guess, and whatever. Now what, White Pill Media? We don't have the beer job, we don't have school, we're probably not gonna get a plumbing apprenticeship until the spring, if at all. What are we doing now? Any job I can get. And I actually did get a bite, and it was for Pizza Hut. Oh yes, Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut. Yes. We did go there. We needed the money. Pizza Hut, it's a few days to get on with them. Frankly, too much time just to be a fucking delivery driver. I saw an advertisement, our drivers averaged $18 to like $22 an hour, and I thought, wow, that's amazing. And even if the pay is not as good as they're claiming there, and it's like a little lower than that, then that's still like good enough for a part-time job. You know, this'll be fine. And actually, had started this job towards the end of my time at school, but now I'd have like more hours and shit for it. I stayed at Pizza Hut for 2 weeks. Anyways, the first time when I was going in for a little interview, which I don't even know if it could really qualify for that, it was like less than 5 minutes. The first time I saw the manager there, who was a woman, she was carrying an armload of Happy Meals. She was a large woman, you might say. I need to paint this image for you. A large, unattractive woman, literal armload of Happy Meals, and at her little desk, tucked behind the little lobby they have there, there was a computer desk. And on the computer desk were these K-pop boy like figures that had the McDonald's arch emblem on them. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not making this up, and I really want to paint this image for you. But the first like little initial interview bullshit thing, I was there on time, and then the one guy that was working there, who was hugely obese, said that we would need to reschedule, and thankfully it was for the same day, and I'm like, okay, I'll be a little cuck and I'll return, even though this is bullshit. I really needed the job, and I did get the job, so that was fine. Let me introduce our players at Pizza Hut, shall I? So I won't use people's real names because I think that's kind of mean or whatever. We'll go with Ben, who is this huge fat guy that I don't know why. When I say fat, I mean like so disgustingly obese that you don't really know how he moves around. It's like his fat is like kind of like partitioned on his body. That's weird to describe, but that's how he looked, like partitioned, like his thighs and his back, like hugely disgustingly obese. He would also say gobble gobble when he walked past you, and he had a very bad odor to him. He was a driver. We had another driver, let's say Steve, who seemed a little retarded or just slow. I thought he was an okay guy, but I developed a worse opinion of him over time. We had Alexa, who had giant tits, like really like giant tits. Now, boys, I know what you're thinking. You're imagining a large pair of breasts, but even bigger, right? Even bigger. And she also wore her Pizza Hut hat. Hats were required, by the way, which I thought was a little gay, but whatever. And she had a hat with a bunch of like little anime pins and shit in it. So, okay, that is Alexa. We had the cook who dressed kind of butch, and I immediately thought like that's a dyke, and she was in fact a dyke, and her name is, and I referred to her mentally as Doe Dyke. And on my first night, she was literally crying in the freezer. I think she was fighting with her girlfriend or something. There was Asian guy cook. There was the fat mean boss. There was the Mickey D's manager. There was the ponytail short manager who was a super cool guy. There was the Afghani brown cook, whose name I do know, but I can't think of a good replacement for his name, so I'll just call him Afghani guy. There was black cook, whose name I never got. We were a motley crew. We were a very motley, tight crew. We were really a family. On my first day, I made 4 deliveries. I did a lot of prep, meaning making dough and shit and putting it in pans to prepare for the following day. I was washing a lot of dishes. I was scraping the burned on cheese and bread and shit off the pans. I made some cash, and at the very end of the night, I got a free pizza to take home because Doe Dyke messed up so many pizzas that there were like 8 pizzas. They're like, well, everyone take what you want, bring it home, because others were throwing it out. And I felt better than I had in some time because I had some money in my hand. I'd worked, I was staying busy. Anime girl said that I looked like Josh Hutcherson, which I thought was a compliment. Oh, poor naive white pill incel. But I don't know. Like, if a woman says, like, oh, you look like Josh Hutcherson, it's like, I don't know. What was I supposed to say? You look like Christina Hendricks. Christina Hendricks has nicer breasts. Eddie Falco in The Sopranos. I know she doesn't, like, show off her body a lot. She is so fucking hot. I think she's so incredibly attractive. I love Eddie Falco. So the literal advertisement that they have in the window says that our drivers average 18 to 20 something an hour, right? And I thought, yeah, okay, I'll be around there. Nowhere in the 2 weeks that I was there did I ever average anywhere close to that amount of money. I kind of realized that if I throw out specific dollar amounts, it might be a little doxy. So let's say sub $10 an hour when I was out delivering on the road, and inside I made less than $14 an hour, okay? And if you don't get tips, then you just don't get tips. So if you have a couple deliveries and you don't get tipped anything and it took a whole hour, well, you only made sub $10 that hour. And in fact, after gas and, wear and tear on your car, you're probably not breaking minimum wage. Of course, Pizza Hut does compensate you for gas and wear and tear, but it doesn't exactly even out, right? It's not quite the full amount that you should be getting. You know what I mean? It's not quite there. One of the nights we had the fat manager yelling at the slow delivery driver, and I thought, really, fuck this guy. This asshole eating his pasta bowl. And I did miss because Doe Dyke wasn't cooking that night, so she wasn't there to fuck up the pizzas, so there wasn't anything for anyone else to bring home that night. This guy, he takes care of himself, he gets his pasta bowl, and there are no fuck ups to take home. Whatever, asshole. No one out pizzas the hut. Like, out there, Afghani guy, you are a non-white, you are a nothing, you are an animal. But in here, you're family. Out there, you're not white. In here, you're family.
You see, out there, it's the 1990s. But in this house, it's 1954. 1990s, 1954.
So the Afghani guy is from Afghanistan, surprise, surprise. And he did give me a free soda at the end of one of the nights. He's like, oh, Mr. Whitebill, you want a soda? We take soda. I don't know if we stole from Pizza Hut or not, but he put one in my hands, so I took it. So thank you for that. He was a nice enough guy, right? I'm not saying like, ooh, Afghans, they're based. No, nothing like that, but I like this guy enough. And I didn't mean to stare, but I had never seen an Afghani before, and he was like taller, right, than I imagined, and he kind of had an Asian look to his face, but he was also darker and not quite Mexican. But if I had like calipers with me, I would have measured his skull, and I had no clue what he was. And I'm like, I gotta know. I got a worm in my brain. I have to know. And he's like, oh, I'm from Afghanistan. And it's like, that's what an Arab looks like. And he always wore a backwards baseball cap. And while I kind of liked him as a person, both him and Slow Guy did not do a good job on the dishes, meaning that they wouldn't scrape. And okay, so you have your sink, right? Then you have your little dishwasher. You load up the tray, you put the dishes in. Simple. Then you put the shit on the drying rack. A retard could do this, you would think. However, there were plenty of people who simply would not scrape, and the dishwasher wasn't great at removing large food particles from the dishes. So if you put something that had a lot of bits of mozzarella on it in the dishwasher, they would still be there after the dishwasher ran its cycle. Some people go like, well, it was sanitized, so it's fine. It's not fine. This is not something that hopefully you would eat off yourself at home. Like if you put something in the dishwasher and it wasn't fully clean, you wouldn't just immediately use it. You would clean it yourself by hand or run it in the dishwasher again or whatever. But it would be unacceptable. So there'd be a bunch of pans and trays that would have like burned on mozzarella and cheese and shit like that and oil and shit. And you'd have to spray this stuff or scrape it off before putting in the dishwasher to make sure that it was fully clean, right? To make sure you were doing a good job. And I know that we served slop here. I know that it's goy slop. I know it's disgusting. I know that's bad for you. But I wanted people to eat their slop and have it be prepared in something that was clean, right? I wanted to have a little pride in my work and to just do like the bare fucking minimum. The dishes are fucking clean. But the Afghani guy wasn't really into that. He's like, oh, it's clean, it's clean. No, not clean. We have to, really fucking clean it first, please. And in terms of people just being, literal retards when it came to doing the dishes, we would have people. So filling up the sink with hot water and soap, and then what they would do is they would drop dirty dishes directly into this water, right? Without removing the food particles, without spraying them, without anything. So what would happen is the sink full of soap and warm water would very quickly become just floating cesspits of food and shit, right? And any dishes that you dropped in there absolutely wouldn't be fucking clean or sanitized. Shocking, I know, but that water will get filthy instantly, and putting more dishes in there doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. If you rinsed the shit off and scraped it and then soaked it, it would make sense. But this is just putting dirty dishes in bad water and they don't get clean. But that was kind of a step too far for some of the people at Pizza Hut, but I don't think about it anymore and it didn't bother me. Just hated it where it could get like pretty passive aggressive. Like the slow guy did not turn off this dough prep thing that was like beeping out an alarm signaling that it was ready, right, to remove dough from it. Like the dough had been prepped properly, and it's just beep, 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 beep. And I asked him, because we were both doing dishes, like, hey, what is that? That's the dough prep thing. So he knew what it was, he knew why it was making that sound, and he knew how to fix it, and he chose not to because he was pissed off at Fat Mean Manager. Okay, man, I understand if you're pissed off at the manager, but having us all be annoyed by the shitty dough prep sound isn't really good, so maybe fuck you, and Mean Manager's, maybe in the right and you're in the wrong, actually. I got a decent amount of deliveries in my 2 weeks. I did deliver to a place less than 2 minutes away. They couldn't just walk there or drive to the Pizza Huts. They had to order delivery. So I don't think they tipped, but still you paid a delivery fee and all that. And is that really worth, 2-minute drive? Was it worth it? I don't know. I don't live in a shitty little rat nest apartment, so I don't know. Also, for one delivery, the door opens. There's a obese, shirtless man smoking there, and he takes the order. It was like an extra large pizza, a dessert, some breadsticks. I think he was alone. Boys, in my whole 2 weeks here, I had one person answer the door shirtless, and it was this guy. No women ever answered the door shirtless. That's some discrimination, that's not right, but that's what happened. That's the truth. That's some bullshit. Oh, I had a guy who didn't tip story. So he was paying in cash. I get there and he has two 20s, right? And he asked me how much was the bill. I said $26.43. He asked for some change. I said, how much change? He asked, can I get $22 back? No, you can't get $22 back. He says, sorry, I'm not good at math. Are you retarded? How are you not embarrassed to just wake up every day if you can't do 26.43 minus 40? And then he's asked, how much can I get back? And it's just genuinely scary shit. Genuinely fucking scary that you're an adult. I think he was a young adult, but he was definitely 18 or maybe a little older than that. And mentally, you can't do that math on the fly. That's insane and that's really disturbing. So he's like, how much can I get back? And I said, it would be over 13. So he asked for 13 back. So I gave him $13 back and I got a 57-cent tip. Thank you very much. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Another thing with Pizza Hut is they supplement or whatever, they have additional drivers to their delivery drivers. They use DoorDash. It's this thing called Dragon Tail. There's a little computer system in the store and it feeds the delivery drivers like me and other drivers orders, and also feeds other orders to DoorDash guys and assigns these orders to the DoorDash people. So there's a bunch of orders that I miss out on because they're being fed to DoorDash and not to Pizza Hut people. And I didn't know that going in, that I would miss out on deliveries because of this. Because to me, if I'm a delivery driver, I should be out delivering as much as humanly possible. And then if we're slow, it's the end of the shift, then I would help with prep work. I would be doing dishes. But if there's an order to be delivered, I need to be taking it. But that's not what happened. There's so many orders, so much money was taken, and it was given to DoorDash instead of me when I was available to take them. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, I didn't sign up here to make less than $15 an hour to do dishes and prep work. I came on here to make tips and to make decent tips, to or have a decent income, right? I thought it'd be better pay than what I got. And I started to get really pissed off with Pizza Hut, just being kept for less than $15 inside to do prep work and just making no fucking money some nights. There was one night because for some of the orders, like I got paid in cash. And when you get cashed out of the night, they're just paying you whatever, like in tips and shit. And you would still get like extra money through direct deposit from the time that you worked inside. But you're being cashed out for all your delivery pay and shit. And one night, I made so few deliveries because they pulled me in to do prep work that I owed the store $15 out of pocket. I had to reach into my wallet and hand them $15 because I only got like 5 fucking deliveries. Why would I work here for this? And then just mentally I'm thinking, I took such a big pay drop, right? Going from my job and then quitting that for trade school. Trade school doesn't work out, and now I'm here. Now I'm here at the fucking Hut. I still wasn't happy there at my old job. I still wanted to quit. But it's not a good feeling when you've taken such a crater to pay scale. And you just get this horrible feeling in your gut that I didn't earn enough money tonight. And then some nights you didn't earn enough money. And frankly, I think Europe simply just does it better. And they don't have tipping. And, if you wanted to give like a few bucks because the service was exceptional or something, that's fine. But it is really fucked up, right? And then people bitch about DoorDash being terrible and drivers stealing their food and inconsistent quality and, it arrives cold or whatever. Okay, I get all that. But, to make up for it, you would have to have decent delivery drivers that could be held accountable, right? Which means they would have to make a decent amount of money. And people don't really want to budge on that. And it's not that I want to be a pizza boy for the rest of my life. I didn't. I lasted 2 weeks. What the fuck are you expecting, right? You might as well go to the store and pick up the food yourself because if you're just going to have people that work for very little money, you're going to get the kind of people, the kind of service that people who work for very little money will deliver, you know? But it was aesthetically pleasing when I would go and make a delivery and I would open up the bag and steam would come out, you know, and then I'd hand it to the customer. It's like the customer appreciates that. I appreciate that. It feels good, you know. That was nice. That was a very nice feeling. It was like a Friday or Saturday night. I got maybe 10 deliveries when I should have had way fucking more than that. And it wasn't given to me. And I got $63 in cash out. And with the hours that I had, I probably got to a decent amount of money, but I wasn't able to do all my prep because I literally didn't have enough pans either. He's like, you need to make X amount of breadsticks for tomorrow. It's like, okay, I don't have enough breadstick pans. We simply quite literally don't have enough pans. Can I use something else to prep the breadsticks? No, only the breadstick pans. Do you see the issue? That we don't have enough fucking pans and there's nothing I can do, but not a helpful guy. Morbidly obese asshole manager, surprisingly not helpful. Oh, but the ponytail manager, I had him as my manager for one night, just one night, right? But I only had 11 deliveries on this night, and I was kept fairly busy, like always out on deliveries, and that all felt good and fine. I will say, Pizza Hut also had a kind of terrible system for how far their deliveries would go out to. Meaning I would have some deliveries where I would be 12 to 13 minutes away from the store. So I would, 12 minutes there, maybe the delivery is a minute or two, 12 minutes back. That basically ate up an entire half hour. And if that guy didn't tip, and let's say you had another delivery like that, and that person also didn't tip, that's fucked. You're fucked. But the ponytail guy, I come back to the store after a delivery and he goes, "Oh yeah, man, I did your prep." And he even did the dishes. He was even like mopping the floor, doing the closing shit. He's like, "Yeah, orders didn't come in, so I took care of it for you. Don't worry about it, dude." What a difference in management can do. And, the big tits girl, right? From my first night working there, she was like bitching and crying when we were closing it out that we're here too long. I'm tired. I really want to go home. Guys, I really, really want to go home. And instead of this cunt picking up the pace and helping us close, she would just like cry and bitch and throw a little fit about it. And this guy's like, "Oh yeah, I took care of it, man. Don't worry about it. It's good. Yeah, you're doing a really good job. So yeah, I took care of your stuff." Really liked him. I wish I worked for him more. If I had, better managers, then perhaps I would have stuck around for a little bit longer. I had a Friday where I took home $73 and a Saturday when I had more hours and I was the only driver on staff and I got $58 cash out. $58 on a Saturday night. Go fuck yourself. I got off at 1 and I was supposed to work 12 to 8 the next day on Sunday, and I did not show up. That was, in fact, my last day at Pizza Hut. I got so pissed off. I got pulled in at like 9:30 that night, and I missed a bunch of orders, like 10 deliveries I could have made. And sure, not all of them would have tipped, but some of them would have tipped, and that's more than worth it to me to get the some that do tip. And why was I brought in? Why was I brought in and taken off the road? It's so I could bag the fucking chicken, the boneless chicken wings, so I could put them in a bag. And this bitch, sure she has big tits, sure she watches anime, but she's a cunt. Boys, she's a fucking cunt. She came over to me and she asked, "You're putting 8 pieces in a bag, right?" I said, "Yes, of course. That's what I was instructed to do." Boys, I was putting 10 to 12 pieces in each bag. I didn't give a shit, so if you ordered from that store for the next day or two, then you probably got a little more boneless chicken wings than you paid for. You're welcome. But I didn't want to just start screaming at her, so it's just like, calm down, just calm down. She's not a kitchen cabinet, bro. Take it easy. And then, she's like, "Oh, yeah, I'll be helpful, and I'll do the dishes while you do your other prep." She did 1 to 2 loads of the dishes, and then when I got back to the sink after I finished the rest of my prep, the sink was totally filled with dishes, and she was just sitting at the computer on her phone. So a lot of big fucking help there. And then just her, after I've mopped the majority of the floor, like 80% of the store, I've already mopped it, and I'm about to mop the last 20%. She goes, "Oh no, you don't have to mop this part. I'm going to mop it." It's like, this would take me 2 to 3 minutes to mop. You're not fucking helpful. Just fuck off and let me mop it. But she insisted, right? She insisted so that she could be helpful. You know, like, oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so that was my last night at Pizza Hut. After seeing what I got in direct deposits and all of the cash I made over the course of 2 weeks, which it seems like your hours really vary anyways, but it looked like I got about $300 a week, and that's not exactly cutting it. That's like severe fucking poverty wages. I don't know how people live like this. It seemed like the majority of the people there were foreigners or people that were very desperate for work, and it's just, what a shitty environment. I hope Pizza Hut goes under, and it's just, fuck it, man. I don't know. Like, I thought you could make okay money, right? And maybe in some places, under some circumstances, you can as a delivery boy, but I certainly wasn't making even decent, just part-time money here. Absolutely not. So now at this point, we are not only not in school, we are also now officially unemployed. Did the Nazis lose the war after the Battle of Stalingrad? No! They lost the war 2 years later. We have time. But while on unemployment, I had some really, really great thoughts. I had some really great lucrative thoughts, some money-making ideas. You remember Sock 'em Boppers?
Sock 'em boppers, sock 'em boppers, more fun than a pillow fight. Blow 'em up with your hand inside, get ready to have the time of your life. Sock 'em boppers, more fun than a...
What if we replaced those with Palestinians, right? And we could even like go further, and I'm thinking out loud, you know, all ideas are good ideas. You could even have like a Palestinian child's head, you know, like coming down from the ceiling and acting as a speed bag. What's that saying? Never let a tragedy go to waste. And we have a lot of dead Palestinian children, right? We have a lot. The sun is out, make hay. You could even make trampolines of them. Just some thoughts, some constructive ideas. Use them if you will. Guaranteed to make money. If people care about that. Yeah, unemployment was a bit rough for me. How exactly are you supposed to fill the day? Applying for jobs doesn't take that long. And I did apply to jobs, apprenticeships and such. One of them I had a phone interview for. I don't think I got it. They had the great question for this entry-level machinist job. How much experience in machining do you have? None. It's an entry-level apprenticeship. I'm a guy with a good work history. I'm not the smartest, but I'm certainly not the dumbest. If you give me a good teacher, then I'm sure I can handle whatever you throw at me. But the question is, how much machinist experience do you have? Fucking zero. Fucking zero. I don't think I got that one. And the days just kind of pass by in a blur, and there's just this growing dread and anxiety. It's hard to describe, you know, but if you've ever had periods of unemployment, you know what I'm talking about. We lost some more money today. Money going out, money's not coming in. Money going out, money's not coming in. I'd have some days where I wouldn't really get any sleep. Like 2 days in particular, I got basically no sleep. I would just pass out for a few hours, and that would be it. I started, well, one, I was watching just a shit ton of like YouTube, right? And just anything that wasn't constructive. I didn't use this time to do a bunch of writing. I didn't do this time to do a bunch of reading. No, just mindless slop to just kind of drown out the thoughts and the overthinking of the situation. So I started playing this game, which I don't recommend to people, but I got back into Stardew Valley, right? And I think that I started to really get into it. And it's like a farm simulator game. There's a bunch of shit to do. It's really a time management and resource management game, And I was spending so long on it, like over 10 hours a day, there wasn't anything to do. I think it was because I had control there. I had a job. I had to rush around to get stuff done because there's nothing to rush around to in real life. And I'll have you know, I was the most eligible bachelor in town. People needed me there. I was important. And, it's like, oh, what do I have to do today? Oh, I gotta get this shit over to Clint. He had a request on the special bulletin board. Or, oh no, Marnie needs help at the ranch, or whatever the fuck, right? It's funny and pathetic, but it does give a structure to your day. When you're unemployed, there's nothing, right? It's like, oh, I should be at work right now, but I'm not. Oh, I should be at school right now, but I'm not. What are you supposed to do? And this was a way to provide structure. And it wasn't helpful, it wasn't good, it wasn't constructive, but it provided a structure. After a few days of no sleep and barely just passing out for a few hours and then getting up and playing Stardew Valley and then passing out for a few hours, I ended up sleeping till one of those days, and I felt a lot better. I also played Medieval 2 Total War for a bunch of hours, 10 to 12 hours in a day. One time I played till 6 in the morning. I haven't done that in years, since I was a fucking kid. And I guess just trying not to think about everything going on, I guess. I played a mod vanilla expanded or whatever. I played as the Kingdom of Sicily. I allied with the Pope. I was invading North Africa. And then if you ally with the Pope, you can really use him as a buffer state against the other European countries. So it's kind of really cool. So what you can do is sack cities, which gets you the most money out of them once you take a city. And then you can sell all the buildings in the city for even more money. And then you can gift the city to the Pope, which is even better because the Pope loves you. You're in the best standing with him. And now whatever civilization was at war with you now has this papal state city that's blocking their path to you. So it's kind of really smart. I did call crusades at times, only against European countries that attacked me first. And actually in my game, the only crusades that were ever called were against other Europeans, which is kind of fucked up, maybe. But Milan just wouldn't let me have control of the Mediterranean. Same with Venice, same with Portugal, same with Spain, and the fucking Moors and the French. I had to fight everybody. What choice did I have? I ended up moving a large navy to control Gibraltar so no ships could enter the Mediterranean from that side. And then much, much later in the game, from beyond Italy, right, from basically the coast of Greece all the way down to North Africa, I filled every tile with my ships so that no ships could pass through. So essentially it was just me and the Pope who were in this huge quadrant of the Mediterranean. But this mod wasn't really good. It adds Jewish communities to a bunch of cities, and you can't fully remove them. You can sack them whenever you conquer a city, but they're always residual, so it's kind of a gay fucking mod. Also, too many countries will just France is reborn from the ashes. No, they died 50 turns ago. Fuck off, they're dead. This is bullshit. That's gay. A lot of just time wasting stuff. And then, this bullshit where the fucking Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation fucking happens. And then just because maybe slightly the Pope favored me over other Europeans, that everyone fucking converted to Protestantism except for me and a few looser countries. And, you know, the fucking crowd started pouring out of the Rhineland, and I was trying my best to handle these pretzel monkeys, but it wasn't going super well. And some guy, I don't know who exactly, but some guy had the brilliant idea, because if you have a diplomat at someone's, like, city, right, it doesn't matter where on the map you are, because, like, North America, part of that's in the game, and you can fight the Aztecs and shit. And all the way to the Middle East with the Mongolians. And some guy decided, you know what, here's how we handle the German problem. We start conquering German cities, and we don't take them for ourselves, because then we're going to be involved in like this very long, grindy war against like the rest of fucking Europe, and it's going to be this slow bullshit, and I want to just focus on colonizing North America. What we do here is we send a diplomat to the Mongolians, and this wasn't me, this was someone else. I would never invite Mongolians in, but some guy ended up giving former German cities to the Mongolians with the hope that the Mongolians would kill the Germans for him, and then we'll just deal with the Mongolians later. That didn't work. The Germans beat the Mongolians every time, and things just got worse and worse, and then I decided to stop playing after that point. Because I didn't want to deal with it. It was going to be like another 200 fucking turns or something. And it's just, God, it's bad. It's bad. I really regret wasting the amount of time that I did playing these games. And if you know anything about Stardew Valley, getting perfection in that game it's basically how you beat the game. It's incredibly grindy. Like, incredibly grindy. And I've put so many hours in Stardew Valley that I almost have perfection. And that's ridiculous. That's insane. We had some low points. Definitely some low points with all this stuff.
Here they are, three poor, miserable peasants, gripped by the pangs of starvation. Still alive, still kicking, sharing a pitiful crust between them. Share and share alike. Sharing and staring and staring and sharing and sharing. But are their spirits broken? Have they lost hope? You bet they have, because they are facing starvation. There's nothing left but beans. Beans? What am I saying? I mean bean. Now, if it were one man and 3 beans, well, but no, 1 bean and 3 men. Well, anyway, one nice thing, there are no bones in it. Just look at that miserable duck. Nothing but a bag of bones and feathers. Truly a picture of despair. Despairing duck. But Donald doesn't whimper. Donald doesn't give up. Shut up! I can't stand
I did waste a few days on doing research for Dullahan, so I just wanted to check a source for this thing that I read in one of the Irish books that I reviewed. It was about the monastery of Monsterbolis, and there are some Celtic high crosses there, and in the book it refers to one of the, and these are very decorated, they have panels representing or depicting scenes from the Bible, right? And in the book, the guy describes one of the panels being Jesus is being arrested, and Peter takes his sword out and he cuts the ear off this guy, Malithus or Malorius or whatever, because this guy is like a servant to a Jewish high priest, and he was there when Jesus was being arrested or something. I'd like for my characters to like go to Monsterbolis, because the high crosses would have been built at this point, and, you know, they'd look at them and like it'd be really neat and all that shit. And also because there's a character, you know, in the series who missing an ear, some of the characters would reflect on that and make a connection there. Just wanted to get a source to confirm that this panel was actually on this high cross, right? So the characters would actually have, and it's not that I'm always like strictly going by source material or whatever, I definitely like play around with it, but I'm like, yeah, I would like this to be legitimate, right? It would be very cool if it was legitimate. I can of course make it up and it would, work just as much, but it would be better, right? As I was doing research for this place, I was also doing research about like entries of it in the Irish Annals. And there was this one entry which I thought was kind of weird because it mentions this King Domhnall attacking the Vikings at the monastery. Brought me down a bit of a rabbit hole. Also, this book mentions that there was a head of St. Booth, which was taken as a relic and it was supposedly stolen in 1520, right? So I was doing all this research, looking into all the annals. The annals of Ulster say Domhnall led an army to Leinster and plundered them from the Burba westwards to the sea, taking a great spoil in cows, and he beleaguered the foreigners in Leinster for 2 months. No mention of the monastery at Monsterbois. In the annals of the Four Masters, there are 2 Domhnalls in the same year, the High King, which we're referring to here, and also Domhnall Mac Murchadha, who burned Dunleer and killed hundreds of Irish in a Christian monastery. And then I spent more time looking into Burba. What's Burba? Burba is a village, it's a town. Where the fuck is it? It is an old name for Barrow, which is a river in Ireland. It's actually the second longest river after the Shannon. It goes to Waterford. It empties out there. Which makes sense if Domhnall is from Ulster and he's coming south and he's attacking these guys and he's driving them all the way to this river, and then yeah, it starts to line up, but they're using language that's like, I don't fucking know what Burba is. What is Burba? So then I have to look that up. Also, yeah, the head of the saint who founded the monastery was supposedly a relic here. There is no mention of this anywhere, and it was supposedly stolen. This story is simply fake. There is no mention of any saint's head as a relic at all until this entry. It's bullshit. It was simply added later, I believe, to add prestige to this monastery that wasn't doing as well as it used to be, and it's not as prominent as it was. And here's the thing, after I wasted several days on this and also just looking up pictures of the high crosses and trying to determine, are we seeing like Peter chopping this guy's ear off in this panel or what? And a lot of the photos aren't very good, and even though it's like, oh well, this is a panel depicting Jesus being arrested here, but the panel isn't showing anyone getting their ear cut off, so I'm like, oh fuck. And in the Bible, the story doesn't even quite work how I want it, since Jesus, Jesus being Jesus, he heals the guy's ear, he reattaches it or whatever. So ultimately, a lot of this research was kind of useless, but I can still use it and have Dullahan be reminded of this character. And there's this good book, not in print, that I will probably go over later. I have an online copy of it that goes into the high crosses in more detail that I'm looking forward to. But for now, I was satisfied enough that a monk, in explaining the panels on the high cross, would bring up the arrest of Jesus, and he could easily mention a guy getting his ear cut off, and then Dullahan could be reminded of this character. So it lines up. And at first I was also confused because of the strange wording, because it was King Domhnall attacks the Vikings at this monastery, and I thought, okay, there is no entry stating that the Vikings attacked this monastery. Is this something that got mistranslated over the years, and we're saying that this king attacked this monastery and later it was blamed on the Vikings, and we're pretending that this Christian king didn't attack this Christian monastery? But no, I'm sure now that the Vikings attacked the monastery and then they were occupying it, and then he came down to kill them and to drive them out of the monastery. So that's what happened there. Why do I care, White Pill? Who gives a shit?
What am I supposed to do, huh? Why don't you fucking tell me?
Quick! Fuck it! Who gives a flying fuck about Bud Kilmer's 23rd District Championship? I don't.
I do! I do!
I do care. I do care. I wanted to do the research. I did the research. Maybe it was kind of a waste, but now I understand it, right? I understand it more. Also, something that appears a lot in the annals is the word domhnall as a name. Why does it appear so much? It means world king, which is kind of frustrating because there's a fuck ton of domhnalls in these annals, but yes, it means world king. That's why they use it so much. Oh, you own 6 cows and a mound of dirt. I'll name you Domhnall, son. Fuck off. Speaking of Ireland, staying on that, so I got an Irish watch while I was on there for vacation, and it has stopped working. I noticed that if I would hold my wrist kind of unconsciously, you know, when I was just like flipping through a book or whatever, my hand being in that position would make the watch stop ticking, like going around. It would still make tick, tick, tick sounds, but it would just stop, you know, counting time. Cheap ass Irish piece of shit. If I had bought an English watch, you know for a fact that wouldn't have fucking happened. You know it and I know it. Also, I ordered some chocolates. This was before kind of losing the job and everything, and yeah, the whole trade school blow up. It was a while ago. But I ordered some chocolates from Ireland. It's supposed to be a Christmas gift for the family and all that. And for one of the packages, the shipping was definitely expensive, but it was okay. For the other one, it was delayed a little bit, and it's like, oh, we think there might be some dues. And I'm like, okay, fine. This package weighed 1.5 pounds. 1.5 pounds of chocolate. Guess how much I paid in dues for this package. Now, I'm not making this up. 1.5 pounds for some Irish chocolate, $31.62. Because DHL sent me an email. It's like, hey, we have your package. You have some unpaid dues and fees on it. This is how much it's going to cost. And at this point, I've already paid the company, you know, for the product. If I don't pay the dues, it's going to get sent back, and then I'm fucked. So, yeah, I didn't realize how much the dues were going to be. And nowhere on the website did it mention how much it was going to cost. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fucking bought it. But just insane. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you. 1.5 pounds, $31.62. So fucking stupid, so fucking retarded, but I'm not mad and I don't think about it at all. So, White Pill, he's still unemployed. No, boys, we are in fact not unemployed. We are gainfully employed. It's not really where I wanted to be in my life, but it's decent pay, so I'll take it for right now. I got hired on at Amazon as a delivery driver. I just completed my first full week. But before that, I had 2 days of Amazon training where I went to a facility. There was some go through the PowerPoints and answer the questions, and then there's an exam. And also, we had VR. Yes, I was as shocked as you, but on both days we had some VR where we got to put headsets on. And this is the first time I've ever done anything with VR. And honestly, it was kind of cool. And you would do these little segments where you're like, oh, you're at a house and you're doing a delivery. And stop, what should we do to make sure we're at the right house? Let's check the house number. Let's check the package. Let's check this. What are some hazards we can look out for so we don't trip and fall? There's also a section about like dealing with virtual dogs. You know, we had a section about dealing with dogs in the property. It's like a virtual blue dog coming at you and what do I do? But in between these little training modules, you got a virtual house. Like seriously, like to my left, outside of the window, there were these trees in these autumn colors. There was this fireplace that crackles, this nice couch. I had a veranda with a swing and this ocean view. There was a spiral staircase behind me that led up to this little balcony. It was honestly really nice. It's probably nicer than anything I could ever afford in my life. It was cozy. This was fucking cozy. And I was kind of hoping that on the second day that, oh, do we get the virtual realm again? And we did. And we had the virtual fireplace again. And I'm like, this is nice. But I had to stop myself from bursting into laughter. I had an old guy who was sitting beside me, and he was a little off. Like, he would just talk a lot and sort of unprompted, and it would be kind of unrelated to whatever was going on. So I got like a weird vibe from him. But he had the VR headset on, and everyone had theirs on. But I hear him, he's like talking to the teacher. So, you're having some problems? What's going on? He's like, and he's getting pissed off. And he's like, well, it's mostly in a foreign language. Because, when you're doing the VR thing, you have to select English, French, Spanish, whatever the fuck. And he must have not picked English for some reason. For some reason, we're all like going through chapters 1 through 7. And that's like, okay, we're on chapter 4. And this guy's like, well, I'm not like on that. It's like, you're on chapter 6, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? Like, I don't understand how you could be on a completely different chapter, and then when we're going over the lessons in class, you don't realize that, oh, I'm on the wrong chapter. That guy was off, but it's mostly in a foreign language. That was good. Oh, and you boys might be shocked by this, but in some of the Amazon VR training on the next day, we had to deal with package theft and what happens if someone wants to get packages out of the package car, and he says, hey, I got some packages in there, can you just give them to me? And in the video, it was of a fat white guy who wants to steal packages against our nice black male delivery driver. And personally, I can attest to that is the type of person who does steal packages the most. Just per capita, they're the guys that steal the most packages. It was a little cool, like sitting behind the wheel of a virtual steering wheel. It was like, it kind of took me aback for a second. That was kind of neat. After that, the following week, this week, Monday, I had a ride along with a guy who was a black guy with a nose ring, and I thought was probably gay because he had a bunch of like buttons and pride shit on his vest, which was definitely gay. But that went fine. It was just kind of a long day. I felt like he could have been a better instructor here and there, but it didn't go terrible. I thought it was fine. And then the next 3 days, I was by myself. It didn't go super bad. I know we're not technically supposed to have earphones or anything, but I was doing one earphone during the day, because why the fuck not? And honestly, that was kind of enjoyable. It's simple work. The pay is honestly pretty decent. I can't really bitch about that, especially coming off nothing for a long time. Yesterday, had some fun stuff where I'm delivering in like a very rural area, which is kind of nice. There's a lot of windshield time. But I had one gravel driveway, and it was incredibly steep, and I thought to myself, as I was driving up, it's like, this is really steep. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the top in this little, Amazon van. And then the van stops accelerating, and I may be halfway up, and I thought, reverse now while you have the chance, while you're still in control of the vehicle, and we're not in fucking free fall. So I reversed down the driveway, and then I walked up, and Jesus Christ, it was a hard fucking climb to get up there. And of course, in the driveway, what do we have? Big ass truck, Jeep. So it's no issue for them to get up there, but it's just, I would not want to live up a hill like that when the driveway is that fucking steep. I think that's ridiculous. And the only kind of other big issue was yesterday it said that I was supposed to go down this road, which wasn't actually a road. It was someone's private driveway, and it was a locked gate. So I had to do a 12-minute detour, which wasn't fun, but there's nothing I could do about it, right? There's just nothing I could really do there. And I was just, a little afraid, a little worried that I'd be like yelled at when I got back to the hub, but that didn't happen. I've done this type of work before. You boys, you want some white pill media lore? Yeah. You want some white pill media lore? All right, we'll get into it. I won't waste a ton of time on this, but a little bit. Because also yesterday, Saturday night, I had 3 packages on my truck that were not assigned to me. And instead of delivering them, my employer, who's like a subcontractor through Amazon, said, just bring them back. They're going to deliver them the next day. And I thought, that's bullshit. It was about 6:30 at night. The weather was good. I wasn't going to be over on hours or anything. I absolutely could have delivered these packages, but they decided no, it would take too long, which is bullshit. But yes, years ago, White Pill Media was in fact a UPS driver. I was with the Teamsters Union, and I was very proud of that. And back then, if we ever had any misloads, right, like this is a misload, it's a package on my truck that shouldn't be on my truck, you would deliver them. Unless you were going to go over hours, you always delivered your misloads. The customers always got their packages. And while that could be annoying at times when you wanted to go home or whatever and you just wanted to be done with the route, there's a certain pride I can look back on with UPS in that, like, yeah, we did take customer service seriously. We would have delivered those today. That's all I thought about when I had like my 30-minute drive back to the hub is we would have fucking delivered those packages if this was UPS. You know, this is wrong. This is wrong. We should have done this today. I was proud. I was very proud to be a UPS driver. You can laugh, but I liked wearing the uniform, right? I liked the uniform. I liked the trucks. I was a part of something greater than myself. I got 2 sets of bath towels and hand towels, brown and gold, right? UPS colors. I was proud of that. It wasn't always great. I won't share all my UPS stories. Maybe at some future video or whatever, but I remember I started as a preloader, right? That's where everyone starts. And I did not load inside the main hub, but I loaded in one of those tethers that comes off the main building, and you can fit like 10 trucks on the tethers, right? They literally get attached and detached to the building. And they're kind of cool, right? And they're supposed to have heaters, right? It's supposed to be a decent temp in there. And when I had started working for UPS as a preloader, it was winter. And we're working out there in one of the tethers, and we don't have heat. We were told several times that heat is coming, heat is coming. Heat never came. We were union members and we didn't have heat out there. And one night I had my water bottle and I set it down and it froze during the night. And that was kind of cool. Sort of fucked up. I was thirsty, but it was kind of cool. Like picking my water bottle. It's like, oh, it's frozen. Not the best because sometimes they would throw you in areas without GPS that you had never done before. And I could do several routes without any GPS, any navigation necessary. But they really just didn't give a fuck, right? They didn't give a fuck. And while Amazon, yeah, they do like have a camera in the cab with you, it's less intrusive than UPS. For UPS, literally, supervisors would come and drive around and follow you. That fucking happened to me several times. That happened to like everybody several times. Just what they did to fucking harass you. It was ridiculous. The camera is less intrusive than UPS. I'll say that. UPS, sometimes we would deliver packages that were COD. COD, meaning collect on delivery, meaning you're trash and you don't have a credit card, so you're paying by check, right? So I would drop off a package and I would only drop the package off if I got a check, right? And the check had to match the amount due on the package itself, right? It would be printed on there. Anyway, sometimes, and especially towards the end of White Pill Media's career with UPS, they would put me in the ghetto, and that was not ideal. But specifically, and there was this one stop I had where it was at a porn store, and they were a COD stop. And like every day, I would have a box, and it's like, I can't drop this off until I have a check. And then they would never have the check ready, and I'm just standing there in the seedy ass porn store, and 100% they dealt drugs out of this place. There was like a black guy who came in who, of course, like his pants were hanging really low, and he would talk to like the sketchy white guy behind the counter, and he would like look over at me and then like lean in close to the white guy. He's like, yeah, I could, how much for that? It's like, yeah. Give me some of that for this and that. And like, okay, they're talking about fucking drugs, right? They're talking about fucking drugs. They're not talking about dildos. And then it would just take a while for like the bitch upstairs to come down the stairs and give me my check so then I could finally fucking leave the place. There were also just women that kind of hung around there and they looked sketchy as well, and like prostitutes, and they probably were prostitutes. It wasn't a good place to be. It wasn't an ideal location. Going from like white suburbia, nice happy families, to like very bad ghetto shit. Then in the summer when it's like over 100 degrees and it's even hotter in the back of the truck because it's all the metal, it's so fucking hot, and you don't have navigation, and you're going to be in the ghetto for 12 hours a day. I worked 14-hour days for UPS, 60-hour weeks, 6 days a week. It was kind of rough, right? I had a little pride at the start, but they really grinded me down. There was this thing years ago, Jimmy Hoffa Jr., he was the boss of the Teamsters, the son of Jimmy Hoffa. I'm not bullshitting. He was our president. As corrupt as his father was, this guy was our boss, and he was still a huge piece of shit. But there was this thing which I didn't know about until I became a driver, where they had your regular drivers who had a 4-year pay scale, right, to earn out at the top rate, which was incredible. It was like 40 something an hour. And then a hybrid driver, quote unquote. And a hybrid driver was supposed to be a combination of a preloader, the guys who load the trucks, and a driver, meaning, oh, your hours will be split between loading and, driving. In my time at UPS, like 2.5 years or so, I preloaded as a driver. I preloaded one time because you get paid a fuck of a lot less than their top rate drivers. So, of course, you're going to be driving constantly. And that's what I did. I drove constantly. But yeah, thank you, Teamsters Union, you worthless pieces of shit. Fucking scumbag motherfuckers. It wasn't all bad. One day early on, it was me and another new hire driver guy. I was the driver, and he was just my jumper because there weren't enough routes to go around that day. And we were like on the outskirts of suburbia. We were still in suburbia. I wouldn't really consider it rural. We had a shit ton of stops. It was beautiful. We said maybe 30 words between us for the entire day. It was just boom, 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 hit stop, 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 stop. Fucking machine work. Excellent. He has to use the bathroom. We close the bulkhead door. He pisses into a bottle. How it should be. That's how it was at UPS. It was beautiful. I just remember driving back to the hub that night, the sunset. It was a good day. It was a really, really good day. A lot of bad with UPS though. A lot of bad. Just getting followed by management, getting harassed like that, being put in like the worst like black ghetto you can imagine. I didn't even have it really bad. There were guys who had it a lot worse. Like guys who like heard gunshots while they were doing their routes and shit. And it's like, Jesus fuck, I don't want to fucking be here. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to do this. Being worked as much as I was. I developed on my thighs, right? On my thighs, and then like at my wrist, right? Where like if you hold your hand vertical, right? Like straight vertical, kind of at that the top half of the vertical part, right? I got bald spots on my thighs and then at both parts of my wrists, right? White Pill Media was maybe under some stress at UPS because while I did enjoy some aspects of the job, it would be start work at 9, get home at 10 or later, eat dinner, go to bed, and do it all the next day. And I wasn't really coping well with it. And so I developed these bald spots here. And after I quit UPS, a few weeks later, these bald spots, like the hair grew back there. And, I looked it up. It's like something where it's like stress can cause like hair loss like that, like little bald spots. So the hair grew back, but it was weird. It wasn't good, right? I don't know. I always like imagined myself being like a UPS driver in a small town, and I'd get to know everyone and just be very pleasant and calm, but that never happened because if you were a hybrid driver, then you couldn't bid on routes, right? And if you couldn't bid on routes, then you weren't a normal driver. You weren't on the good pay scale because hybrid drivers, their top pay paid a lot fucking less than a normal driver. You know, they're like, hey, White Pill, we're making a bunch of you preloaders into drivers, but you're going to be hybrid drivers. And it's like, well, I don't make any money as a preloader. So it's like, yeah, I'll be a hybrid. I'll be a fucking hybrid. And this won't be for super long because I'm just going to bid on a route and then I'll be good. And then they go, oh no, hybrids can't bid on routes. So by the time I quit, I was like 12th in line to be a normal driver. Like no one on the hybrid list had become a driver in like the two-ish years that I had been there. So I can't stick around, you know, like I'm pretty fucking miserable here. I'm not like keeping it together at all. I left UPS. They would have delivered those missed loads 100%. We did have pride in that. We were proud of that. We would have done that. Amazon, I don't give a fuck. You know, it's like, that's not professional. That's not a good company, right? Like, these people, they ordered a product. Like, let's deliver the product, okay? It's not like a big deal. Let's fucking do it. Let's deliver it, right? UPS would have delivered that. I was proud to wear the uniform. The outro's almost done. I know it's going on too long. I'm sorry. But I wanted to say we did get our first book review on Amazon. This guy, 5 stars. 5 stars for Dual Hunt. You know that Dual Hunt's the best book series ever because we got 5 stars. Count them. But this guy liked them. He said it reminded him of the Dragonlance books I read when I was a kid. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and I've never read the Dragonlance books, but we will assume that the Dragonlance books are the second best books ever written because Dual Han is the best, series of books ever written. But yeah, we got a comparison to the second best set of books ever written. That's high praise. That's high praise indeed. Good for us. So, do you boys want a really brief section on politics here?
And I don't want to hear about the fucking economy either. I don't want to hear it. Now that's it. That's all I gotta say. Frankly, I'm depressed and ashamed.
Donald Trump had some good comments about no good whites, in America that can do jobs. I wasn't looking for work or anything, and I wasn't willing to build missiles in a factory. No, not me. Certainly not, sir. Look, I understand tariffs, and I get that, yeah, it makes sense that America should have tariffs, but I don't think I should fucking pay anything. I think $31 is insane. I think that's fucked. Why? It makes sense on like India, China, other countries, right? Non-white countries. It makes sense to have tariffs and shit, but not for Europe. Not for Europe, man. And like, why am I paying these tariffs? Why? So we can bail out Argentina, huh? He caved on fucking China and shit. And I don't want to really talk politics right now, but we will. What's the bullshit with Nick Fuentes, right? He went on Red Scare. Didn't he have something with Sam Hyde and then Tucker Carlson? How totally organic, by the way. Who else? There were other people there. And I'm not saying you have to like be a super internet autist, but just push him on the J6 shit. He was there, he was involved, he didn't catch a charge. Push him on the talking to the fucking cops in Chicago, and he goes, I'm not white, I'm Mexican. You don't even have to do that, just the J6 thing, and it's just these like softball bullshit interviews. It's fucking disgusting. Why is he being astroturfed as like the face of anti-Semitism? It's fucking disgusting. Why are there no taxes on remittances? Like, for some fucking reason, there's no taxes on remittances, right? Indians and other groups send a shit ton of money back to the home country. That should be stopped. Period. But it's not. Trump backed off the 50-year mortgage thing and saying that white people are ugly and retarded and shouldn't have jobs. He kind of backed off, but honestly, I think that was Trump being very, very honest. The rare times that he was very honest and open, he's like, I fucking hate white people. I think that was a good interview, right? I legitimately, I think it was. It showed Trump yeah, this is who I am. This is what I think. This is what I believe. Do you think I could get a 50-year mortgage on my house? A reverse mortgage? But yeah, I don't know. And just endorsing Vivek for Ohio, he's our literal replacement. As racist as I am, I'm very racist, by the way. As racist as I am, there are Indians who aren't scam artists. He's a literal fucking scam artist, right? You can't find a better Indian. I would vote Democrat if I lived in Ohio. Frankly, I would just vote for the white person over the Indian because it's going to be import Indians or import another group, and it seems like there's no good situation there. That's fuck. If you taxed remittances, then people might self-deport because it's not financially viable to, live and work in this country, right? I think Antifa got designated as a terrorist group through an executive order, but it's not a law or anything right now. They can't even do that. I'm not going to say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. I won't. I certainly didn't agree with the man on everything politically. But no, I'm not going to say anything ghoulish that he deserved to be killed. That's disgusting. The Republicans didn't do anything. Why didn't they do anything, Maybe it's just that's the nature of Republicans. They're not going to do anything. But it's Jesus Christ. They assassinated Charlie Kirk on live. They killed him live. And nothing was done. Not really. That's fucking crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. A little bit about the Epstein files. Look, Donald Trump bangs the drum over and over and over again on the campaign trail. I'm going to release the Epstein files. And then he didn't. And the Democrats had the files. They didn't release them. The Republicans had the files. They didn't release them. I think that the files have been so doctored and distorted that we will never really fully get the truth here. Trump put himself in this position by promising to release the files and not releasing the files. He only has himself to blame. This isn't 4D chess. He's a fucking retard. And if the Epstein files are nothing burger, then release them. If the Dems are bluffing, then call the bluff. He hasn't released the files, so somebody is in it. I'm not saying that Trump himself is a pedophile that participated on Little St. James, but he's covering for somebody that was there, right? Or people that were there. Oh, this is the game of politics. You have to compromise, white pill. You have to, renege on your beliefs and such. So it's okay, you have to ally with a possible pedo defender to not be just a beautiful corpse. It's at least I'm not a pedo defending corpse, right? Where in the Bible does it say that, hey, side with evil because it's easy and you might gain power from it? I'm not religious, so I don't mean to be a fedora atheist and using the Bible against Christians, but legitimately, if you're a Christian, where does it say side with evil if you maybe benefit from it? That's fucked. That's really fucked. Oh, man. It's just, I don't know. It just feels fucked. And it's, I'm thankful, right? And I didn't plan on being thankful or humbled. I didn't think I could be humbled like this again. But I am. And you know what? I'm thankful to Amazon for the job and for the opportunity. Because I really needed the money. And here we are. This isn't This isn't where I thought I'd be at 29. You know, I'll admit that. And oh, by the way, boys, salt in the wound, salt and gasoline in the wound. I literally drive by the beer warehouse that I wanted the job at each day where I work at the Amazon facility where I didn't get the job. Like, I'll land, right? I think I'll recover financially, right? And yeah, everything lands. Gravity. The rule of gravity is what goes up must come down, right? That's consistent, that's a rule, that's physics. But what's down doesn't have to go up. What I'm saying is this is Trump's America and I'll be fine. This time next year, I'm going to be eating party rise like decent Midwestern rich people at the Royal Irish Academy in Dublin. I'm going to be a rogue scholar, and they're gonna talk about, oh, White Pill, you discovered that in the entry for 968 that they were, or was it the entry in 980 or 968, whatever, that, Burba, they were referring to the River Barrow, the second longest river in Ireland. Oh, you're so smart and suave. Here's a party ride. By the way, we don't serve ale here because we think it's shit and tastes like wine. We don't like that at the Royal Irish Academy. I don't know. You know, like, I think just right now, head above water, treading water, we'll be fine, right? Just recover financially, pay my dad back for everything he gave me, and yeah, we'll be fine. There's probably something in the Bible about like arrogant man gets humbled and then he like accepts Jesus. I'm not that guy, right? I'd rather suffer eternally than admit that I need help. So, yes. This isn't where I should have been at 29, but here we are, and yet here we are.
I'm 46 years old. I mean, who am I? Where am I going? Is it possible that I am Kevin Finnerty? All right, I'll stop.
What else is there? Okay. So, all right. Movies I've seen, which I will not review on this channel. I finally saw for the first time Gremlins 1 and 2. I thought these were fine. I understand they were kind of parodies and such of Christmas movies, and I think they were decent watches, but certainly not favorites, right? I didn't hate them. Big, Bold, Beautiful Journey. I watched this simply because it had Margot Robbie in it, and the pirate sites that I used to watch movies, it like had that showcased, so I clicked on it. It's like, ooh, Margot Robbie's in it. Yeah, I'll watch it. It's not very good. It's kind of like Reddit and appreciate your life and fuck off. We don't need that message here. Fuck off. Paradise Highway is about a female trucker who she essentially, her brother's in prison and she's supposed to transport this kid to like a trafficking ring or whatever, and she doesn't want to do it, and ultimately she doesn't do it. It's about like female truckers and fighting the patriarchy and shit. It sucks. It's a gay movie. It's not very good. It's very cliche, but it doesn't play out the tropes of its cliche well. It doesn't do a good job there. And then oh god, boys, I watched the Pusher trilogy again, and just identifying with Frankie, identifying with Tani, identifying with Milo. It's fucked. It's fucked when you can identify with all those people. But I still like these movies. I'm glad I still like these movies. I also watched The Shield. This was weeks ago now. And yes, there are definitely things in the show that completely go against my worldview. I still think it has a amazing ending and some really good writing. But identifying with Dutch, identifying with Ronnie, with Lem, with Shane, identifying with Vic, even Dutch. You could even identify with Dutch in the show, and that's not great. But yeah, you could identify with all of them. It's dark. It's a dark fucking show, man. I didn't think it'd go as dark as it did, but it really did. So maybe watch that, but please keep in mind I don't endorse all the political or social elements in the show. Oh, and this was a while ago. I decided not to review it, but I don't know. For some reason, I watched Firefly by Joss Whedon. It's a shit show. It sucks. Maybe it's just because I'm autistic and I'm like picking apart shit, but it's just not very good, right? I don't think Joss Whedon is very good at all. And Firefly, yeah, whatever. I guess that's, basically it. Upcoming books. Definitely Sleep Capricorn by Jack Norman. I think we will do the Berserkives 8. We're definitely going to do a Jordan Allen book. We will do Terms of War Part 2 by Marcus Jones. Hard Reset was supposed to have a magazine come out. I think it's been delayed. I did order it, so I don't know if that'll come in. If it comes in, I'll review it. Otherwise, definitely one of the books by Jordan Allen. I backed his Kickstarter or Indiegogo, I forget, but I backed one of those, so I have a few of his books to get into. So definitely one from Jordan Allen, and I'll try to keep it to 5 to 6 books for the next Not a Trough. So we will see about that. Before Christmas. That's what I would like. At least one more before the end of the year. I'm sorry about going so long for an outro and all that, but yeah, that's not great to just vent like this. I don't know. Sorry. But we'll do another one, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I have to read the Sleep Capricorn book before I can listen to the Tukey Smag episode on it. So yes, that is some incentive to read it first. So I will be doing that. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. Was there anything else? Oh, okay. Old Sterling, that guy. He did a AMA on Rumble with the Murdoch crew. So I don't know if everyone here has seen it or listened to it or not. I thought it was decent. I will admit, though, that it was a little disappointing here and there, where just some of their opinions and thoughts about Muslims and Indians and such. Okay, sure, they're anti-Semitic, but when you take these same Muslims who are anti-Semitic and you put them in European countries, how do they behave? They're rapists and they're murderers, right? So that was a little disappointing. Also, Murdoch Chan, frankly, she got really fucking annoying. Just some of the shit she was repeating, and I don't know, that kind of pissed me off during listening to that. It's shut up. Just shut up. Okay, that's it. That's the end. So, yeah, next video in probably a month. Yeah, definitely before Christmas. I'll have it out before Christmas. I just need to work on that. I've been skipping on writing for a while. I think now that I'm gainfully employed, that will provide a much needed structure in my life so I can get shit done. And then, another thing, when I was unemployed, something that I realized after a while, it's just, I started walking, right? I was doing 5 miles or so. It's important to physically exhaust your body so that you can sleep, because otherwise it's just, you might catnap for a few hours and then you're just sort of exhausted and in this zombie state where you can watch YouTube or play video games, and it's sort of horrible. So if you are unemployed, exhaust yourself every day. That's important. But that's it. That's it. Thank you for listening. I have links down below for books for people to check out from the trough that I recommend. But that's going to be it for me. Thank you for listening. White Pill Media out.
Sitting in the morning at the diner on the corner. I am waiting at the counter for the man to pour the coffee, and he fills it only halfway. And before I even argue, he is looking out the window at somebody coming in. It's always nice to see you, says the man behind the counter to the woman who has come in. She is shaking her umbrella, and I look the other way as they are kissing their hellos, and I'm pretending not to see them, and instead I pour the milk. There's a story of an actor who had died while he was drinking. It was no one I had heard of, and I'm turning to the horoscope and looking for the funnies when I'm feeling someone watching me, and so I raise my head. Inside, does she see me? No, she does not really see me, 'cause she sees her own reflection. And I'm trying not to notice that she's hitching up her skirt, and while she's straightening her stockings, her hair has gotten wet. The morning as I'm listening to the bells of the cathedral. I am thinking of your